Hey everyone, I know a lot of you are using these videos to fall asleep. So before you doze off, I thought it would be fun if everyone left a comment to let me know where in the world you're listening to this. You can also like and subscribe to the episodes if you enjoy them. Okay, let's kick back, relax, and get started. I was staying at my friend Rebecca's place for the weekend. She was away on a trip with her family to celebrate her mother's birthday on the coast. But she had a small calico cat named Molly that was afraid of thunderstorms. This weekend, we were supposed to get a really bad one. The Weather Service had issued severe storm warnings for the entire county. Rebecca had asked if I could stay at her house to keep an eye on Molly, though the cat was very independent, usually just sitting alone in whichever room she felt like. "She'll mostly ignore you," Rebecca had said when handing me the keys on Thursday evening. "But during storms, she gets really skittish. Just being in the house with her helps." I didn't mind at all. Rebecca's house was a 2-story cedar cabin nestled in a densely wooded area about 15 miles outside town. The isolation appealed to me. No neighbors, no traffic noise, just the sounds of nature. The perfect writing retreat. I'd brought my laptop, planning to make progress on my novel while enjoying the solitude. It started storming the day before Rebecca left, and the weather report predicted it would continue throughout the whole weekend. Dark, heavy clouds had been gathering since dawn, casting premature shadows across the forest. By mid-morning, rain was coming down in thick sheets, drumming against the roof and windows. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the surrounding woods, followed by the low growl of thunder. This was on Saturday. I had spent Friday night there with no issues at all. Molly did fine with the storm, only hiding under the couch for a few minutes during the loudest thunderclaps. That morning I enjoyed relaxing on Rebecca's comfy leather couch and reading a thriller I'd picked up at the airport on my last business trip. The soft patter of rain against the windows and the occasional distant rumble of thunder created the perfect atmosphere for losing myself in the pages. I always loved staying at Rebecca's place because it was out in the woods. It felt so isolated and peaceful. Miles from the nearest neighbor, surrounded by towering pines and oaks that swayed in the wind. The house itself was charming. Hand-hewn beams, stone fireplace, large windows that normally offered views of wildlife, but today only framed the blur of rain and wind-whipped branches. Molly had spent most of the morning curled up on the windowsill in the kitchen, her tail occasionally twitching as she watched raindrops race down the glass. I found her presence oddly comforting in the big, empty house. Around noon, I made myself a sandwich and settled back on the couch. The storm had intensified, with winds howling around the corners of the house and rain lashing horizontally against the windows. I pulled a blanket over my legs, savoring the contrast between the raging elements outside and the cozy warmth within. Midway through the day, a call came in on the home phone. This was back when those were a common thing, though Rebecca had kept hers mainly because cell reception out here was spotty at best. The sudden shrill ring cut through the white noise of the storm, making me jump. 3 rings, 4. The sound seemed to echo through the empty house. I checked in case it was Rebecca trying to reach me, but the caller ID said, "unknown number." Something about those 2 words on the little screen sent a slight chill down my spine. I didn't answer. Who would be calling on a landline during a storm like this? The ringing stopped and silence fell again, broken only by the drumming rain and occasional thunder. I tried to return to my book but found myself rereading the same paragraph multiple times, my concentration broken. A few minutes later, a call came through again. It said the same thing, unknown number. I watched the phone as it rang, 5 times, 6, 7. It rang out, but this time, a voice came through on the answering machine. Rebecca's cheerful, outgoing message played. "Hi, you've reached Rebecca Miller. I can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message and I'll call you back." Then came the beep, followed by silence. For a moment, I thought the caller had hung up. But then I heard it, a quiet, male voice. They just said one word, Rebecca's name, as if asking if she could hear him. "Rebecca?" The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but there was something in the tone that made the hair on my arms stand up. He then hung up after a couple seconds of silence, the machine recording the click and then the dial tone. I stared at the answering machine, its red light now blinking to indicate a saved message. The single word spoken by that unfamiliar voice seemed to hang in the air. Who was this person? Why were they calling? And why did they only say Rebecca's name? Thunder crashed directly overhead, making me flinch and knocking the power out for a brief second. The lights flickered, and the digital clock on the microwave reset itself, blinking 12 o'clock. Outside, the storm had turned the afternoon sky as dark as dusk, and rain pelted the windows with renewed fury. I didn't know if this was someone Rebecca was talking to or like a family member or something, so I just texted her to let her know that someone called the home phone. Reception out here was unreliable, but sometimes texts would go through when calls wouldn't. Hey, someone called your landline. Left message just saying your name. Unknown number. Everything okay? I sent the text, then set my phone down. I did find it strange that it came up as an unknown caller, though. Most people's numbers show up these days, even telemarketers. I tried to dismiss the unease settling in my stomach, telling myself it was probably nothing. Just a wrong number, or maybe one of Rebecca's relatives calling from a hotel or new phone. But as another flash of lightning illuminated the darkened woods outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching the house, watching me. I pulled the curtains closed and turned on a few more lights, trying to dispel the creeping shadows. Over the next 3 hours, 2 more calls came in from that same unknown number, but no more voice messages. Each time I watched the phone ring until it stopped. Each time, my unease grew a little deeper. The storm outside intensified, with wind now howling through the trees and rain driven sideways by powerful gusts. Occasionally, I heard the crack of branches falling in the woods. My friend never responded to my text. I guessed they were pretty busy with family celebrations, possibly in an area with even worse reception than here. Or maybe she'd seen it but didn't think it was important enough to reply to. Still, her silence added to my growing discomfort. I didn't worry myself about it, though. I figured it was nothing. I tried to rationalize it. Probably a telemarketer with a weird approach, or someone who dialed the wrong number and was confused. Maybe even a prank call. The isolation that had seemed so appealing earlier now felt oppressive, as if the woods and the storm were conspiring to cut me off from the rest of the world. To distract myself, I made food, pasta with the marinara sauce I found in Rebecca's fridge, and really spent the rest of the day not doing much of anything. I tried to work on my novel but couldn't focus. Instead, I paced the house, checking locks on windows and doors, drawing curtains closed, and flinching at every unusual sound. As afternoon faded into evening, the storm showed no signs of letting up. If anything, it grew more intense. The electricity flickered several times, making me wonder if I should locate candles and flashlights in case of a prolonged outage. The thought of being in this isolated house in total darkness with only the storm and my imagination for company wasn't appealing. I found Molly curled up under Rebecca's bed, her eyes wide and pupils dilated. The poor thing trembled with each thunderclap. I coaxed her out with some treats and stroked her fur, finding comfort in the warm, living creature. She followed me downstairs, staying unusually close to my heels. "It's just a storm, Molly," I said aloud, my voice sounding strangely small in the empty house. "Nothing to worry about." Later, say around 8 or 9, I found a movie to watch upstairs in the bedroom. I needed something to occupy my mind, to drown out both the storm and my own uneasiness. Rebecca had a small TV mounted on her wall, and I scrolled through Netflix until I found a romantic comedy. Lighthearted, predictable, safe. I got about halfway through it before remembering to check on Molly and make sure she had food and water. The movie hadn't really captured my attention anyway. I kept finding my eyes drawn to the windows, to the shadows in the corners of the room, to the closed bedroom door. I paused the movie and headed downstairs. The staircase creaked under my weight, each step loud in the quiet house. The storm had settled into a steady, heavy rain. The earlier fury of wind and thunder temporarily abated. This brief respite somehow made the house feel even more isolated, as if we were in the eye of the hurricane, a false calm before the next onslaught. I was confused to see Molly standing right at the front door, staring at the crack in the doorway like she was waiting for it to open. Her body was tense, tail straight and slightly puffed up, ears forward in alert attention. She seemed frozen there, as if listening for something I couldn't hear. I called her name and she looked at me, but only for a moment before looking back at the door. It kind of creeped me out, if I'm being honest. Animals sense things we don't. Isn't that what they always say in horror movies? The thought made me shiver despite the warmth of the house. "What do you see, Molly?" I whispered, not even sure why I was keeping my voice down. Was it because I didn't want to be heard by, what? Who? I walked up to the door and hesitantly looked out the peephole at the porch. The glass had fogged up from all the rain, so everything was blurry, and the darkness outside didn't help. The porch light was on, casting a yellow glow over the wooden boards, but beyond that was impenetrable blackness. The night and the woods and the storm all merged into one dark void. I couldn't really make out anything at first. The rain distorted everything, creating moving shadows and shapes that dissolved as quickly as they formed. But then something moved, enough for me to tell there was something, or someone, standing on the other side of the porch. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, squinting through the peephole. Was it just a branch moving in the wind? A trick of light and shadow? Or was someone actually out there, in this storm, on this isolated porch, watching the house? I felt a little unsettled, but I continued to watch, trying to get a clearer view of what I was seeing. I really wanted to know for sure if there was someone out there, but I also didn't want to open the door if there was. My palms were sweating, and I wiped them on my jeans before returning my eye to the peephole. 2 to 3 minutes went by without any changes in what I could see. I thought I was just scaring myself for no reason. After all, if someone was out there, they would have knocked on the door by now. They wouldn't just stand in the pouring rain. It was probably just a shadow from the porch furniture or a hanging plant moving in the wind. Still, I double-checked that the deadbolt was secure and the chain was in place. The action felt silly. I was jumping at shadows, letting the storm and the strange phone calls get to me. This wasn't like me at all. I've always prided myself on being practical, level-headed. I left the door to go check on Molly's food and water and grab myself some snacks for the movie. The cat food bowl was still half full, and her water dish needed only a slight top-up. As I reached into the cabinet for some chips, the phone rang again. I froze, hands suspended in midair, as the shrill tone cut through the house. Unknown number. Again. I let it ring, watching the phone as if it might suddenly transform into something else. After 6 rings, the answering machine kicked in. Rebecca's cheerful message. The beep. Then silence. No voice this time. No word spoken, just the soft sound of someone breathing. In, out, in, out. For 10 long seconds before the line clicked dead. My appetite gone, I abandoned the snack quest and hurried back toward the stairs. When I passed by the door again, Molly wasn't there anymore. A momentary relief washed over me. If the cat wasn't concerned, maybe there was nothing to worry about after all. But something made me look out just to double-check. Through the peephole, something looked different. It was still fogged up and blurry, but one of the shapes I saw wasn't there anymore, like it just disappeared. Was there really someone standing there the whole time? Had they moved, gone away, or moved closer to the house, out of the limited view the peephole provided? The phone rang again. I jumped, a small cry escaping my lips. This time, I didn't even look at it. I knew what it would say. Unknown number. I hurried up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, Molly suddenly appearing from somewhere and racing up ahead of me. Feeling off about everything, I picked Molly up and brought her to the bedroom with me. Her little heart was racing as fast as mine. I closed the bedroom door behind us, then, after a moment's hesitation, locked it. The simple action made me feel both safer and more afraid. Safer because of the barrier. More afraid because locking the door meant admitting I believed there was something to lock out. I turned the movie back on and sat on the bed, Molly curled against my side. The romantic comedy continued playing, the characters laughing and flirting and dealing with comical misunderstandings. It all seemed so trivial, so distant from the growing sense of dread I was feeling. I turned the volume up, hoping the dialogue would drown out any sounds from elsewhere in the house. The whole time the movie was playing, I couldn't shake a really unsettling feeling I had. Every few minutes, my eyes would dart to the bedroom door, or to the window where rain continued to lash against the glass. I kept imagining I heard footsteps on the stairs, or the creak of a floorboard, or the click of a door opening. But each time I muted the TV to listen, there was nothing but the storm. My phone was lying on the nightstand. I picked it up and checked. Still no response from Rebecca. I debated calling her but didn't want to disturb her family celebration for what was probably nothing. Instead, I texted again. Hey, got more calls from that unknown number. Just breathing this time. Probably nothing but getting a little creeped out in your house alone. Call when you can. I sent it, knowing it probably wouldn't go through right away given the storm and the spotty reception. As I set the phone down, I noticed it was almost 10 p.m. The evening had slipped away faster than I'd realized, dark hours passing while I jumped at shadows and unknown callers. Outside, the storm had found its second wind. Wind howled around the eaves, and rain drummed against the roof with renewed vigor. A flash of lightning lit up the room, followed almost immediately by a deafening crack of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The lights flickered, dimmed, then came back to full brightness. Molly tensed against me, her claws digging into my thigh through my jeans. I stroked her automatically, murmuring reassurances I didn't feel. The TV continued playing, the happy couple now running through rain toward shelter, a mocking echo of the real storm raging outside. 30 minutes went by, the movie approaching its predictable happy ending. My nerves had begun to settle somewhat. The consistent rhythm of the rain became almost hypnotic, lulling me into a false sense of security. Maybe I really had been imagining things. Maybe the calls were just a weird coincidence. The shape on the porch, nothing but shadows and wishful thinking. Suddenly, Molly jumped off the bed and walked up to the bedroom door. She didn't scratch at it or look back at me like she wanted to go out. She just stared at the crack in the doorway, exactly the same as she did at the front door, like someone was out there. Her body was rigid, tail slightly puffed, ears perked forward in intense concentration. My heart immediately started racing. All the calm I'd managed to build instantly shattered. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I called her name in a shaky voice, but her focus was locked on the door. In movies, this is when the foolish protagonist calls out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But I knew better. If someone was out there, I didn't want them to know I was aware of their presence. I wanted the element of surprise, however slight. I muted the TV, plunging the room into near silence. Now all I could hear was the rain, my own shallow breathing, and the blood pounding in my ears. I strained to listen for any sound from the hallway. A footstep, a breath, the rustle of clothing. Nothing. But Molly remained fixated on the door, her attention unwavering. I got up from the bed and quietly walked over, careful to avoid the spots in the floor I knew would creak. The short distance from bed to door felt like miles, each step requiring enormous effort. When I reached the door, I stood beside Molly, who didn't acknowledge my presence. Then I leaned my ear against the door, holding my breath to better hear. I couldn't hear anything. The wood was thick, solid core, good for privacy, but now frustrating my attempts to detect what had Molly so alert. I then crouched down and peered under the crack between the floor. At first I saw nothing, just the darkness of the hallway beyond. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I made out something that shouldn't be there. Two shadows, darker than the surrounding darkness, perfectly still, perfectly positioned on either side of the door. My whole body aggressively shot back, a gasp escaping before I could stifle it. There was someone standing right outside the door, just a couple inches away. Not someone, two people. Two people standing silently outside my bedroom door in an isolated house during a storm. A bolt of terror shot through me, so intense I felt momentarily paralyzed. My eyes immediately looked at the doorknob. I had never even locked it. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Anyone could turn that knob and walk right in. I lunged forward, fingers fumbling with the lock. I snapped the lock down, and almost right away, the person on the other side ran away from the door. No pretense now. I could clearly hear rapid footsteps, not one person, but two, moving quickly down the hallway toward the stairs. They went downstairs, where I could no longer hear anything over the storm. I backed away from the door, retreating to the far corner of the room, pulling Molly with me. My phone. I needed my phone. It was still on the nightstand, seemingly miles away in my panic. I forced myself to move, keeping my eyes on the door as I sidled along the wall to the nightstand. My fingers closed around the phone, and I clutched it to my chest like a lifeline. Who to call? Police, obviously. But would they even come out here in this storm for what they might dismiss as an overactive imagination? Yes, they would. Because this wasn't imagination. Someone was in the house. Two someones. And they had been standing outside my door, silent, watching, waiting. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. 911. What's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, a stark contrast to my own panicked breathing. There's someone in the house, I whispered, afraid of being overheard even through the locked door. I'm staying at my friend's house, and there are people inside. They were outside my bedroom door just now. Are you safe at the moment? She asked. I locked the bedroom door, but I don't know if that will stop them. They ran downstairs when I locked it. I can't hear them anymore. What's the address? I gave her Rebecca's address, then clarified. It's the Cedar House, about half a mile down the dirt road. There are no neighbors nearby. Okay, I'm dispatching officers now, she said. Can you stay on the line with me until they arrive? Yes, I breathed, relief washing through me at the promise of help. How long will they take? Given the weather and your location, probably about 20 minutes. Do you have somewhere secure you can wait? Can you barricade the door? 20 minutes. It seemed like an eternity. I looked around the room, assessing. I'm in the bedroom with the door locked. I can push the dresser in front of it. That's good. Do that if you can do so quietly. Are you alone in the house except for the intruders? My friend's cat is with me. My friend is away for the weekend. As I spoke, I moved quietly to the heavy oak dresser and began to inch it toward the door. It was massive, solid wood, and even sliding it made more noise than I was comfortable with. Do you know how many intruders there are? Have you seen them? I think 2. I saw shadows under the door. 2 pairs of feet. They ran when I locked the door. Do you have any weapons in the room with you? I looked around wildly. No. Wait, there's a heavy lamp. And scissors on the desk. Those will work. Stay away from the door and windows. Find a place out of sight where you can wait. As I grabbed the scissors from Rebecca's desk, a new sound reached my ears, a creaking on the stairs. They were coming back up. They're coming back, I whispered, fear making my voice shake. I can hear them on the stairs. Stay calm, the dispatcher said, though I detected a new urgency in her tone. Officers are en route. Make sure your door is secure and stay quiet. I finished pushing the dresser against the door, creating a barricade that would at least slow them down. Then, I retreated to the attached bathroom, scissors clutched in one hand, phone in the other. Molly followed me, her body low to the ground, tail thrashing with agitation. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, then moved slowly down the hallway, not trying to be silent anymore. They wanted me to hear them coming. A psychological tactic to increase my fear. It was working. They stopped outside the bedroom door. I held my breath, straining to hear over the storm and my pounding heart. A soft knock on the door made me flinch. We know you're in there. A man's voice, the same one from the answering machine, soft, almost gentle, but with an undercurrent that sent ice through my veins. We just want to talk to Rebecca. Is she in there with you? I said nothing, pressing the phone tighter to my ear. The dispatcher had gone quiet too, probably recording everything. We've been watching this house, the voice continued. We know Rebecca lives here. We need to speak with her. It's important. Still, I remained silent. The doorknob rattled, tested. The police are on their way, I finally called out, trying to make my voice sound strong and confident. You should leave now before they get here. A pause, then a different voice, also male but harsher, with a rasp like sandpaper. She's lying. There's no way she called police. Phones don't work out here during storms. I'm on the phone with them right now, I said. They've got the address, and they're coming. Last chance to leave. Another pause. longer this time. I could imagine them conferring in whispers, debating whether to believe me. The doorknob rattled again, harder this time, the door shaking in its frame. "She's locked it," the first voice said. "Break it down," said the second. My heart nearly stopped. The dresser would slow them, but if they were determined enough, they could get through. I looked around the bathroom for additional barriers but found nothing substantial. A heavy thud against the door, the sound of wood groaning. Another thud. The dresser scraped an inch across the floor. "Officers are 10 minutes out," the dispatcher said in my ear. "Is there a window in the room you can escape through?" I glanced at the bedroom window. Second story with no convenient tree or trellis nearby. "It's too high," I whispered. "And I don't want to leave Molly." Another crash against the door. The dresser moved another few inches. "We just want to talk," called the gentle voice, though his actions belied his words. "Rebecca has something that belongs to us. We need it back." What could Rebecca possibly have that would drive these men to break into her house during a storm? To stalk her, call her, and now try to break down her door? Whatever it was, I was certain talking wasn't their only intention. The storm chose that moment to intensify, a tremendous crash of thunder shaking the house. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. I bit back a scream as darkness enveloped me. "The power's out," I whispered into the phone, my voice trembling. "I can't see anything." "Stay where you are," the dispatcher advised. "Officers are still coming. They have your location." In the darkness, the sounds from the hallway seemed magnified. Another thud against the door, the dresser sliding further. The crack between door and frame widened slightly. I could see it even in the gloom, a sliver of deeper darkness. "We're coming in," said the harsh voice. "One way or another." I retreated further into the bathroom, closing that door and locking it as well. 2 barriers now between me and them. But in the pitch blackness, with only the occasional flash of lightning from the small bathroom window for illumination, I felt more vulnerable than ever. A splintering crack from the bedroom, followed by the sound of furniture scraping across the floor. They'd broken through the first door. They were in the bedroom now. "They're in," I whispered to the dispatcher. "They've broken through the bedroom door." "Officers are 5 minutes out," she assured me. "Stay hidden, stay quiet." Footsteps in the bedroom, moving around. The sound of drawers being opened, closet doors sliding. They were searching for something. "Where is it?" the harsh voice demanded. "Where would she keep it?" "Check her desk," the softer voice suggested. "People keep important things in desks." More rummaging sounds. I pressed myself against the bathroom wall, as far from the door as possible. Molly was silent beside me, her body tense, eyes reflecting the occasional flash of lightning. "Nothing here," said harsh voice. "Wait, is that another door? She's in there." Footsteps approached the bathroom door. The handle turned, met resistance from the lock. "Come out," called soft voice. "We won't hurt you. We just need information." I said nothing, clutching the scissors tighter. "Break it," said harsh voice. Another splintering crash as they threw themselves against the bathroom door. It was not as sturdy as the bedroom door had been. It wouldn't hold them for long. "Officers are pulling up to the property now," the dispatcher told me. "They'll be inside shortly. Announce yourself when they call out so they know you're not the intruder." Relief flooded through me. Help was here. If I could just hold out a little longer. Another crash against the bathroom door, the frame beginning to splinter. One more hit would do it. But before that hit came, a new sound cut through the storm. Sirens, faint but growing louder. The men in the bedroom fell silent. "Cops," hissed harsh voice. "You said they wouldn't come. We need to go. Now." Soft voice was no longer gentle. There was genuine fear in his tone. Rapid footsteps retreated from the bathroom door, across the bedroom, into the hallway. Running now, down the stairs. I heard the distant sound of the front door opening, then slamming shut. "I think they're leaving," I whispered into the phone. "I hear sirens. Stay where you are until officers clear the house," the dispatcher instructed. "They'll call out to you when it's safe." I sank to the floor, the adrenaline that had kept me upright suddenly ebbing away. Molly pressed against me, her warm body a small comfort in the darkness. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but for the first time in hours, it wasn't the most terrifying thing in my world. Police. Is anyone in the house? The shout came from downstairs, official and authoritative, cutting through the sounds of the storm. Relief washed through me like a physical wave. I'm upstairs, I called back, my voice cracking. In the bathroom, the intruders ran out. Heavy footsteps on the stairs, flashlight beams bouncing off the walls as the officers made their way up. I stayed where I was, still clutching the scissors, until a beam of light shone under the bathroom door. Ma'am, this is Officer Reeves with the County Sheriff's Department. Are you alone in there? Yes, just me and my friend's cat. The door's locked, but the men broke the bedroom door to get in. Okay, I need you to unlock the bathroom door slowly. My partner and I have cleared the rest of the house. The intruders are gone. With trembling fingers, I unlocked the bathroom door and pushed it open. 2 officers stood in the bedroom, flashlights illuminating their uniforms and badges. One was a tall man with a weathered face, the other a woman with short blonde hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. Are you hurt, ma'am? The female officer asked, shining her light over me, checking for injuries. No, I'm okay. They didn't get through the bathroom door before they heard your sirens and ran. You did the right thing barricading yourself in and calling us, Officer Reeves said, holstering his weapon. We've got additional units searching the area, but in this storm, he shook his head, visibility is near zero out there. I followed them downstairs, Molly trailing behind us. In the beam of their flashlights, I could see the damage to the house. The bedroom door hanging from one hinge, the dresser shoved aside, drawers from Rebecca's desk pulled out, and their contents scattered across the floor. Can you tell us what happened? The female officer asked once we were seated in the living room. Their flashlights provided pools of light in the darkness, the power still out from the storm. I called 911, then called my friend. By the time cops got there, the house was empty and nobody was around. With all the information, it seemed that the intruder was likely a stalker, probably the same one who kept calling. So they tried to trace the phone number, but had no luck. You said there were 2 men? Officer Reeves asked, taking notes in a small pad. Yes, I heard 2 distinct voices, and I saw 2 shadows under the door. And they were specifically looking for your friend, Rebecca? Yes, they kept saying her name, asking if she was here. One of them said she had something that belonged to them. The officers exchanged a glance. Did they specify what they were looking for? The female officer asked. No, they just said it. They searched her desk, like they thought whatever it was might be there. And your friend is away for the weekend? Yes, with her family. I've been trying to reach her, but she hasn't responded yet. Officer Reeves nodded. Cell reception out here is always bad, especially during storms. We'll need to get in touch with her as soon as possible. There's a chance she knows these individuals or why they might be targeting her. We'll need to take your statement formally, the female officer added. And we'll want to dust for prints, though they may have been wearing gloves. Most home invaders do these days. It was pretty much left at that. The officers took my formal statement, photographed the damage to the doors, and dusted for fingerprints as best they could given the power outage. They found none, confirming that the intruders had indeed worn gloves. 2 more officers arrived to help search the property, but the storm made it impossible to track the men or find any vehicle they might have used. They promised to increase patrols in the area and left an officer stationed at the house for the remainder of the night, a kindness I deeply appreciated. I feel bad for my friend because whoever those men were, they were definitely stalking her and not me. I don't know if it was just a coincidence that they showed up during the weekend she was gone, or if they were trying to break into what they thought would be an empty home. After all, I never answered the phone, so they probably were confident the house was empty. Finally, around 3 a.m, Rebecca called me back. The relief in hearing her voice was overwhelming. "Oh my God, are you okay?" she asked, panic evident in her tone. "The police called my parents' house. They said there was a break-in?" "I'm fine," I assured her. Scared, but fine. "Rebecca, do you know who might have done this? They were looking for you specifically. They said you had something that belonged to them." A long pause on the line. "I have no idea," she finally said, but there was something in her voice, hesitation, fear perhaps, that made me wonder if she was being entirely truthful. They called multiple times before they came, I pressed. Just saying your name or breathing. They've been watching your house. The police think it might be a stalker. Another pause. Listen, she said, her voice lower now. I'll be home tomorrow, first thing. Don't look through my things, okay? Just leave everything as it is. The request struck me as odd. The police already went through everything looking for evidence. Of course, that's fine, I'll explain everything when I get home. I'm so sorry you went through this because of me. We said our goodbyes, and I sat on the couch, Molly curled in my lap. The officer stationed outside in his car. The power had come back on, but I left only a single lamp lit, somehow more comfortable in the semi-darkness, now that I knew I was protected. Maybe they were planning to wait and catch her off guard when she eventually got back from vacation. We never found out who they were or what they were doing. The police investigation continued, but without fingerprints or clear descriptions, there wasn't much to go on. The phone number they'd called from was untraceable, a burner phone, the police suspected. Rebecca returned the next day as promised. She was shaken when she saw the damage to her home, but there was something else in her expression as she surveyed her ransacked desk, recognition perhaps, or resignation. Do you know what they were looking for? I asked her directly. She avoided my eyes. I might have an idea. It's complicated. Legal stuff from work. Nothing dangerous. But the way she said it, the way she immediately began going through her desk drawers with trembling hands, told me there was more to the story than she was sharing. I left later that day, our weekend visit cut short by the break-in. Rebecca thanked me for protecting her home, her cat, for being brave in the face of danger. She promised to install a security system, to be more careful. As I drove home, the storm finally clearing to reveal patches of blue sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that Rebecca was hiding something significant. Something that had brought those men to her home. Men desperate enough to break in during a severe storm, to stalk her from the shadows. I never stayed at Rebecca's isolated woodland home again. Our friendship cooled in the months that followed, her withdrawal subtle but undeniable. Sometimes I wonder about those men, if they ever came back, if they ever found what they were looking for. And sometimes, during storms, when the rain beats against my windows and thunder shakes the night, I find myself checking the peephole, listening for breathing on my answering machine, watching for shadows under the door. Because the most terrifying truth I learned that weekend wasn't that strangers might break into your home. It was that the people you trust might be the ones who put you in danger in the first place. This was in mid-November of last year, the kind of November where darkness comes too early, and the chill in the air carries whispers of the approaching winter. I remember the exact moment my life began to unravel, sitting in a sterile conference room, the fluorescent lights humming overhead as my manager avoided eye contact. "I'm sorry, but we're implementing company-wide budget cuts," he said, sliding a manila folder across the polished table. "Your position has been eliminated." The words hit me like a physical blow. 5 years at Meridian Marketing, gone in a 10-minute meeting. I cleaned out my desk while former colleagues cast sympathetic glances my way. Some promised to keep in touch. None of them did. Driving home that afternoon, the world looked different, sharper, and more threatening. My apartment, a modest one-bedroom in the Westridge complex, had always felt like a sanctuary. That day it felt like a prison cell where I'd served my sentence of unemployment. I had some money saved, enough for 3 months if I was careful. The first week passed in a blur of denial and Netflix. By the second week, panic set in. I established a routine. Wake up at 7 a.m., shower, dress as if going to work, and spend 8 hours hunting for jobs online. LinkedIn, Indeed, ZipRecruiter. I created accounts on them all. The silence was deafening. My inbox remained stubbornly empty of interview requests. Each night, I'd lie awake calculating how many days of rent and groceries remained in my dwindling bank account. By week 3, desperation had become my constant companion. I began applying to positions I was overqualified for. willing to take a significant pay cut just to stop the financial bleeding. Still nothing. The apartment started feeling different at night. Every creak of the building settling made me jump. Living alone had never bothered me before, but now the emptiness felt oppressive. I began leaving the TV on while I slept, needing the illusion of company. My neighbor, Mrs. Calloway, noticed the change in me during a chance encounter at the mailboxes. "You don't look well, dear," she said, her arthritic hand resting briefly on my arm. "Is everything all right?" I gave her the sanitized version. She nodded sympathetically and recommended her nephew's construction company. I thanked her and added it to my list of last resorts. Back in my apartment, I stared at my laptop screen until my vision blurred. The rejection emails had started arriving now, form letters expressing appreciation for my interest, but regretfully informing me that other candidates better matched their needs. That's when I decided to expand my search. I discovered job boards I'd never heard of before, sites with bare-bones interfaces and questionable security certificates. One called Job Match Pro caught my attention. The listings seemed legitimate, if oddly specific. I uploaded my resume and applied to 17 positions in one fevered session. For the first time in weeks, hope flickered. That night, I slept dreamlessly, unaware that I had just set something terrible in motion, that I had just invited darkness into my life. The email arrived at 3:47 p.m., nearly 3 weeks after my layoff. I had just finished my 4th cup of coffee, eyes burning from staring at job listings. The notification sound made my heart jump. Subject, interview request. Sales position at NextCore Solutions. I clicked it open immediately, scanning the contents with desperate hope. Dear applicant, I was impressed by your resume and experience. We're looking for someone with your qualifications to join our sales team at NextCore Solutions. Our schedule is extremely tight due to end-of-quarter needs, but I'd like to meet with you tonight if possible. I understand this is short notice, but we need to fill this position immediately. The compensation package is substantial, details attached, and I believe you would be an excellent fit for our team. Please confirm if you're available tonight at 7:30 p.m. Regards, Zach Mercer, Regional Sales Manager, NextCore Solutions. I opened the attachment. The salary was nearly 30% higher than my previous job. My hands trembled as I composed my reply, trying not to sound as desperate as I felt. I hesitated briefly before hitting send. The short notice was unusual. Why tonight? Why so urgent? But the prospect of ending my unemployment nightmare overrode my concerns. I convinced myself that showing flexibility would demonstrate my eagerness and commitment. Zach's response came minutes later, with an address and a confirmation of the time. The location wasn't familiar to me, but Google Maps showed it was about 20 minutes away, in an area with several office parks. I spent the next 2 hours preparing. I rehearsed answers to potential interview questions in the shower. I selected my navy suit, the one that had landed me my previous job. I polished my shoes until I could see my reflection in them. As I knotted my tie, I noticed my hands were steadier than they had been in weeks. The opportunity had energized me, pushing away the cloud of depression that had been my constant companion. I tried researching NextCore Solutions while eating a quick sandwich, but found surprisingly little information. Their website was basic, just a landing page with stock photos of smiling professionals and vague descriptions of business solutions. No employee profiles, no client testimonials. I dismissed my unease as paranoia born from weeks of rejection. The sun was setting as I left my apartment. November darkness fell quickly, and a fog had started to roll in, diffusing the streetlights into hazy orbs. I felt a strange sense of foreboding as I started my car, but pushed it away. This was my chance to get back on track. As I drove, I rehearsed my elevator pitch once more. I'm a results-driven professional with 5 years of experience in competitive markets. The words felt hollow, but they were the currency of the professional world. I had to play the game. The GPS directed me away from the main commercial district toward an area I wasn't familiar with. The buildings became more spread out, the streetlights fewer. I checked the address again, wondering if I had made a mistake. The interview was scheduled for 7:30 p.m. I arrived at 7:15, pulling into the empty parking lot of a small, nondescript building. The structure sat alone, separated from other buildings by a stretch of unkempt lawn. No sign indicated what business operated there. Just a street number affixed to the brick facade. All the windows were dark. No cars were visible except mine. I double-checked the address against Zach's email. They matched. Something cold and heavy settled in my stomach as I turned off the engine. The silence was absolute. No traffic noise, no distant conversations, just the tick of my cooling engine and my own increasingly rapid breathing. This wasn't right. This wasn't how a legitimate business operated. I reached for my phone. The phone rang 5 times before going to voicemail. "You've reached Zach Mercer. Please leave a message." His voice sounded different than I had imagined, higher, with a peculiar cadence that made my skin crawl. I hung up without leaving a message and tried again. Same result. I checked the time. 7:25 p.m. My interview was supposed to start in 5 minutes. Through my windshield, the building remained dark and silent, a black void against the night sky. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I left my car, the dome light briefly illuminating the parking lot before plunging it back into darkness. The asphalt was cracked, with weeds pushing through like fingers, reaching for the surface. My dress shoes clicked loudly as I approached the entrance, each step echoing in the empty lot. The front door was solid metal, with a small, wire-reinforced window. I cupped my hands around my eyes and peered inside. The interior was pitch black, but I could make out the vague shapes of what might have been a reception area. An abandoned desk, a few chairs, no signs of recent occupation. I tried the door handle. It was locked. Walking around the perimeter, I checked each window. All dark, all showing empty rooms. The building appeared to have been vacant for months, maybe years. My phone rang suddenly, the sound so unexpected in the silence that I nearly dropped it. Unknown number. "Hello," I answered, my voice tight. "Is this the applicant for the next core position?" The voice was male, smooth and professional. "Yes, this is me. Is this Zach?" "Yes, it is. I apologize for the confusion. There's been a last-minute change of venue. We've moved the interview to our main office downtown. Can you make it there in 30 minutes? Something in his tone made my blood run cold. The words were reasonable, but the delivery was wrong. Too rehearsed, too controlled. "I've been trying to call you," I said, stalling. "Reception is poor at my current location," he replied smoothly. "Are you still interested in the position?" I looked back at the abandoned building, then at the empty parking lot surrounding me. Why would a legitimate business direct me to an abandoned building? Why change the venue at the last minute? "I think there's been a misunderstanding," I said carefully. "I'm going to have to reschedule." A pause, then, "That would be unfortunate. This opportunity won't be available tomorrow." The pressure tactic was the final red flag. "I understand. Thank you for your consideration." I ended the call and practically ran back to my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The building stood silent and dark, giving away none of its secrets. On the drive home, my phone rang twice more from the same unknown number. I didn't answer. The familiar streets of my neighborhood had never looked so welcoming. I parked and hurried to my apartment, double-checking that I locked the door behind me. Inside, I loosened my tie and collapsed onto the couch, adrenaline still coursing through my system. What had just happened? Was it an elaborate scam? A setup for a robbery? I couldn't make sense of it. I pulled out my laptop and searched more thoroughly for information about NextCore solutions. Nothing substantial came up, just a handful of generic business directory listings with the same vague description from their website. Next, I searched for Zach Mercer. Again, nothing that matched the person who had contacted me. I checked the email address he had used, zmercernextcoresolutions.com. The domain had been registered just 3 weeks ago. My apartment suddenly felt less safe. I checked the locks again and drew the blinds. For the first time since moving in, I wedged a chair under my front doorknob. I poured myself a beer and turned on the TV, needing the familiar noise to drown out my thoughts. The evening news was covering a series of home invasions in a neighboring county. I quickly changed the channel. Hours passed. The beer helped calm my nerves, but didn't erase the nagging feeling that something was deeply wrong. Around 9:30 p.m., I heard it for the first time, a faint creaking sound from upstairs. At first I dismissed the sound. Old buildings make noise, pipes expanding and contracting, wood settling, air moving through ducts. This particular apartment complex had been built in the 1980s and had its share of quirks. But as I sat there, the creaking came again. More deliberate this time, more focused. Not the random groans of an aging structure, but something else, something with rhythm and purpose. I muted the TV and listened. For nearly a minute, there was nothing. Then it came again, a slow, careful creak, as if someone was trying to distribute their weight to minimize noise. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. If someone was up there, I just confirmed I was home. Silence answered me. I considered my options. Call the police? What would I tell them? That my ceiling was making noise? They'd laugh me off the line, leave the apartment, and go where exactly? I convinced myself it was nothing, just nerves after a stressful evening. I finished my beer and opened another, hoping the alcohol would dull my hypervigilance. It didn't. Every few minutes, another creak would sound from upstairs. Each time I would freeze, straining to interpret the noise, trying to distinguish between normal house sounds and something more sinister. I checked the time, 10:15 p.m. Despite my anxiety, exhaustion was setting in. The adrenaline crash from the earlier incident, combined with weeks of stress and poor sleep, was taking its toll. "Screw it," I muttered to myself, shutting off the TV. If someone wanted to break in, they wouldn't be upstairs making noise for hours. They would have made their move already. I turned off the downstairs lights and climbed the stairs to my bedroom, each step feeling heavier than the last. My bedroom was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Bed unmade, closet door closed. Yesterday's clothes draped over the reading chair. I changed into a t-shirt and shorts, brushed my teeth, and collapsed into bed. Despite my exhaustion, sleep didn't come easily. I lay there, listening to the silence, my mind replaying the events of the evening, the abandoned building, the strange phone call, the change of venue. Eventually, my thoughts grew disjointed. My consciousness began to fade. The last thing I remember was the digital clock on my nightstand reading 11:47 p.m. Then, suddenly, I was awake. The room was pitch black. Disoriented, I couldn't immediately recall what had awakened me. My heart was racing, adrenaline flooding my system before my conscious mind understood why. Then I heard it, the same creaking sound, but much closer now. Inside my bedroom, I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, my eyes straining to adjust to the darkness. The sound came again, the subtle shift of weight on the floorboards. Not from upstairs, from the corner of my own room. My eyes finally began to discern shapes in the darkness. The dresser, the reading chair, the closed bathroom door, the closet. As I watched, frozen in terror, the sliding closet door moved. Just an inch at first, then another. The gap widened with excruciating slowness. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My body refused to respond to my brain's frantic commands to run, to scream, to do something. From the widening gap, a figure began to emerge. First a hand, pale and grimy, curling around the edge of the door. Then an arm, clothed in dark fabric. The movement was calculated, almost mechanical, as if the person had practiced this moment countless times. My paralysis broke when a face appeared in the gap. Even in the darkness, I could see the eyes, wide and unblinking, fixed on me with terrible intensity. They reflected what little light was in the room, giving them an inhuman gleam. I lunged for my phone on the nightstand, nearly knocking it to the floor. The figure made no move to stop me or to flee. It simply stood there, half emerged from the closet, watching. My fingers, slick with sweat, fumbled with the screen. I managed to dial 911. As I scrambled out of bed, keeping as much distance as possible between myself and the intruder. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional. There's someone in my house, I gasped, backing toward the bedroom door. He was hiding in my closet. I need help now. I gave my address, my voice shaking uncontrollably. The figure still hadn't moved. Its stillness was somehow more terrifying than if it had rushed me. Sir, I've dispatched officers to your location, the dispatcher said. Are you in a safe place? No, I replied, reaching behind me for the doorknob. I'm still in the bedroom with him. Can you safely leave the residence? I'm trying. I found the doorknob and turned it, never taking my eyes off the intruder. As I pulled the door open, the figure finally moved. It was subtle, just a slight tilt of the head, as if curious about what I would do next. I backed into the hallway, then turned and ran down the stairs, taking them two at a time. I heard no pursuit, no footsteps behind me, just silence. The dispatcher's voice continued from my phone. "Sir, are you still there? Are you safe?" "I'm leaving the house now," I said, fumbling with the front door lock. "He's still upstairs." I burst outside into the cool night air, gasping as if I'd been underwater. The street was quiet, houses dark except for a few porch lights. I ran to the curb and looked back at my apartment. No lights had come on. No figure appeared at the windows. The place looked exactly as it always did from the outside. "Officers are 3 minutes out," the dispatcher said. "Stay on the line with me." Those 3 minutes were the longest of my life. I stood under a streetlight, shivering in my sleeping clothes, watching my apartment for any sign of movement. None came. Finally, the flashing lights of 2 police cruisers appeared at the end of the street. They pulled up to my curb, and 4 officers emerged, hands on their weapons. I directed them to my apartment and explained the situation. 2 officers entered with flashlights and drawn weapons, while the other 2 stayed with me. "How long have you lived here?" one officer asked, his expression professionally neutral. "Almost 3 years," I replied, my teeth chattering from cold and fear. "Any recent disputes with anyone? Ex-girlfriend, neighbor, co-worker?" I shook my head. "No, nothing like that." The officer's radio crackled. "Upper floor clear, checking closets and bathroom." Minutes passed. The radio crackled again. "We've got something. Bedroom closet." The officer beside me spoke into his shoulder mic. "Suspect in custody?" "Affirmative. Male subject, non-resistant. Bringing him out now." We watched as the front door opened. 2 officers emerged, flanking a thin man whose hands were cuffed behind his back. Even from a distance, I could see what the police flashlights revealed: lank, greasy hair hanging over a gaunt face, filthy clothes that hung from his frame, and those eyes, wide, unblinking, now darting around like those of a cornered animal. As they led him to the patrol car, he passed under a streetlight. The sight made my stomach turn. His skin had an unhealthy pallor, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in months. Dark circles ringed his eyes. His lips were cracked and bleeding. But what struck me most was his expression. Not anger, not fear, but a strange, detached curiosity. He stared at me as they put him in the back of the cruiser, his head tilting slightly in that same unsettling manner I'd seen upstairs. He never said a word. The next few hours passed in a blur. I gave my statement to the police, describing the fake job listing, the suspicious interview location, and the discovery of the intruder. They took notes and asked clarifying questions, their expressions growing more concerned as my story unfolded. "You'll need to come to the station tomorrow to give a formal statement," one officer explained. "We'll need access to those emails, too." They advised me not to stay in the apartment that night. I called the only person I could think of, my sister, who lived 40 minutes away. She agreed to come get me immediately. Before leaving, I asked what they had found in my closet. "You don't want to know," the officer said gravely. Then, seeing my expression, he relented. He had a backpack with zip ties, duct tape, a hunting knife, and several syringes filled with what we presume is a sedative. Also, a camera and some other electronic equipment were still cataloging. I felt physically ill. Was he planning to? "We don't know his intentions yet," the officer interrupted. "He hasn't spoken a word since we found him. But whatever he was planning, it wasn't good." My sister arrived shortly after, her face pale with worry. She hugged me tightly, then insisted I pack enough clothes for at least a week. "You're staying with us until this is sorted out," she said firmly. "No arguments." I didn't have the energy to protest. As we drove away, I looked back at my apartment, the place I had called home for years, now transformed into something sinister and threatening. Sleep was impossible that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the closet door sliding open, saw those unblinking eyes staring at me from the darkness. The next morning, I went to the police station as requested. The detective assigned to my case A woman named Rodriguez, with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor, showed me what they had discovered. "His name is Derek Marshfield," she said, sliding a mugshot across the desk. It was him, the man from my closet, looking even more disturbing in harsh fluorescent light. "He's been on our radar for a while, but we never had enough to bring him in." "What do you mean?" I asked. 6 months ago, we got reports of someone using fake job listings to gather personal information," she explained. "Then, 3 months ago, a woman reported a break-in where nothing was taken, but she felt someone had been in her home. We found fingerprints that matched Marshfield's, but with no prior record, we couldn't identify him." She tapped her keyboard, bringing up another screen. "After we arrested him last night, we searched his residence. What we found was disturbing." She turned the monitor toward me. The screen showed photos of a small, squalid apartment. The walls were covered with papers, printouts of resumes, photos of people entering and leaving buildings, schedules meticulously documented. "He created hundreds of fake job listings across dozens of websites," Rodriguez continued. "He collected resumes, analyzed patterns of behavior, selected targets based on criteria we're still trying to understand." "Targets for what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. "That's where it gets complicated. He doesn't appear to have stolen anything from his previous victims. Nothing sexual either. As far as we can tell, he would break into homes while people were out, hide somewhere inside, and watch them, sometimes for hours, sometimes all night." A chill ran through me. "Why?" He still isn't talking. The psychologist who evaluated him this morning thinks it might be a form of obsessive voyeurism combined with severe social detachment. He wants to observe people in their private moments, but is incapable of normal human interaction. "How many others were there, before me?" Rodriguez hesitated. "We've confirmed 17 intrusions over the past year based on evidence in his apartment. We're still identifying and contacting potential victims." The number hit me like a physical blow. 17 homes. 17 people who had no idea a stranger had been lurking in their closets, under their beds, in their attics. "There's something else," Rodriguez said, her voice softening slightly. "When we searched his backpack, we found a folder with your name on it. Inside was every piece of information he could gather about you. Your previous employment, your daily schedule, photos of you entering and leaving your apartment. And there was a detailed floor plan of your home, noting optimal hiding spots and escape routes." My mouth went dry. "How would he know the layout of my apartment?" "We believe this wasn't his first visit to your home," she said gently. "Based on the documentation we found, he may have entered your apartment at least twice before while you were out. He was studying you." The revelation left me reeling. All those weeks I'd been alone, desperately searching for a job, he had been watching me, learning my habits, preparing for last night. The days that followed were a nightmare of anxiety and insomnia. I stayed with my sister for 2 weeks, unable to face returning to my apartment. When I finally did go back, accompanied by my sister's husband, everything looked different to me. The closets, the spaces under furniture, the dark corners, all potential hiding places for watching eyes. I broke my lease the following week and moved to a new apartment in a secure building with 24-hour surveillance. I found a new job through a personal connection, never again trusting online listings from sites I didn't recognize. Derek Marshfield was eventually charged with multiple counts of breaking and entering, stalking, and possession of illegal substances. The court ordered a psychiatric evaluation, which determined he was competent to stand trial, but suffering from several severe personality disorders. Throughout the legal proceedings, he never spoke a word about his motives, never explained what he intended to do in those homes, what satisfaction he derived from watching strangers in their most vulnerable moments. That's the question that still haunts me even now. What was he planning to do that night? What would have happened if I hadn't woken up? If I hadn't seen the closet door moving? If I hadn't called 911? I'll never know the answer. And in my darkest moments, I'm grateful for that ignorance. Sometimes at night I still hear creaking sounds in my new apartment. Normal sounds, building sounds. But each time I get up and check every closet, look under every piece of furniture, inspect every possible hiding place. Because now I know that monsters are real. They don't have fangs or claws. They have patient eyes and silent footsteps. They learn your patterns and wait for their moment. And sometimes they slide open your closet door while you're sleeping and watch. I live in the middle of nowhere. It's flat, barren farmland, for miles in all directions. There's a main highway that's not too far from me, but that's about the only paved road around here. Everything else is dirt, or if you're lucky, gravel. Nearest town is 20 minutes away, and it isn't really much of a town. Anyway, I'm 44 and retired, so I spend most of my days at home. Most people don't understand how I could retire so young. The truth is both simple and complicated. I worked in tech for 20 years, riding the wave of a startup that actually made it. When we sold, I walked away with enough to never work again if I lived modestly. 6 months later, a car accident left me with a titanium rod in my leg and chronic pain that made office life unbearable. The settlement from that just padded my nest egg further, so here I am. Young enough to have energy, old enough to feel forgotten by the world, and damaged enough to prefer it that way. My house sits on 40 acres of land that used to be a farm before the soil gave out. I bought it for practically nothing 5 years ago. The previous owners had given up trying to grow anything but debt. The 2-story farmhouse is over a century old, with wooden siding painted a faded blue and a metal roof that amplifies every raindrop into a symphony of tin percussion. It's solid, though, built by people who knew winters out here could kill you if your walls weren't thick enough. This morning, I woke to the sound of rain, which had been falling steadily for a week. The fields surrounding my property had turned into shallow lakes, reflecting the gray sky like dirty mirrors. Inside, the house creaked and settled, speaking its own language of aged wood and rusty pipes. I made coffee in the kitchen while staring out at the muddy expanse that was my front yard. My morning routine never varies much. Coffee, news on the tablet, stretching exercises for my bad leg, more coffee. By noon, the walls were closing in. Cabin fever is real when you live alone in 2,400 square feet of creaking floorboards and empty rooms. I grabbed my cigarettes and headed to the covered front porch, easing myself into the old rocking chair that had come with the place. The rain created a curtain at the edge of the roof, and I watched it fall while smoke curled from my lips into the damp air. That's when I noticed movement on the horizon. At first, it was just a dark spot against the gray backdrop, barely distinguishable through the sheets of rain. But as I squinted, the spot grew larger, taking form. Someone was coming down the long dirt road that led to my house, my private road that stretched nearly a half-mile from the county access road. The isolation out here is complete. No one just passes by. My nearest neighbor is 2 miles away, an elderly farmer named Harris, who I see maybe twice a year. The mail carrier only comes to the box at the end of my drive, never all the way to the house. Pizza delivery won't even come out this far. So the sight of someone deliberately approaching my home sent an instinctive unease crawling up my spine. I leaned forward, my cigarette forgotten between my fingers as I made out the distinctive shape of a motorcycle, some kind of ADV or dirt bike, kicking up rooster tails of muddy water as it powered down my driveway. The rider was hunched forward against the rain, faceless behind a full helmet, the bike weaving slightly on the slick surface. "What the hell?" I muttered, rising from the rocking chair. In this weather, on these roads, somebody on a motorcycle could only be here for one reason. They were coming specifically to my house, but I wasn't expecting anyone. Not today, not ever really. The rider kept coming, the engine's whine growing louder as they approached. I felt the first flutter of real apprehension. Out here, I was on my own. Police response time was measured in quarters of hours, not minutes. I stepped back slightly, keeping to the shadows of the porch. The motorcycle slowed as it approached my yard, then came to a complete stop near my detached garage about 50 feet from the house. The rider didn't dismount. They just sat there, the engine idling, water streaming off their dark clothing. Their helmet turned slowly, scanning the property until the faceless visor locked onto me. We stared at each other across the rain-soaked yard. 10 seconds. 20. The moment stretched like taffy, pulling my nerves taut along with it. I couldn't see their face, couldn't read any intention. They were just a dark shape, watching me from my own driveway. Then, without warning or acknowledgement, they revved the engine, executed a tight turn, and rode back the way they'd come. Within minutes, they had disappeared into the gray distance, swallowed by rain and fog. I stood frozen on the porch long after they'd gone, my cigarette burned down to the filter, unsmoked. What had just happened? Who comes all this way in a downpour just to look at someone and leave? The incident left me unsettled for reasons I couldn't articulate. Nothing had actually happened. Maybe they were lost. Maybe they realized they had the wrong address. Maybe it was someone casing rural properties for a future burglary. That last thought stayed with me as I went back inside, locking the door behind me, something I rarely bothered to do during the day. I tried to shake off the unease as I went about my afternoon. I called my brother Mark, who lives in Chicago, and we talked about nothing important for an hour. He asked about the weather, mentioned his kids' latest accomplishments, complained about work. I didn't tell him about the motorcycle visitor. It would sound like nothing when described, and Mark already worried about me wasting away out here by myself. After our call, I dozed on the couch, the steady drum of rain on the roof lulling me into a fitful sleep. In my dreams, a figure in black circled my house, peering through windows, testing locks, always just out of clear sight. I woke with a start as thunder cracked overhead, loud enough to rattle the windows. Outside, the day had darkened prematurely. My watch showed 7:45 p.m. I'd slept longer than intended, and the storm had intensified while I was unconscious. Lightning flashed, illuminating the living room in stark white for a split second, before plunging it back into shadow. The rain no longer fell. It attacked, pounding against the house like it wanted in. Wind howled through the eaves, finding every loose board and ill-fitted window to whistle through. I made my way to the kitchen, flipping on lights as I went. The old house seemed to groan under the assault of the elements. I put on another pot of coffee, knowing sleep would be difficult with the storm raging. As I waited for it to brew, I gazed out the kitchen window into the impenetrable darkness of my backyard. Another flash of lightning, and I jerked back involuntarily. For a split second, I thought I'd seen a figure standing in the yard, but the darkness returned too quickly to be sure, and I laughed nervously at my own jumpiness. Get it together, I muttered to myself. One random visitor, and you're seeing Boogeyman. The coffee finished brewing, and I poured a cup, adding a splash of whiskey for good measure. The warm liquid and alcohol helped steady my nerves as I settled into my armchair in the living room, turning on the TV for company more than entertainment. That's when I heard it, almost imperceptible beneath the cacophony of the storm, but unmistakable to my ears. The distinctive sound of a motorcycle engine approaching through the darkness. The sound of the engine grew louder, confirming I hadn't imagined it. My body tensed instinctively as I set my coffee down and moved to the front window. Peering through a gap in the curtains, I could just make out a single headlight cutting through the rain and fog, moving steadily down my driveway. The same visitor from this afternoon? It had to be. No one else would be out here, especially not in this weather, especially not at night. The coincidence was too great. This was deliberate. My mouth went dry as I watched the approaching light. What kind of person goes motorcycle riding in a thunderstorm after dark? What kind of person returns to a stranger's isolated home hours after an initial visit? Not someone with good intentions, that much was certain. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the scene outside. The motorcycle was halfway down my drive now, moving slower than it had been this afternoon, more deliberate. I could make out the rider's silhouette, hunched forward against the elements. Then something happened that sent ice through my veins. The headlight abruptly went dark. The rider had deliberately turned off their light, plunging themselves into the protective cover of darkness and rain. I pressed closer to the window, straining to see, but it was futile. Between the darkness, the rain, and the fog that had settled into the low areas of my property, visibility was reduced to near zero. I knew the rider was still out there, approaching my home under the cover of night and storm, but I could no longer track their progress. The vulnerability of my position hit me like a physical blow. I was alone in an old house with too many windows and doors, miles from help, being stalked by someone who had taken pains to become invisible. Minutes stretched by as I moved from window to window, searching the darkness. The storm raged on, providing the perfect audio cover for anyone trying to move around my property undetected. Every crash of thunder made me flinch, wondering if it was masking the sound of breaking glass or splintering wood. I tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was just some local kid playing a prank. Maybe they were seeking shelter from the storm. But the deliberate nature of it all, the return visit, the doused headlight, spoke of something more sinister. My house suddenly felt like a ship adrift in dangerous waters, vulnerable on all sides. I retreated to the living room, mind racing. Should I call the police and tell them what? That someone might be outside my house? They'd take forever to get here, and I'd feel foolish if it turned out to be nothing. But what if it wasn't nothing? A particularly violent gust of wind slammed against the house, and something banged loudly against the side of the building. I nearly jumped out of my skin before realizing it was probably just the shutter that had been coming loose for months. I needed to get a grip. I needed to be smart about this. First things first, I moved through the house methodically, checking that every door and window was locked. Most were, but I found the back door unlocked, which sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through me. Had I left it that way, or had someone already been inside? I threw the deadbolt with shaking hands. Once I'd secured the house as best I could, I retreated to the kitchen and poured myself another shot of whiskey, downing it in one burning gulp. The alcohol did little to calm my nerves, but it gave me something to do besides panic. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong to the storm, squelching footsteps moving through mud, outside the kitchen window. I froze, barely breathing, straining to hear over the rain and thunder. There it was again, the distinctive sound of boots pulling free from sucking mud, followed by the soft thud as they landed again. Someone was walking the perimeter of my house. My heart hammered against my ribs as I slowly backed away from the window. The footsteps continued their circuit, unhurried, deliberate. Whoever was out there wasn't trying to break in, at least not yet. They were studying the house, looking for weaknesses, or perhaps just enjoying the psychological torture of letting me know they were there. Another crash of thunder, and in the momentary silence that followed, I heard something new. A soft scraping against the siding of the house. Was someone trying to pry open a window? Or were they leaving some kind of mark? I needed to see who was out there. I needed some kind of advantage. Moving as quietly as possible, I crept to the hallway closet and retrieved my shotgun from the locked case I kept there. It was a Remington 870, nothing fancy, but reliable. I kept it for hunting and home defense, though I'd never imagined I'd actually need to use it for the latter. My hands trembled slightly as I loaded it, the click of shells sliding into place oddly reassuring. Armed, I felt marginally better, but I still needed information. Who was out there? What did they want? How many were there? I'd only seen one motorcycle, but that didn't mean there was only one person. I moved to the front of the house again, keeping away from windows but trying to get some view of the yard. Lightning flashed, and for a brief moment, the entire property was illuminated in harsh white light. I saw nothing. No motorcycle, no person. But I knew they were there. I could still hear the occasional footstep when the storm momentarily quieted. They were playing with me, moving when I couldn't see, freezing when lightning flashed. It was a calculated game of psychological warfare, and they were winning. Another sound reached me then, the soft creak of my back porch steps. Someone was coming closer to the house, testing entry points perhaps. My grip tightened on the shotgun as a fresh wave of fear washed over me. I had to do something. I couldn't just wait here in the dark, jumping at every sound, wondering when or if they would try to break in. I needed to take some control of the situation. That's when I remembered my truck. It was parked in the attached garage, accessible through a door in the laundry room. The truck had powerful fog lights mounted on the front, lights that could illuminate a significant portion of my property. If I could get to the truck and turn those lights on, I might be able to see who was stalking me. It was risky, Moving to the garage meant potentially making noise that would alert whoever was outside to my movements. It meant temporarily leaving the secure core of the house, but staying put, waiting in fear, seemed worse. Decision made, I moved carefully through the house toward the laundry room. Each step was measured, each floorboard tested before I put my full weight on it. I knew where every creaky spot was after 5 years in this house, but my usual routes were disrupted by my need to stay away from windows. The laundry room was dark when I entered it, the small window admitting almost no light from outside. I fumbled for the light switch, then thought better of it. A sudden light would be visible from outside, alerting my stalker to my location and intentions. Instead, I used the faint illumination from the hallway to find my way to the garage door. With the shotgun tucked under one arm, I grasped the knob and turned it slowly, cringing at the soft click as the latch released. The garage was pitch black and smelled of oil and damp concrete. I eased the door closed behind me before feeling my way toward where I knew my truck was parked. My hip bumped against a workbench, sending a tool clattering to the floor. I froze, listening intently, but the storm outside was too loud for anyone to have heard the noise. Reaching the truck, I carefully opened the driver's side door, trying to minimize the sound. The interior light came on automatically, and I quickly slid inside and closed the door, plunging myself back into darkness. The keys were where I always left them, in the center console. My plan was simple, but dangerous. I would start the truck, hit the garage door opener, pull out quickly into the yard, and turn on all the lights. It would expose me momentarily, but it would also flood the property with light, hopefully catching my stalker in the open. I took a deep breath, inserted the key, and turned the ignition. The truck's engine roared to life, sounding impossibly loud in the enclosed space. There was no going back now. I hit the garage door opener, and with agonizing slowness, the door began to rise. Rain and wind immediately gusted in, and I squinted through the windshield, trying to see if anyone was visible outside. As soon as the door was high enough, I put the truck in drive and rolled forward, emerging from the garage into the storm. Water instantly obscured the windshield before the wipers could clear it. I pulled far enough out to clear the garage, then spun the wheel, turning the truck to face the house. My hand found the light bar switch, and I flipped it on. Suddenly, the entire front of my property was bathed in brilliant white light, cutting through the rain and darkness like a scalpel. And there, caught in the unexpected glare, was a figure standing directly outside my living room window. The sight sent a bolt of pure terror through me. He was dressed all in black, rain streaming off a hooded jacket, and in his right hand was a hammer, raised as if he'd been about to smash the window. For a single frozen moment, our eyes met through the glass, his wide with surprise, mine with horror. Then he was running, sprinting away from the light and around the side of the house. I threw the truck into reverse, backing up to keep him illuminated, but he was fast and clearly knew the layout of my property. He disappeared around the back of the house. I hesitated only briefly before deciding to pursue. Keeping the truck between me and where I thought he might be, I drove around to the back of the house, lights sweeping across the yard. There, about 100 yards away, at the edge of my property where it met an unused field, I caught a glimpse of the motorcycle lying on its side in the tall grass. The man was already astride it, kickstarting it frantically. The engine caught just as my lights found him. He looked back once, his face still indistinguishable at that distance in the rain. Then the bike lipped forward, and he was gone, disappearing into the darkness beyond the reach of my lights. I sat in the truck for several long minutes, engine idling, rain drumming on the roof, trying to process what had just happened. The immediate danger seemed to have passed, but the image of that man, standing outside my window with a hammer raised, was burned into my mind. This hadn't been a mistake. This hadn't been someone lost or seeking shelter. This had been a deliberate attempt to break into my home, and if I hadn't acted when I did, I shuddered, then slowly drove back to the front of the house and into the garage. The storm continued to rage outside, but it now seemed like the lesser threat. Sleep would be impossible tonight. I secured the garage, then moved methodically through the house again, checking locks, closing curtains, positioning myself in the living room where I could see approaches from all sides. With the shotgun across my lap, I prepared for a long night of vigilance, wondering if he would return, and if so, what he would try next. Dawn arrived with agonizing slowness. I had spent the night in a straight-backed kitchen chair positioned in the corner of my living room, shotgun across my lap, eyes burning with fatigue but too wired to close. Every crack of the house settling, every gust of wind against the windows had me jerking to attention, finger twitching near the trigger guard. But he hadn't returned. At least, not that I could detect. The storm had worn itself out around 3 a.m., tapering to a steady drizzle that continued into the morning. As gray light filtered through the curtains, I finally allowed myself to relax marginally. Night hunters rarely continue their pursuits in daylight. My body ached from the hours of tense vigilance. I rose stiffly, muscles protesting, and moved to the window. Pulling the curtain back slightly, I surveyed my property in the wan morning light. Everything looked normal, too normal. The only evidence of the previous night's drama was the churned mud where the motorcycle had been and deep tire tracks from my own truck. If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, that figure in black with a hammer raised to smash my window, I might have convinced myself it had all been an elaborate nightmare born of isolation and paranoia. But it had been real. Someone had come to my home with the intention of breaking in. Someone had stalked around my house for who knows how long before I spotted them. Someone might still be watching, waiting for another opportunity. I needed to report this. Being self-sufficient was one thing, but this was beyond my capability to handle alone. After making a pot of coffee strong enough to dissolve the spoon, I called the sheriff's office. The dispatcher who answered sounded bored until I mentioned the man with the hammer. "Hold on there, sir," she said, her tone sharpening. "You're saying someone actually attempted to break into your home?" "Yes," I confirmed. "He was standing outside my window with a hammer raised. When I shined lights on him, he ran. And this was last night during the storm. Yes, around 9 p.m. We'll send a deputy out. What's your address?" I gave her the information, and she promised someone would be there within the hour. After hanging up, I took a quick shower, my first movement away from the shotgun since the incident, and changed into clean clothes. The hot water did little to wash away the bone-deep fatigue or the lingering feeling of violation. While waiting for the deputy, I walked my property in the daylight, shotgun still in hand. The ground was saturated, every step creating a sucking sound as mud tried to claim my boots. I followed the motorcycle tracks to where I'd seen the bike lying in the grass. There was indeed a flattened area where it had been, and deep ruts where he'd accelerated away. More disturbing were the footprints circling my house, clear evidence that he had indeed been stalking around for some time before I spotted him. I followed them, reconstructing his movements. He had approached from the road, left his bike hidden in the tall grass, then made a complete circuit of my home, peering in windows, testing doors. Near the back porch, I found something that sent a fresh chill through me. Scratched into the wooden siding, about chest height, was a crude symbol, a circle with an X through it. It looked freshly carved, the exposed wood pale against the weathered blue paint. Was it a mark, some kind of signal, or just the random vandalism of a disturbed mind? I was still staring at this unsettling discovery when I heard a vehicle approaching. Turning, I saw a sheriff's department SUV making its way down my driveway, moving carefully through the mud. The deputy who emerged was young, probably not even 30, with a ruddy face and the cautious demeanor of someone who hasn't yet encountered much real danger in his job. His nameplate read, "Jenkins." "Mr. Mercer?" he called, hand resting casually near his holster as he took in the shotgun I was holding. "That's me," I confirmed, engaging the safety and pointing the barrel at the ground to put him at ease. "Thanks for coming out." He nodded, relaxing slightly. "Dispatcher said you had an attempted break-in last night?" I led him around the property, showing him the motorcycle tracks, the footprints, and finally the strange symbol carved into my siding. As I recounted the events of the previous night, I could see skepticism gradually giving way to concern in his expression. "You live way out here by yourself, Mr. Mercer?" he asked, as we headed back toward the house. "Yes, 5 years now." "Any reason someone might target you specifically?" Old grudges, valuable collections, anything like that? I shook my head. I keep to myself. Don't have enemies that I know of. And there's nothing particularly valuable here. No art, no big gun collection, nothing worth the trouble. Jenkins frowned, making notes in a small pad. Could be random. We've had reports of break-ins at isolated properties in the county over the past few months. Usually they hit places that look unoccupied, though. My lights were on, I pointed out. He knew someone was home. The deputy nodded grimly. That's what concerns me. Most burglars avoid occupied dwellings. They want your stuff, not a confrontation. He glanced up at me. This guy came back after seeing you earlier in the day. That shows intent. A chill ran through me at his confirmation of what I'd already sensed. This hadn't been a random target of opportunity. For whatever reason, the man had specifically chosen my home, my isolation. So what happens now? I asked. Jenkins tucked his notepad away. I'll file a report. Have patrols swing by your place when they're in the area. But honestly, Mr. Mercer, we're stretched thin. This is a big county with not many deputies. In other words, I was still on my own. Best advice I can give you is to stay vigilant. Keep your doors locked, and maybe consider some security upgrades. Cameras, motion lights, that sort of thing. And if he comes back, the deputy met my eyes steadily. Call us immediately, but also, his eyes flicked to the shotgun I still held. Texas is a castle doctrine state. You have the right to defend yourself and your property if threatened. It wasn't exactly reassuring, but it was realistic. Out here, help was always going to be too far away to count on in an emergency. After the deputy left, I spent the rest of the day in a haze of exhaustion and lingering anxiety. I checked locks compulsively, startled at small sounds, and kept the shotgun within reach at all times. That night, despite my best efforts to stay awake, fatigue won out. I fell asleep in the armchair around midnight, shotgun still across my lap. I dreamed of a figure in black, walking circles around my house, peering in windows, scratching symbols into the wood. Only in the dream, I was paralyzed, unable to move or call for help, as he tested each entry point methodically, his patience infinite. I woke with a gasp sometime before dawn, my heart pounding. The dream so vivid I had to check the windows to reassure myself no one was actually there. The house was quiet, the land outside still shrouded in pre-dawn darkness. I made coffee, my third pot in 24 hours, and tried to think clearly through the fog of sleeplessness. I needed to be practical. If the man returned, and some deep instinct told me he would, I needed to be better prepared. The shotgun was a last resort, not a security system. As soon as stores opened, I drove into town. The town was really just a cluster of buildings at a crossroads, a gas station, convenience store, a feed supply, a small diner, and a hardware store that had somehow survived the era of big box retailers. It was to this last establishment that I headed. The owner, a leathery man named Cal who had to be pushing 70, nodded a greeting as I entered. Heard you had some excitement out your way, he said without preamble. News traveled fast in small communities. Word gets around, I replied. Jenkins stopped for coffee this morning. Said some drifter tried to break in during the storm. I nodded, not bothering to correct his assumption that it had been a random drifter. I'm looking to upgrade my security. Got any recommendations? For the next hour, Cal helped me select motion-activated floodlights, a basic security camera system, new deadbolts for all exterior doors, and window security bars for the most vulnerable ground floor windows. It was more money than I'd planned to spend, but the memory of that hammer raised to strike my window made the expense seem trivial. Anything else I should consider? I asked as he rang up my purchases. Cal considered for a moment. Got a dog? I shook my head. I'd always been meaning to get one, but somehow never got around to it. Might want to think about it. Best alarm system there is and good company to boot. He leaned forward slightly. Sheriff's got a K9 that just retired. Belgian Malinois named Rex. Handler moved to the city, couldn't keep him. He's at the shelter now, but trained police dogs don't do well there long term. The idea had merit. A trained police dog would certainly be a deterrent. and I had to admit the thought of having another living presence in the house was appealing after recent events. "I'll think about it," I promised. By the time I returned home, loaded down with security equipment, it was early afternoon. I spent the rest of the day installing motion lights at strategic points around the property, changing locks, and mounting security cameras. The work was exhausting after my sleepless night, but also therapeutic. Each security measure I added made me feel marginally more in control of the situation. As dusk approached, I surveyed my handiwork with grim satisfaction. The property was now ringed with motion sensors that would trigger bright lights if anything larger than a raccoon moved within 50 feet of the house. The new deadbolts were substantial enough that breaking through them would require serious effort and create significant noise. The cameras weren't professional grade, but they provided basic surveillance of all approaches to the house. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. As darkness fell, I found myself once again positioned in the living room, shotgun at hand, watching and waiting. But this time, I had technology on my side. A tablet on the coffee table displayed the feeds from my newly installed cameras, allowing me to monitor the perimeter without moving from spot to spot. The night passed without incident. Around 3 a.m., a motion light triggered, sending my heart rate skyrocketing until I saw the culprit on the camera feed, just a coyote trotting across the yard, pausing to stare curiously at the sudden illumination before continuing on its way. By morning, I was exhausted, but triumphant. My security measures worked, and there had been no sign of the mysterious motorcyclist. Perhaps he had moved on to easier targets. Perhaps the deputy's visit had scared him off. Perhaps one sleepless night of vigilance had been enough. But as I finally allowed myself to fall into a deep recovery sleep that morning, one thought nagged at the edges of my consciousness. What if he was just biding his time, watching, waiting for me to lower my guard? 3 days passed without incident. Each night I maintained my vigil, though I allowed myself short catnaps as exhaustion demanded its due. Each morning, I reviewed the camera footage, finding nothing more threatening than the occasional wildlife. The motion lights triggered several times each night, but always due to innocent causes: wind-blown debris, animals, once even a tumbleweed rolling across the yard like some cliché from an old western. Gradually, I began to relax. Perhaps it had been a one-time thing after all. Perhaps the intruder had been scared off by my show of force with the truck and lights. Perhaps he'd found easier pickings elsewhere. On the 4th day, I drove back into town. The visit had a dual purpose: to replenish my dwindling supplies and to inquire about the retired police dog Cal had mentioned. The shelter was a small, cinder-block building behind the volunteer fire station, run primarily by the fire chief's wife, a no-nonsense woman named Martha. When I asked about Rex, her expression softened slightly. "He's a good boy," she said, leading me to a kennel at the back. "But he needs the right home. Not just anyone can handle a dog with his training." Rex was an imposing animal, lean and muscular with the characteristic tan coat and black face of his breed. When Martha approached his kennel, he stood at attention, alert but calm, his intelligent eyes assessing me without aggression. "He's 7, Martha explained. "Still plenty of working years left, but the department couldn't justify keeping him after his handler left. Budget cuts." She said this last bit with undisguised disapproval. I crouched down to Rex's level, letting him sniff my hand through the chain-link fence. What kind of training does he have? Full police work, tracking, apprehension, area search. He's not an attack dog per se, but he's trained to detain suspects and protect his handler. She eyed me speculatively. "Jenkins mentioned your break-in attempt. Rex would definitely be a deterrent to anyone thinking about trying that again." The idea of having a trained guardian, especially one with acute senses that would alert me to danger long before I noticed it myself, was deeply appealing. After some discussion about Rex's needs and my ability to meet them, plus signing a stack of paperwork, I found myself driving home with a Belgian Malinois, riding calmly in the passenger seat. Rex adapted to my home with surprising ease. He explored the house methodically, seeming to catalog every room, every potential entry point. When I showed him the perimeter of the property, he paid special attention to the areas where the intruder had been. his nose working overtime as he processed the lingering sense. That night, with Rex patrolling the house silently, I slept better than I had since the incident. His presence was reassuring in ways I hadn't anticipated. Every few hours, he would make a circuit of the house, checking windows and doors before returning to lie at the foot of my bed, alert even in rest. For the first time in days, I allowed myself to truly believe that the danger had passed. That belief lasted until the next afternoon. I was in the kitchen, preparing a late lunch, when Rex suddenly stiffened, his ears pricking forward, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He moved to the back door, his posture alert, focused on something outside that I couldn't see or hear. My blood ran cold. I immediately retrieved the shotgun from where it now lived, propped in a corner of the kitchen, and moved to the tablet that displayed my security camera feeds. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then, at the edge of one frame, movement caught my eye. Someone was on my property, moving through the tall grass beyond my yard, staying just at the range where the camera's resolution made identification difficult. It was him. It had to be. The build, the dark clothing. It matched what I remembered of the intruder from the stormy night. He was back, and this time he was being careful to stay just out of clear view. Rex's growl deepened, and he looked back at me, awaiting command. In just the few days we'd been together, we'd developed a surprising rapport, his police training making him responsive to even my untrained signals. "Stay," I ordered quietly, not wanting to give away our awareness of the intruder's presence. I watched the camera feed intently. The figure moved with purpose, circling the property at a distance, stopping occasionally to observe the house. He seemed to be studying the new security measures I'd installed, noting the placement of cameras and lights. This wasn't the behavior of someone who had randomly targeted my home. This was reconnaissance. He was planning another attempt. My first instinct was to call the sheriff's office, but what would I tell them? That someone was walking near my property but not actually trespassing? That would hardly warrant sending a deputy all the way out here. No, I needed more than that. I needed to catch him in the act, or at least get clear evidence of his intentions. An idea formed, dangerous, perhaps foolish, but potentially effective. If I could lure him closer, get him on camera clearly enough for identification, that might be enough for the authorities to take serious action. The question was how to do that without putting myself at unnecessary risk. Rex whined softly, still fixated on the unseen threat outside. His training and instincts told him something was wrong, even if he didn't yet understand what I wanted him to do about it. "It's okay, boy," I murmured, my mind racing. "We'll deal with this." I watched as the figure completed a full circuit of my property, always staying just at the edge of clear visibility. Then, with the same deliberate pace, he retreated the way he had come. By the time I thought to check other camera angles, he had disappeared entirely. But I knew he'd be back. This visit had been about planning. The next would be about execution. That night, I set a trap. I deliberately left one window partially open, the small bathroom window on the ground floor, which was too small for a person to enter but large enough to suggest vulnerability. Then, I positioned a camera with a clear view of that window, hidden in the shower plants I kept on the sill. If he approached that window, I'd have him on video, clear evidence of his intent. With Rex at my side and the shotgun close at hand, I settled in for another night of vigilance. Hours passed without incident. The motion lights triggered twice, once for a rabbit, once apparently from a strong gust of wind moving a branch. Each time Rex and I went on high alert, only to stand down when the cause proved innocent. Around 2 a.m., fatigue began to take its toll. Despite my best efforts, my eyelids grew heavy. Rex remained vigilant, however, his body tense, ears constantly adjusting to pick up sounds beyond my human hearing range. I must have dozed off briefly because the next thing I knew, Rex was on his feet, a deep growl rumbling in his chest, his attention fixed on the back of the house. Fully alert instantly, I checked the security feeds. Nothing visible on the cameras. But Rex's behavior told me all I needed to know. Someone was out there. Had the intruder somehow detected the cameras? Was he being careful to stay in the blind spots? Moving silently, shotgun ready, I followed Rex through the darkened house as he tracked whatever he was sensing. He led me to the bathroom, the one with the deliberately opened window. And then I heard it, the softest scraping sound, metal against wood, coming from outside the window. Someone was there, testing the opening. Rex's growl deepened, and I placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. Not yet. I needed evidence first. The scraping continued, more deliberate now. I could picture what was happening. The intruder using some tool to widen the opening, checking if the window could be fully opened from outside. I took a calculated risk. Reaching up, I flipped on the bathroom light. The scraping stopped instantly. Through the partially open window, I could hear rapid breathing, then the sound of retreating footsteps, someone moving quickly away from the house. I checked the hidden camera feed on my phone, hoping it had captured a clear image, but my heart sank. The angle was wrong. I could see an arm, part of a shoulder, but nothing that would serve as identification. The intruder had been careful, intuitive enough to approach from the exact angle that would minimize exposure to the camera. This wasn't some opportunistic burglar. This was someone with experience, someone methodical. Rex whined, eager to pursue, but I held him back. Chasing an unknown intruder into the darkness was a fool's errand, especially when they might be armed. Instead, I secured the bathroom window properly and performed another check of all entry points. Everything was locked tight. The intruder had been foiled again, but for how long? This cat-and-mouse game couldn't continue indefinitely. Eventually, one of us would make a mistake. I just had to make sure it wasn't me. The next morning, I drove into town again, this time to the sheriff's office. I brought the security footage with me, limited as it was, and reported the second attempted intrusion. Deputy Jenkins reviewed the footage with a frown. "Not much to go on," he admitted. "Can't make out a face or even confirm it's the same person from the first attempt." "It's him," I insisted. "Same build, same methodical approach. He's been watching my place, learning my routines, studying my security setup." Jenkins leaned back in his chair, considering. "Look, Mr. Mercer, I believe you. But believe doesn't get me a warrant or an arrest. We need something concrete." "So what am I supposed to do? Wait until he actually breaks in? Until I'm forced to defend myself?" The deputy sighed. "I'll increase patrols past your property, but honestly, that's about all I can officially do at this point." He hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Off the record, these situations sometimes require creating opportunities. If you understand what I'm saying." I understood perfectly. He was suggesting I create a scenario where the intruder would be forced to reveal himself more clearly, to commit more definitively, to an illegal act that would justify intervention. It was dangerous advice, but it might be my only option. On the drive home, I formulated a plan. It was risky, potentially even reckless, but the alternative, living indefinitely under siege, was worse. I would make it appear that I was leaving the property for a day or two. I would make it obvious, loading luggage into my truck, driving away. But in reality, I would double back on foot through the fields, approaching my own property from the rear, where no one watching the road would see me. Rex and I would hide in the house, lights off, and wait. If the intruder had indeed been watching my routines, he would likely seize the opportunity of my apparent absence to make his move. And when he did, I would be ready, with cameras recording, with Rex at my side, and with the full legal right to defend my property. It was a trap, plain and simple. But sometimes, the only way to catch a predator is to offer bait. The next morning, I put my plan into action. I packed a visible suitcase, loaded it into my truck, and even left a lamp on inside that would suggest habitual precaution while away. Then I drove off, taking the main road as if headed to town. But instead of continuing, I turned off on a little used farm track about a mile from my property. I parked the truck behind an abandoned barn where it wouldn't be visible from the road, then began the hike back to my house, cutting across fields and staying low where the land dipped. Rex trotted silently beside me, clearly enjoying what he perceived as some kind of working exercise. His police training made him perfect for this kind of covert approach. He remained utterly silent, alert but controlled. It took nearly 2 hours to circle around to the back of my property without exposing ourselves. By the time we slipped in through a rear door, I'd deliberately left unlocked for this purpose. The sun was high in the sky. Inside, I secured the door behind us, then moved through the house, checking that everything was as I'd left it. Nothing had been disturbed. If the intruder had observed my departure, he hadn't made his move yet. Now came the waiting game. I positioned myself in the master bedroom closet, which offered a view of both the front and back of the property through small windows. Rex lay at my feet, his body relaxed, but his senses clearly engaged, ears swiveling to track sounds I couldn't detect. Hours passed. The sun began its westward descent, shadows lengthening across my property. Still nothing. Had I miscalculated? Had the intruder not been watching after all? Or was he just being cautious, waiting until full darkness before making his move? As dusk approached, my doubt began to grow. Perhaps this had all been an exercise in paranoia. Perhaps the repeated visits had been coincidence, or even figments of an isolated mind seeking drama in the monotony of rural life. But Rex didn't think so. As the light failed, his posture changed, becoming more alert, his muscles tensing subtly. He sensed something I didn't. And then, just as twilight deepened toward true night, I saw movement on one of the camera feeds displayed on my tablet. A figure moving with purpose down my driveway. The intruder had arrived. The figure moved with confidence now, no longer bothering to hide at the edges of the property. He clearly believed the house was empty, that I was miles away, unaware of his presence. This time I could see him clearly on the security feed. He wore dark clothing, not quite tactical gear but close, and a backpack that likely contained tools. His face was partially obscured by a neck gaiter pulled up over his nose, but his eyes were visible, scanning the house methodically as he approached. Rex tensed beside me, a nearly inaudible growl vibrating in his chest. I placed a hand on his shoulder, silently commanding him to stay still. Not yet. I needed the intruder to commit fully, to provide undeniable evidence of his criminal intent. The man reached the front porch and paused, listening. After a moment, he tried the door handle, locked, of course. Instead of attempting to force it, he moved to a front window, the one I had deliberately left with a visible gap in the curtains. He peered inside, checking for movement. Finding none, he circled to the side of the house, disappearing from one camera view only to appear on another. He was being thorough, checking each potential entry point, assessing risks and opportunities. When he reached the back door, he paused again, this time removing his backpack and extracting something from it. A tool of some kind. I couldn't make out the details on the night vision camera. He began working on the lock. That was it. The clear evidence I needed. This was unmistakably breaking and entering, not some ambiguous lurking that could be explained away. I raised my phone, ready to call the sheriff's office, but hesitated. By the time they arrived, this could all be over, one way or another. Better to gather more evidence first, to ensure there would be no possibility of him escaping consequences. On the security feed, I watched as he manipulated the lock with practiced movements. This wasn't his first break-in. After about a minute of work, I saw his shoulders relax slightly. He'd succeeded. The back door opened slowly, and he slipped inside my house. Rex's muscles bunched under my hand, his entire body vibrating with the effort of remaining still when all his training urged him to act. I leaned down, whispering in his ear, "Soon, boy, very soon?" From my position in the upstairs closet, I could hear the intruder moving through my kitchen below. Soft footsteps, careful but confident. The occasional creak of a floorboard, the sound of drawers being gently opened and closed. He was searching for something. But what? The house didn't contain valuables worth this level of persistence and risk. I heard him move from the kitchen to the living room, his footsteps occasionally pausing as he examined something. Was he looking for cash, electronics, or something more specific? The uncertainty gnawed at me. This wasn't right. This wasn't a normal burglary. The repeated visits, the reconnaissance, the timing, it all spoke of something more targeted than opportunistic theft. A horrible thought occurred to me. What if this wasn't about stealing at all, What if it was about me? Before I could pursue that disturbing line of thinking, I heard the intruder begin to climb the stairs. He was coming up to where Rex and I were hidden. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. Once he was fully committed, once he'd entered the bedroom, I would confront him. With Rex at my side and the shotgun as backup, I had the advantage. I would hold him at bay while calling the authorities. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, paused, then continued down the hallway toward the master bedroom. Rex's growl deepened, and I tightened my grip on his collar. Just a few more seconds. The bedroom door swung open. From my position in the partially open closet, I could see the intruder silhouetted against the hallway's emergency light. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, surveying the room, then stepped inside. As he turned toward the closet, I released Rex with a single command. Apprehend. The Malinois exploded from our hiding place like a fur-covered missile, crossing the room in a blur of motion. Before the intruder could react, Rex had clamped down on his arm, driving him to the floor with the force of the impact. The man cried out in pain and surprise, thrashing against Rex's hold. But the dog was expertly trained. He maintained his grip without causing serious injury, effectively pinning the intruder in place. I emerged from the closet, shotgun leveled. Don't move, I commanded, my voice steadier than I felt. Rex is a retired police K-9. He's trained to maintain that hold until I tell him otherwise and to escalate if you resist. The intruder froze, his eyes wide with shock and fear above the gator. In the dim light from the emergency lights, I could finally see those eyes clearly, pale, maybe blue or gray, with a distinctive web of wrinkles at the corners. They were the eyes of a man in his 50s or older, not some young thrill-seeker. Who are you? I demanded. Why are you in my house? Instead of answering, he suddenly jerked, his free hand moving toward his waistband. Rex immediately responded, adjusting his grip and applying more pressure. The man yelped in pain. I wouldn't, I warned, taking a step closer. Next time he won't be so gentle. Now, I'm going to ask you again. Who are you and why have you been stalking my property? The intruder breathed heavily, his gaze darting between me, Rex, and the door, calculating his chances, finding them poor. Finally he spoke, his voice muffled by the gator but surprisingly cultured. You don't recognize me, do you, Mercer? The use of my name sent a chill through me. This confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. This wasn't random. I was the target. Should I? I kept the shotgun steady, trying to place the eyes, the voice, but finding no recognition. The man gave a short, bitter laugh. I suppose not. You ruined my life without even knowing my name. Why would you remember my face? Confusion and unease mingled in my gut. I don't know what you're talking about. Remove the gator, slowly. With his free hand, he pulled down the neck gaiter, revealing a face I still didn't recognize. Weathered, lined, with several days' worth of gray stubble. His mouth was set in a tight line of hatred. Still nothing, he sneered. The name Victor Crane mean anything to you? The name hit me like a physical blow. Suddenly, I was back 5 years ago in my previous life, testifying in a federal court about security vulnerabilities I'd discovered in a financial software system. The system had been developed by a company called Crane Technologies. You're related to Victor Crane? I asked, trying to place this man in that context. I am Victor Crane, he spat. Or what's left of him after you destroyed everything I built. Memories flooded back. Victor Crane had been the CEO of a mid-sized tech company specializing in financial software. My company had been hired to audit their security protocols before a major bank adopted their system. What I found had been alarming. Deliberate backdoors, hidden access points that could be exploited. Not coding oversights, but intentional vulnerabilities. I'd reported my findings, as was my ethical and legal obligation. The fallout had been significant. The bank pulled out of the deal. Other clients followed suit. Federal investigations were launched. Crane Technologies collapsed, and Victor Crane himself faced criminal charges for fraud. You, I said slowly, were building software with deliberate security flaws. You were setting up your clients for theft or extortion. I didn't ruin you. You ruined yourself. I was building an empire. Crane's face contorted with rage. one that would have made me wealthy beyond imagination once the vulnerabilities were exploited. Then you came along with your self-righteous ethics and took it all away. The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. Crane had tracked me down after his release from prison. He'd found my isolated home and studied it, planning not a burglary but revenge. "So what was your plan here?" I asked, even though I suspected I knew the answer. "Break in and murder me in my sleep? Make it look like a burglary gone wrong?" Crane's eyes narrowed. "I wanted you to suffer first, to know it was me, to understand why. The hammer wasn't just for breaking windows." A chill ran through me at the calculated hatred in his voice. This man had been planning my torture and murder, meticulously working out the details over multiple visits to my property. "Well, that plan has failed," I said firmly. "Rex, hold." The dog maintained his grip while I retrieved my phone from my pocket. "I'm calling the sheriff now. You're going back to prison, Crane?" As I dialed, he spoke again, his voice taking on an unsettling calm. "This isn't over, Mercer. You think prison scares me? I've already been there. I'll serve my time for breaking and entering, maybe attempted assault, a few years at most. And when I get out..." He left the threat hanging, but his meaning was clear. He would try again. "Add threatening bodily harm to the charges," I told the dispatcher who answered my call. After explaining the situation, I was assured deputies were on their way. While we waited, Crane and I remained in a tense standoff. He occasionally tested Rex's hold, only to be reminded of the dog's training with a growl and increased pressure. Mostly, though, he just stared at me with cold hatred, occasionally murmuring comments about how we would meet again and how patient he could be. His calm certainty was more unsettling than rage would have been. This wasn't a hot-blooded crime of passion. This was calculated, years in the planning. Prison might interrupt his plans, but it wouldn't end them. When the deputies finally arrived, lights flashing at the end of my driveway, I felt relief, but not resolution. They took Crane into custody, photographed the evidence of breaking and entering, and took my statement. Throughout the process, Crane maintained that unnerving calm, his eyes never leaving me, his expression promising future retribution. As they prepared to take him away, Deputy Jenkins pulled me aside. "Mr. Mercer, given the nature of this situation and the suspect's clear fixation on you, I'd strongly advise considering relocation. Someone this determined. Restraining orders and prison sentences only buy time. They don't solve the problem." I nodded slowly, the reality of my situation sinking in. My isolated paradise had become a vulnerability. My self-sufficient lifestyle, a liability when faced with someone dedicated to causing me harm. "I'll think about it," I promised, though in truth the decision had already crystallized in my mind. Later that night, after the deputies had gone and the house was secured once more, I sat on my front porch with Rex at my feet. The rain had finally stopped, and stars speckled the clear sky above. In the distance, coyotes called to one another, their yips and howls carrying across the empty fields. I had come here seeking peace, isolation, a place to heal after my accident and to enjoy the wealth I'd earned. Instead, I'd found that isolation cuts both ways. It provides freedom but also vulnerability. It offers escape from the world's chaos, but also from its protections. Victor Crane had found me once. He would find me again if given the chance. His hatred had become his purpose, his revenge the axis around which his life now turned. Prison wouldn't change that. It would only delay the inevitable. The decision wasn't easy, but it was necessary. I would sell this place, move somewhere less isolated, somewhere with neighbors close enough to hear a cry for help, with police response times measured in minutes rather than half hours. Somewhere Crane wouldn't expect to find me when his sentence ended. It wouldn't be the same. I would miss the open spaces, the silence, the self-reliance, but I would adapt. We humans always do. Rex nudged my hand with his nose, his warm presence a reminder that I wouldn't face this transition alone. I scratched behind his ears, grateful for the twist of fate that had brought him into my life just when I needed him most. "What do you think, boy?" I asked softly. "Ready for a new adventure?" His ears perked up at the question, and I could almost imagine he understood. Whatever came next, we would face it together. The coyotes called again, their voices echoing across the empty fields. Soon, those calls would no longer be the soundtrack to my nights. Instead of regret, I felt a surprising sense of anticipation. Life had become too comfortable out here, too predictable. Perhaps this enforced change would lead to new opportunities, new experiences I would otherwise have missed. As the stars wheeled overhead, I made peace with what needed to be done. The middle of nowhere had been my refuge, but now it was time to rejoin the world, a wiser, more cautious version of myself, but still moving forward. Sometimes the threat of darkness is what finally drives us back toward the light. I never thought I'd be in this mess. Hell, I didn't even want to leave New Orleans. But things get complicated when you owe money to the wrong people. Guess living off the grid sounded like a good idea after I found myself staring down a couple of guys who thought breaking fingers was a fine way to start a conversation. That's how I ended up in these woods. This happened back in 2003 in some forgotten pocket of Oregon. Name's Mitch Reeves, by the way. Don't bother looking me up. I haven't existed in the system since I ditched my old life. Now, I'm not some tree-hugging survivalist, far from it. If you told me 5 years ago that I'd be chopping wood and making my own food, I would have laughed and handed you a drink. But life's funny that way. You take a wrong turn here, make a bad bet there, and suddenly you're learning how to catch fish with your hands because you're too cheap to buy a rod. I've been up here for about 8 months, living in a broken-down cabin I bought from an old man who swore it was fixer-upper material. The guy must have had a sense of humor because this place was falling apart before I even got the keys. The roof sagged like a wet newspaper. The floorboards creaked and groaned under even my lightest step, as if the whole structure might give up and collapse at any moment. Most of the windows were cracked, letting in the bitter mountain air that seemed to cut right through me during those first few weeks. Every morning started with something needing repair, and by evening, I'd managed to keep it from collapsing one more day. I patched holes with whatever I could find. Old boards, plastic sheeting, even pages torn from outdated magazines the previous owner had left behind. My hands grew calloused from constant work, and my back ached from hauling water from the nearby creek. The isolation was the hardest part at first. The nearest town was a good 20 miles away, and I only made the trip when absolutely necessary. Couldn't risk being recognized, even though the chances were slim out here. The silence would press in on me at night, so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat, the blood rushing in my ears. I'd lie awake, staring at the stained ceiling, remembering the constant noise of the city car horns, people shouting, music spilling from bars. Out here, the quiet felt like a physical presence. Winter came early my first year. The snow piled up outside, drifts sometimes reaching the windowsills. The wind howled through the trees, making sounds that sometimes resembled words or distant cries. I learned to ignore them. Just tricks of the mind, I told myself. The isolation playing games with my perception. By spring, I'd established a routine. Wake at dawn, check the traps I'd set for rabbits and squirrels, gather firewood, repair whatever had broken overnight. I scavenged materials from abandoned structures deeper in the forest, an old hunting blind, a collapsed shed. I never questioned why these places had been left to rot. Should have. Maybe that would have been my first warning. One thing I loved about this off-the-grid life? No neighbors. I didn't have to answer to anyone. Just me, the trees, and maybe a squirrel or two. That was until my buddy Ryan showed up unannounced. Ryan was the only guy from my old life I trusted not to rat me out. He liked to say he came from street stock like me. Real stand-up guy. Loyal, but not too bright. I'll never forget that day in late summer. The air had that particular heaviness to it, like the forest was holding its breath. I was splitting logs behind the cabin when I heard the unmistakable sound of tires on gravel. My first instinct was to grab my pack and head for the trees, old habits. But then I saw the beat-up blue pickup truck and recognized the driver. Ryan stepped out, grinning that gap-toothed smile that had talked us into and out of more trouble than I could count. He looked thinner than when I'd last seen him, his face more weathered, but those sharp eyes were the same. "Found you, you son of a bitch," he called, slamming the truck door behind him. Nice little hideaway you got here." I leaned the axe against the chopping block. "How'd you find me?" "Please," he snorted. "You think you're the only one who knows how to fly under the radar? Old Murphy told me where you went. Had to convince him I wasn't looking to collect on anything." Murphy, the bartender from the Rusty Nail back in New Orleans. I should have known he'd remember where I went. Man had a memory like a steel trap, especially for regulars who'd run up tabs. "You bring trouble with you?" I asked, scanning the road behind him. Ryan held up his hands. "Clean as a whistle. Nobody followed me. Made sure of it." I believed him. Ryan might not be the sharpest, but he knew how to cover his tracks. Had to in our line of work. "Well," I said, gesturing to the cabin, "welcome to paradise." He laughed, reaching into the truck bed to pull out a cooler. "Brought you something. Figured you might be missing the comforts of civilization." Inside was beer, actual cold beer, not the warm piss water I sometimes picked up in town, and steak. Real T-bones, still red and fresh. "Thought we could catch up," Ryan said, hefting the cooler. "Been a while since we shared a drink." Something in me hesitated, not because I didn't trust Ryan, but because I'd gotten used to being alone. Having another person in my space felt like an intrusion. But the smell of those steaks made my mouth water, and I had to admit, a part of me missed having someone to talk to. "Come on in," I said finally. "Place isn't much, but it keeps the rain off." Inside, Ryan whistled low, taking in the Spartan interior. "You really went full mountain man, huh?" I shrugged. "Do what you gotta do." We spent the afternoon catching up. Ryan told me about New Orleans, how things had changed since I left. About Daryl, the loan shark I'd owed money to, getting arrested on tax evasion. About old haunts closing down, new ones opening up. He painted a picture of a world that seemed both familiar and impossibly distant, like something from a previous life. As night fell, we cooked the steaks over the fire pit I'd built outside. The meat sizzled and popped, the fat dripping onto the coals. The smell made my stomach growl. I'd been living on rabbit and canned beans for months. This was a feast. "So," Ryan said, mouth full of steak, "you really planning on staying up here forever? Just you and the trees?" I took a pull from my beer, considering. "Not forever. Just until things cool down." "Things already cooled down, man. Like I said, Daryl's gone. Nobody's looking for you anymore." I didn't answer. The truth was, I wasn't sure I wanted to go back. I'd found something up here in the quiet, a kind of peace I'd never known in the city. The constant hustle, the looking over your shoulder, it wore on you after a while. As darkness settled fully around us, the woods seemed to press closer. The firelight created a small circle of warmth and visibility, beyond which the trees were just black shapes against a darker background. The night sounds began to emerge. The hooting of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Ryan took another drink, staring into the fire. "Place is spooky as hell at night. You get used to it." "Don't think I could." "Too quiet. Makes a man start hearing things that aren't there." I laughed it off, but something in his words struck a chord. Because sometimes in the deepest part of night, I did hear things. Sounds that didn't belong. Noises that couldn't be explained away by nocturnal animals or the wind in the trees. But I'd chalked it up to isolation, to my mind filling the silence with echoes from my past. If only I'd paid more attention to those unexplained sounds. If only I'd recognized them for what they were. Warnings. But hindsight's always clearer, isn't it? And by the time we understood what was out there in those woods, it was already too late. So when Ryan came knocking on my door with some beers, I figured we'd shoot the breeze and forget about our problems for a while. But that night, things took a turn. We were sitting outside looking up at the sky. No light pollution out here, so the stars were like something out of a painting. We got to talking about old times, trading the usual trash talk, and then it happened. At first, I thought it was just a deer, a rustling in the woods behind the cabin. No big deal. Deer are everywhere out here. But then Ryan, who was halfway through telling a dumb joke about a bartender and a duck, stopped cold. His eyes got wide and he set his beer down like it had turned to poison. "Mitch," he whispered, "what the hell is that?" I turned my head and saw it, this thing moving between the trees. At first I couldn't make out what it was. Looked like a big dog, but it moved wrong, kind of sideways, like it wasn't built right. Now I've seen my fair share of messed up animals out here. Hell, some of them look like they got built by committee, but this was different. It wasn't the size that got me. It was the way it moved, like it didn't care if we saw it, almost like it wanted us to. The moonlight filtered through the pine branches, casting striped shadows across the forest floor. In those alternating bars of light and dark, I caught glimpses of something large slipping between the trees. It moved with a strange, halting gait. Stop and start, like a film with missing frames. "You seeing this?" Ryan's voice had dropped to barely a whisper. I nodded, my eyes fixed on the spot where I'd last seen movement. The night had gone oddly still. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs had fallen silent, as if they too were holding their breath, waiting. I tried to laugh it off. "Probably just a wolf," I said. "They got those around here, don't they?" Ryan shook his head. "That's no wolf." I stood up, grabbed the old flashlight I kept by the door, and pointed it in the direction of the noise. I wasn't about to let some mangy animal ruin my night. The light cut through the trees, but whatever it was stayed just out of reach, always a few steps ahead of the beam. "Come on," I called, my voice too loud in the silence. "Show yourself." In retrospect, that was stupid. You don't challenge things in the dark, not in these woods. But I'd had a few beers, and there was Ryan watching, and something in me refused to be scared on my own property. The flashlight beam caught something, just for a second. A reflective gleam like eyes, but too high off the ground for any normal animal. I caught a glimpse of its legs, long, too long for anything normal. I clicked the flashlight off. No sense wasting batteries on something that didn't seem interested in us. But that wasn't the end of it. "What do you think it was?" Ryan asked when we went back inside. His voice was casual, but I noticed he double-checked the lock on the door. "Bear, maybe," I said, though we both knew it wasn't. "They can look weird when they stand up." "Yeah," Ryan agreed too quickly. "Probably a bear." We tried to return to our conversation, but something had changed. There was a tension in the air now, like the atmosphere before a storm. Every creak of the cabin, every brush of wind against the windows made us pause and listen. We went back inside, locked the doors, and laughed it off. But neither of us slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear that same rustling, closer this time. Around 3 a.m, I got up, looked out the window, and saw nothing but trees and shadows. Maybe I was being paranoid, but something felt wrong. The forest outside my window looked different somehow. The familiar shapes of trees and bushes seemed distorted, as if viewed through warped glass. And there was that feeling, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Not just observed, but studied, assessed. Ryan was still awake, staring at the ceiling like he was waiting for something to come crashing through the roof. "Man, we need to get out of here," Ryan said, breaking the silence. "Whatever that was, it ain't right." "Relax," I said, trying to sound tough. "It's probably gone by now." But I didn't believe it. Not for a second. Dawn came slowly, the darkness grudgingly giving way to a grayish light that did little to dispel the unease we both felt. Ryan stood at the window, coffee mug in hand, watching the tree line. "Doesn't look like much in the daylight, does it?" he said. "Just trees." I joined him, scanning the forest edge. In the harsh morning light, last night's fears seemed foolish. What had we seen? Probably nothing more than a coyote or a feral dog, the isolation of the place playing tricks on our perception. "We should check it out," I said suddenly. Ryan turned to me, eyebrows raised. "Check what out?" "Whatever we saw last night, see if we can find tracks or something." The idea had come to me suddenly, but now that I'd voiced it, I couldn't let it go. I needed to know. "You're serious?" It wasn't a question. Ryan studied my face, then sighed. "This is how people die in horror movies, you know that, right?" I managed to smile. "Good thing we're not in a movie." After breakfast, we geared up. I grabbed my hunting knife, a length of rope, and the flashlight. Ryan found an old baseball bat in the corner of the cabin, testing its weight in his hands. "What do you think this is going to do against a bear?" he asked. "Make you feel better?" I suggested. He laughed, a short, sharp sound without much humor in it. "Not really. The woods felt different as we stepped into them. I'd been living here for months, had walked these same paths hundreds of times, but today they seemed unfamiliar. The trees stood closer together than I remembered, their branches interlacing overhead to form a canopy that blocked much of the sunlight. The air was still and heavy, thick with the scent of pine and something else, something musky and rank, like wet fur and decay. We found the spot where we'd seen the movement the night before. The ground was soft there, covered in a thick layer of pine needles. I crouched down looking for tracks, disturbances, anything that might tell us what had passed this way. "Here!" Ryan called from a few feet away. "Look at this." He was pointing to a patch of bare earth where something had clearly disturbed the ground. The marks were confusing. Not clear prints like a deer or bear would leave, but long gouges as if something had dragged itself along. They were spaced oddly, too wide for a normal animal. "What do you make of this?" Ryan asked, his voice hushed. I shook my head, running my fingers along one of the marks. Never seen anything like it. Should we follow them? I hesitated. Every instinct told me to head back to the cabin, to let whatever made these tracks go its own way. But curiosity pushed me forward. I needed to know what was sharing these woods with me. "Yeah," I said finally. "But we stick together, and we turn back at the first sign of trouble." Ryan nodded, gripping the bat tighter. "Lead the way." The tracks led deeper into the forest, away from the paths I usually traveled. Here the trees grew more densely, their trunks twisted and gnarled. Moss hung from the branches in long beards, and the ground became increasingly uneven, riddled with hidden roots and sudden drops. We walked in silence, both straining to hear any sound that might alert us to danger. But the forest was unnaturally quiet. No birds called, no squirrels chattered. Just the sound of our own breathing and the occasional snap of a twig beneath our feet. The track led us to a small clearing. The trees here had been cleared away, not by human hands, but by some natural event, perhaps a lightning strike or a localized windstorm. In the center of the clearing stood a single dead tree, its bark stripped away, its naked branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. "I don't like this," Ryan muttered beside me. I understood what he meant. There was something wrong about this place. The air felt thicker here, harder to breathe. And there was that smell again, stronger now, the rank odor of decay mixed with something else, something chemical and sharp. As we approached the dead tree, I noticed objects hanging from its branches. At first, I thought they were some kind of strange fruit or fungus, but as we got closer, I realized with a jolt what they really were. Small animal carcasses strung up by their hind legs like grotesque ornaments. Squirrels, rabbits, even a raccoon, all skinned and gutted, their empty eye sockets staring down at us accusingly. Some were fresh, the flesh still pink and glistening. Others were older, blackened, and shriveled by exposure. "What the fuck?" Ryan breathed, taking a step back. "What the actual fuck?" I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up, my heart hammering against my ribs. This wasn't the work of any animal I knew. Animals kill to eat, not to display. This was methodical, deliberate, almost ritualistic. "We need to go," I said, finding my voice at last. "Now!" Ryan didn't argue. We backed away from the tree, neither of us willing to turn our backs on it. I felt eyes on us, invisible watchers tracking our retreat from the shadows. We were halfway back to the path when Ryan stopped suddenly, his face draining of color. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. At first, I heard nothing. Then faintly a sound reached my ears, a low, rhythmic clicking, like someone rapidly snapping their fingers or like the ticking of an enormous clock. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, impossible to pinpoint. "It's following us," Ryan said, his voice barely audible. I grabbed his arm. "Keep moving, don't run." We walked faster, no longer concerned about making noise. The clicking followed, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, as if whatever made the sound was circling us, testing our response. The trees seemed to close in around us, the path narrowing until we were forced to walk single file. Branches caught at our clothes, roots tried to trip us. It felt as if the forest itself had turned hostile, trying to slow our escape. When we finally broke through the tree line and saw the cabin ahead, I nearly wept with relief. We sprinted the final distance, bursting through the door and slamming it behind us. I threw the bolt home with shaking hands while Ryan collapsed onto a chair, his face ashen. "What the hell was that?" he asked, his voice unsteady. "What kind of sick fuck hangs up animals like Christmas ornaments?" I had no answer. My mind raced through possibilities. A hunter with strange habits, some local cult, maybe even another recluse like me, but with a darker bend to their isolation. None of the explanations felt right. "Maybe we should leave," Ryan suggested. "Just get in the truck and go." Part of me wanted to agree, to pack up what little I had and put this place behind me. But another part, the stubborn part that had kept me alive through years of bad decisions, refused to be driven out by fear. "No," I said firmly. "This is my place. I'm not letting some weirdo scare me off." Ryan looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Did you see that tree? Those animals? That's not normal, Mitch. That's some serial killer shit." He was right, of course. But I'd run before, and I was tired of running. Besides, where would I go? Back to New Orleans? Back to a life of looking over my shoulder for different reasons? "One more night," I said. "If anything else happens, we'll leave in the morning." Ryan didn't look happy, but he nodded. One more night. But we take turns keeping watch. As darkness fell, the forest seemed to press against the windows of the cabin, as if trying to find a way in. I sat by the door, rifle across my lap, listening to the sounds of the night. Ryan eventually fell into a restless sleep on the couch, his face troubled even in unconsciousness. I tried to convince myself that we'd simply stumbled across some local hunter's bizarre trophy display, that the clicking sound had been a branch rubbing against another in the wind, that the strange tracks were just deer prints distorted by rain. But as midnight came and went, bringing with it a deepening silence, I knew better. Something was out there, something that didn't belong, and it was, watching us. The next morning, we both agreed to check out the area where we'd seen the thing. Armed with nothing but a rusty axe and a hunting knife, we walked deeper into the woods. Ryan kept muttering about how dumb this was, and I couldn't argue with him, but something kept pulling me in. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the fact that I didn't like feeling scared in my own damn woods. We retraced our steps from the day before, following the same path that had led us to the clearing with the dead tree. The morning was bright, the sunlight dappling the forest floor through gaps in the canopy above. It should have been beautiful, peaceful. Instead, I felt like we were walking into a trap. "You really think this is a good idea?" Ryan asked for the third time since we'd left the cabin. "Going back to creepy Murder Tree Central?" I shrugged, trying to project more confidence than I felt. "We need to know what we're dealing with. And if what we're dealing with tries to deal with us?" I patted the hunting knife at my belt. "That's what this is for." Ryan snorted. "Fat lot of good that'll do against whatever hangs animals from trees for fun." He had a point, but I wasn't about to admit it. The truth was, I needed answers more than I needed safety. This was my home now, and something was threatening it. I needed to understand what. The deeper we went, the quieter the forest got. No birds, no bugs, just dead silence. I started to think that maybe we should turn back when Ryan froze again, pointing ahead. "There," he whispered. "I saw it. A pile of bones. Fresh, too. Something had ripped apart a deer, but it wasn't like any predator I'd ever seen. The bones were broken, not chewed, just shattered, like someone had stomped on them. And the weirdest part, there was no blood, not a drop. The ground around the carcass was bone dry. I crouched down, examining the remains. The deer had been large, probably a buck, though its head was missing. The limbs had been torn from the torso with tremendous force, not cut, not bitten, but pulled apart. The bones at the joints were splintered and crushed. "Jesus," Ryan whispered, keeping his distance. "What could do that?" I shook my head, noting the absence of tracks around the kill. Whatever had done this had been careful not to leave evidence. Or perhaps it moved in a way that didn't disturb the ground. Neither option was comforting. The most disturbing aspect wasn't the violence of the kill, but the precision. This wasn't a feeding. It was a dissection. The organs had been removed and sorted: heart, lungs, liver. each placed in a separate pile nearby, untouched and intact, like specimens laid out for study. "This isn't an animal," I said, standing up and wiping my hands on my jeans. "Animals don't do this." Ryan's face had gone pale. "So what? We're talking about a person? Some psychopath living out here?" The thought had crossed my mind, but it didn't fit. No human could tear apart a deer with their bare hands. And if they'd used tools, there would be cut marks, saw marks. These bones looked like they'd been pulled apart by something with inhuman strength. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I think we should—" I never finished the sentence. From somewhere deeper in the woods came that sound again, the rhythmic clicking we'd heard the day before. Only now it was louder, more insistent, and it was coming closer. Ryan didn't need to say anything. We both knew something was off, and it was time to get the hell out of there. But as we turned to leave, I heard it again, that same rustling sound from the night before. Except this time, it wasn't hiding. It was coming straight for us. We ran, and I don't mean we jogged back like idiots who thought we were being followed. I mean we ran like our lives depended on it, because they did. I could hear it behind us, crashing through the underbrush like it wasn't trying to be stealthy anymore. Whatever it was fast, and it was angry. The forest became a blur as we sprinted through it. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us with every step. I could hear Ryan's ragged breathing ahead of me, see his back as he dodged between trees. And behind us, that terrible clicking sound growing louder, more frenzied. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. Something was moving through the trees behind us, something large and dark that seemed to flow rather than run, its shape constantly shifting and reforming. I caught a glimpse of limbs that were too long, too numerous, and a head that sat wrong on a misshapen torso. "Don't look back," I shouted to Ryan. "Just run." We burst from the trees onto the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin. The daylight seemed impossibly bright after the gloom of the forest. For a moment, I thought we'd made it, that whatever had been chasing us wouldn't follow into the open. Then I heard Ryan shout in pain. I turned to see him stumbling, clutching his ankle. He'd hit a pothole in the road and gone down hard. "Get up," I yelled, running back to him. "We're almost there." Ryan was ahead of me, breathing hard when I saw him trip. He hit the ground hard, and I turned back, grabbing him by the arm. "Get up, man." But before I could pull him to his feet, I saw it. Finally, out in the open, it looked like a dog, but its back legs were bent wrong, like a goat's. Its skin was patchy, fur missing in spots. But what really got me was the smell, rotten, like a carcass that had been baking in the sun for days. The creature paused at the edge of the trees, as if reluctant to come fully into the light. I got my first clear look at it, and my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It stood on 4 legs, but its proportions were all wrong. The front limbs were too short, the back ones too long and jointed like a deer's. Its body was covered in patchy fur, with bald spots showing skin that looked diseased, mottled red and gray with what might have been sores or growths. But it was the head that made my heart stutter in my chest. It was almost dog-like in shape, but the snout was too elongated, and where eyes should have been were just dark, sunken pits. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of needle-like teeth that seemed too numerous, too irregular to fit in a normal jaw. And all the while, that clicking sound continued, emanating not from the creature's mouth, but from somewhere in its throat, as if produced by some internal mechanism. It was on Ryan before I could blink, knocking him down again. I saw its jaws snap down on his shoulder, tearing into him like he was made of paper. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Ryan screamed, a horrible, gut-wrenching sound that made me sick. I wasn't armed, not even a gun, and even if I had one, what would I do? This thing wasn't natural, but I couldn't just stand there. So I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed a rock and hurled it at the thing's head. It bounced off harmlessly, but it was enough to make it let go of Ryan for a second. The creature's head swiveled toward me, those empty eye sockets somehow fixing me with what felt like a stare of pure hatred. It made a new sound then, not clicking, but a low, rattling growl that seemed to vibrate the air between us. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I lunged forward, grabbed Ryan by his good arm and hauled him to his feet. He was heavy, his legs barely supporting his weight, but fear gave me strength I didn't know I had. "Move," I shouted in his ear. "You have to move." Somehow we stumbled forward, Ryan leaning heavily on me, leaving a trail of blood behind us. I could hear the creature following, its strange gait producing an uneven rhythm on the hard-packed dirt. The cabin loomed ahead, a pathetic wooden box that suddenly seemed like the only safe place in the world. 50 yards, 30, 20. Each step was agony, Ryan growing heavier as he lost blood, my own lungs burning with the effort. Then we were there, at the steps leading to the porch. I half-dragged, half-carried Ryan up them, his blood making the wood slick under our feet. I fumbled with the door handle, cursing as it slipped in my sweaty grip. Behind us, the creature had reached the bottom of the steps. I could hear it breathing, a wet, ragged sound like air being forced through fluid. I didn't look back, couldn't bear to see it again. The door finally gave way, and we tumbled inside. I dragged Ryan fully across the threshold, then slammed the door shut, throwing the bolt home with trembling hands. For a moment there was silence. Then something hit the door, hard. The whole cabin seemed to shake with the impact. A second blow followed, and I heard wood splinter. I dragged him to his feet, and we kept running. By some miracle, we made it back to the cabin. Ryan was bleeding out, his shirt soaked with blood, but we had to keep going. I threw open the door, shoved him inside, and slammed it shut. We pushed everything we could find in front of the door. Chairs, tables, anything that might slow it down. I helped Ryan to the rickety couch, where he collapsed, face gray with pain and blood loss. His shoulder was a mess, the flesh torn and ragged. Through the ripped fabric of his shirt, I could see bone. "Fuck, Mitch," he gasped. "What was that thing?" I had no answer. I was frantically searching for something to use as a bandage, settling for a relatively clean t-shirt that I pressed against his wound. "Hold this," I instructed. "Press down hard." Ryan complied, wincing as he applied pressure. "You think it can get in?" As if in answer, something slammed against the door. The barricade we'd erected shuddered but held. For now. "The windows," Ryan said weakly. "Check the windows." He was right. The cabin had 4 windows, one in the main room, one in the bedroom, one in the kitchen, and a small one in the bathroom. None of them were particularly secure. If that thing wanted in, it wouldn't have much trouble. I moved quickly, pulling shutters closed, dragging furniture in front of the larger windows. All the while, the thing outside continued its assault on the door, each impact making the walls tremble. For a while it was quiet. I sat there, holding my breath, waiting for it to come crashing through the door. Ryan was fading fast. He was slumped against the wall, breathing shallow, and I didn't know what to do. I'm no doctor, and we were miles away from any kind of help. Then the banging started. Slow at first, like it was testing the walls, seeing how much force it needed. Each thud sent chills down my spine. No, not chills. That's too cliché for what I felt. It was more like I was watching my life fall apart brick by brick, knowing there was nothing I could do to stop it. Each impact seemed to shake the entire cabin, dust raining down from the ceiling. The thing outside was methodical, moving from one wall to another, searching for weaknesses. It reminded me of someone checking a fence for breaks. Patient, thorough, intelligent. This wasn't the behavior of a mindless predator. This was strategy. Ryan groaned, barely conscious now. I grabbed a rag and tried to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. His shirt was soaked through with blood, the makeshift bandage I'd applied earlier already saturated. His skin had taken on a waxy pallor, his breathing shallow and rapid. "I'm sorry," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if he could hear me. "I'm so damn sorry." This was my fault. I'd insisted on coming out here, on investigating whatever we'd seen in the woods. If I'd listened to Ryan, if we'd just left when he suggested it, he wouldn't be lying here bleeding out on my dirty couch. The banging stopped suddenly, the silence more terrifying than the noise had been. I held my breath, straining to hear any movement outside. Nothing. Just the sound of Ryan's labored breathing and the hammering of my own heart. Had it given up? Left to find easier prey? I didn't dare hope. "Ryan," I said, gently shaking his good shoulder, "stay with me, man. Don't you dare check out." His eyes fluttered open, unfocused and glazed with pain. "Mitch," he murmured, "I don't feel so good." "I know, buddy. Just hang on." We'll get you help as soon as it's safe." Even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. There was no help to be had out here. The nearest hospital was an hour away by car, and Ryan didn't have an hour, and that was assuming we could even get to the truck with that thing out there. I moved to the window, carefully peering through a crack in the shutters. The yard was empty, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. No sign of the creature. But I didn't trust the apparent calm. Something told me it was still out there, watching, waiting. From somewhere in the distance came that clicking sound again, that rapid, mechanical ticking that seemed to bore into my brain. It was fainter now, as if the source was moving away from the cabin. A retreat or a new strategy? I returned to Ryan's side, checking his wound again. The bleeding had slowed, which would have been good news if I didn't suspect it was because he had less blood to lose. His skin was cool to the touch, clammy with sweat. "Mitch," he said suddenly, his voice stronger than I expected. "If I don't make it, don't start with that shit," I cut him off. "You're going to be fine." He managed a weak smile. "Always were a terrible liar. Listen to me. If I don't make it, you need to get the hell out of here. Not just the cabin, these woods, this whole area. Something's wrong here, has been since we got here." I wanted to argue, to tell him we'd both be leaving together come morning. But the words stuck in my throat. We both knew the truth. "There's something I need to tell you," Ryan continued, his words slurring slightly, "about why I really came up here." I leaned closer. "What do you mean?" "Wasn't just to check on you. Was coming to warn you. People been disappearing up this way. Hikers, campers. Couple of hunters last fall. Nobody connects the dots 'cause it's spread out, different counties. But I heard things back in town. Rumors about these woods." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "What kind of rumors?" Ryan's eyes were drifting closed again, his strength failing. "Bad ones, real bad. About things in the trees, things that aren't right. Thought it was just stories, ghost stories to scare tourists. But now," his voice trailed off, his head lolling to one side. For a terrifying moment I thought he was gone. Then I saw the shallow rise and fall of his chest, still alive, but barely. I sat back, trying to process what he'd told me. People disappearing, rumors about the woods. Had I really been so isolated, so wrapped up in my own problems that I hadn't noticed the danger surrounding me? The light outside was fading, dusk approaching with alarming speed. Soon it would be dark, and somehow I knew that darkness would bring the creature back. It was waiting for night, for its natural advantage. I did a quick inventory of my defenses. The hunting knife I'd brought back with me, a fireplace poker, the axe I used for chopping wood, left outside by the woodpile. Not much against whatever was out there, but it was all I had. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the trees, the clicking sound returned, closer now, just outside the cabin, moving around the perimeter, like the thing was circling its prey before the final attack. Then the door buckled. The wood cracked, and I knew we were done for. I backed up, holding the knife like it was going to do something. But when the door finally gave way, it wasn't the thing that stepped through. It was a man, or at least what was left of one. The figure that stood in the splintered doorway was human in shape, but there any resemblance to humanity ended. His skin was pale, stretched tight over bones, and his eyes, well, let's just say they didn't look human anymore. They were black voids, like the creature's, sunken deep into a face that was little more than a skull with skin pulled taut across it. He wore the tattered remains of what might once have been outdoor clothing, a flannel shirt, jeans, hiking boots. But all were filthy, stained with what looked like dried blood and other substances I didn't want to identify. He didn't say a word, just looked at me like I was the next meal on the menu. Behind him I could see more figures in the woods waiting. It wasn't just one thing, it was a pack. They had been watching us the whole time, hunting us like animals. I raised the knife, backing away until I hit the wall. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The cabin that had been my sanctuary for months had become a trap. The man, if he could still be called that, took a step forward. His movements were jerky, uncoordinated, as if he wasn't fully in control of his own body. The clicking sound I'd been hearing was coming from him, from his throat. a constant rapid ticking like the sound of a mechanical insect. "Stay back," I warned, the knife trembling in my grip. "I don't want to hurt you." A sound emerged from his lips, not quite a laugh, but something like it, a dry, crackling noise that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. When he spoke, his voice was wrong, too deep, too hollow, as if it originated from somewhere other than his vocal cords. "Hurt us?" the not-quite-human thing said. "You cannot hurt what you cannot understand." Behind him, more figures appeared in the doorway. Men and women, all with the same emaciated appearance, the same black, empty eyes, all making that terrible clicking sound, a chorus of mechanical ticks that filled the cabin with their dissonance. "What do you want?" I demanded, fighting to keep my voice steady. The leader, for that's how I thought of the first one, tilted his head at an impossible angle, studying me with those bottomless eyes. "To learn," he said simply. "To understand, as we understood your friend." I glanced at Ryan, still unconscious on the couch. Or was he? His chest wasn't moving anymore. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He was gone, dead while I'd been distracted with our visitors. "What did you do to him?" Rage replaced fear, hot and clarifying. Nothing he didn't allow. He was weak, injured, easy to study. The way he said study sent ice through my veins. I remembered the dissected deer in the woods, organs laid out with clinical precision. "You're going to kill me," I said. It wasn't a question. The leader's mouth stretched into what might have been intended as a smile, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. "Eventually," he agreed. "But first we learn." They moved as one, surging forward into the cabin. I slashed with the knife, catching the leader across what should have been a cheek. But instead of blood, a thick black substance oozed from the wound. Not flowing, but crawling, like it had a life of its own. I fought like a cornered animal, stabbing, punching, kicking. I connected with flesh that felt wrong, too soft in some places, too hard in others. The clicking sound grew deafening, surrounding me, invading my head until I could barely think. One of them grabbed my arm, fingers digging in with unnatural strength. Another caught my leg. I was being pulled down, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. As I fell, my head struck the edge of the table. Stars exploded across my vision, the world going dim. The last thing I saw before consciousness fled was Ryan's body, twitching on the couch, though he was clearly dead. His chest cavity open and empty like the deer in the woods. And standing over him, hands deep in the wound, was one of the not-quite-human things, its clicking growing faster, more excited, as it explored what had once been my friend. I don't know how I made it out. Maybe they were toying with me, letting me think I had a chance. Or maybe I just got lucky. But I ran. I left Ryan behind, left the cabin behind, and didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. When I came to, it was dark. Not the darkness of night, but the absolute blackness of a place devoid of light. I was lying on something cold and hard stone from the feel of it. The air was damp and smelled of earth and decay, with that same chemical undertone I'd noticed in the woods. I tried to move and found that I could, though every muscle screamed in protest. My head throbbed where it had struck the table, and dried blood crusted the side of my face. But I was alive, and apparently unrestrained. Slowly, carefully, I sat up, straining my eyes against the darkness. Gradually, shapes began to emerge. Rough walls of what seemed to be a cave or tunnel. A faint phosphorescence clung to the stone in patches, casting just enough light to see by. I was alone, at least in this immediate space. No sign of the creatures or the not-quite-human things that had invaded my cabin. No sign of Ryan either, though I knew with grim certainty that he was gone. My knife was missing, as were my boots. I wore only my jeans and t-shirt, both torn and stained with blood, some of it mine, some of it Ryan's. I had no way to tell how long I'd been unconscious, or how far I'd been taken from the cabin. The silence was absolute. No clicking, no breathing but my own. Just the occasional drip of water from somewhere in the darkness. I had two choices: stay where I was and wait for whatever fate my captors had planned for me, or try to find a way out. It wasn't much of a choice. I'd never been one to sit passively and accept death. If I was going to die, it would be on my feet, fighting. I stood unsteadily, using the wall for support. The stone was slick under my fingers, covered in a thin film of moisture that felt oddly viscous, like oil rather than water. I wiped my hand on my jeans, trying not to think about what might be coating the walls of this place. There were two directions I could go, deeper into the tunnel or back the way I presumed I'd been brought in. I chose the latter, hoping it might lead to an exit. Moving as quietly as possible, I made my way along the tunnel. The phosphorescent patches provided just enough light to avoid stumbling, but not enough to see more than a few feet ahead. The tunnel curved and branched, forming a complex network that quickly had me disoriented. I tried to maintain a sense of direction by keeping one hand on the right wall, but the passages seemed designed to confuse, to trap. After what felt like hours of wandering, I heard it, that familiar mechanical clicking, distant at first, then growing closer. I pressed myself against the wall, hoping the darkness would hide me. The clicking approached, accompanied by the sound of something moving through the tunnel. Not footsteps exactly, but a strange, dragging shuffle. A figure passed by my hiding spot, one of the emaciated, not quite human things. In the dim phosphorescent light, I could see details I'd missed before. What I had taken for clothing was actually part of them, the fabric seeming to merge with their skin in places, as if the two had grown together. And their movements were even stranger than I'd realized, with joints bending in impossible directions. The creature paused, its clicking faltering for a moment. It turned its head in my direction, those black, empty eyes somehow sensing me despite the darkness. I held my breath, pressing harder against the wall, willing myself to become invisible. For a terrible moment, I thought it had seen me. Then, with a renewal of its clicking, it moved on, disappearing around a bend in the tunnel. I waited until the sound had faded completely before allowing myself to breathe again. That had been too close. I needed to find an exit, and quickly, before more of them came this way. I continued my cautious progress, now listening intently for any sound that might warn me of approaching danger. The tunnels continued to branch and merge, forming a labyrinth that seemed designed to confuse and trap. But eventually I noticed something, a faint freshening of the air, a barely perceptible current against my face. Somewhere ahead, there was an opening to the outside world. I followed the air current, moving faster now despite the risk of making noise. The tunnel began to slope upward, the ceiling lowering until I had to stoop to avoid hitting my head. The phosphorescence grew fainter, the darkness more complete. I navigated by touch now, hands outstretched, feeling my way forward. Then, suddenly, my fingers encountered nothing. Open space where the wall should have been. I turned toward it and felt the air current strengthen. This was it, a way out. The opening was small, barely large enough for me to squeeze through if I went sideways. It led into a space that was still dark, but felt larger, more open. And above me, through a gap in what must have been a cave ceiling, I could see stars. Real stars, not the phosphorescent patches that had guided me through the tunnels. I climbed toward them, scrambling up a slope of loose rock that threatened to give way beneath my feet. My hands found purchase on roots and outcroppings, pulling myself higher, closer to freedom. And then I was there, dragging myself out through a narrow fissure onto the forest floor. The night air had never smelled so sweet. I lay on my back, gasping, staring up at the stars through the canopy of trees. I was out, alive. But for how long? I had no idea where I was in relation to my cabin or the nearest town. No way to orient myself without seeing the sun. And no desire to wait until dawn in the open, where the creatures might find me again. I forced myself to my feet, wincing at the pain in my abused muscles. The forest around me was quiet, too quiet, just as it had been when we'd found the deer carcass. Whatever lived in these woods, it wasn't just the creatures from the tunnels. The entire ecosystem seemed affected, corrupted. I picked a direction at random and started walking. Without shoes, each step was agony, the forest floor a minefield of sharp stones and broken branches. But pain was preferable to capture, to ending up like Ryan, a specimen to be dissected and studied. I walked through the night, driven by fear and desperation. When dawn finally broke, I found myself on unfamiliar ground, a part of the forest I'd never explored during my months at the cabin. The trees here were older, more gnarled, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy that blocked much of the light. But with the sun's position, I could now orient myself. East was that way, which meant the nearest town would be roughly northeast from my current position. I adjusted my course and pressed on, ignoring the hunger that gnawed at my stomach and the thirst that made my throat feel like sandpaper. I traveled through that day and the next night, stopping only when exhaustion threatened to overcome me. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw them, the hollow-eyed, not quite humans, the creature with its wrongly jointed legs. Ryan's body opened up like a textbook illustration. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and brief. On the morning of the second day, I heard the most beautiful sound in the world, the distant rumble of a vehicle on a road. I changed direction, heading toward the sound, my pace quickening despite my fatigue. The trees thinned, and suddenly I was standing on the shoulder of a highway. A green road sign nearby told me I was 15 miles from Miller's Creek, a small town I vaguely remembered passing through on my way to the cabin all those months ago. I stuck out my thumb at the next vehicle that approached, a battered pickup truck driven by an elderly man who looked at me with a mixture of concern and suspicion. I must have been quite a sight. Filthy, bloody, barefoot, wild-eyed with exhaustion and fear. "You all right, son?" he asked as I climbed into the passenger seat. "Had an accident in the woods," I managed, the lie coming easily. "Got lost. Been walking for days." He nodded, accepting the explanation without question. "Happens this time of year. Folks come up from the city, think they're woodsmen because they watched some survival show. Woods'll humble you quick." If only he knew. He dropped me at a gas station in Miller's Creek, even gave me $20 for food and a pair of rubber flip-flops from the station's meager selection of supplies. I thanked him profusely, though no words could express my gratitude for that simple act of humanity after what I'd experienced. In the gas station bathroom, I got my first look at myself in days. The face that stared back from the mirror was a stranger's, gaunt, filthy, with a wild beard and eyes that held a haunted expression I'd never seen before. A deep cut ran along my hairline where I'd struck the table, crusted with dried blood. My arms were covered in bruises and scratches, but I was alive. I cleaned up as best I could, then used some of the money to buy water and food, simple things I could eat immediately to quell the hunger that had become a constant companion. The rest went toward a bus ticket to Portland. From there, I could disappear into the anonymity of a larger city. Jake didn't make it, obviously. By the time anyone believed my story enough to send help, there wasn't much left of him to find. Just bones, broken and scattered like the deer we'd seen earlier. And the thing that got him? It didn't vanish. They found it, its body twisted and mangled in a way that didn't make sense. Maybe it was just an animal, something freakish and mutated by nature. Or maybe it was something else, something no one wants to admit exists. The official report called it an animal attack. A rogue bear, perhaps, or a pack of coyotes driven to unusual aggression by hunger. The human-like figures I described were dismissed as hallucinations brought on by trauma and exposure. Ryan's remains were collected and sent back to whatever family he had left. My cabin was marked as a crime scene, then largely forgotten as the wheels of small-town bureaucracy ground slowly onward. I didn't go back. Couldn't. Whatever was in those woods, whatever lived in those tunnels beneath the forest floor, it was still there. Waiting, watching, learning. I'm in Seattle now, a different name, a different life. I work nights as a janitor in an office building downtown. It's quiet work, anonymous. Nobody asks questions about my past or notices when I start at sudden noises or avoid dark spaces. Sometimes, late at night when the building is empty and silent, I hear it. That mechanical clicking sound that has haunted my dreams since I escaped. Just my imagination, the psychiatrist I visited exactly once told me. A manifestation of PTSD from a traumatic experience. But I know better. Because sometimes in the reflective surfaces of freshly washed windows or the dark screens of powered-down computers, I catch glimpses of them. The hollow-eyed watchers, the collectors of specimens, the students of humanity. And their ranks have grown. New faces join the old ones in my nightmares. Faces of hikers reported missing in the Oregon woods. Faces of campers who went out and never came back. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I see Ryan among them, his eyes black and empty, his throat working to produce that terrible clicking sound, his mouth moving to form words I can't bear to hear. "We learn," he says in these visions. "We understand, and soon we will be ready." Ready for what? I don't know, don't want to know. All I know is that I'm not going back to those woods. But I fear, with increasing certainty, that someday the woods, and what lives within them, will come to find me. All I know is, I'm not going back to those woods. I've been a park ranger for 12 years now. Most people think the job is all fresh air and pointing tourists toward the best views. But those of us who've worked in the more remote parks know differently. Nature isn't just beautiful. It's indifferent to human life. It's unforgiving. And sometimes it feels almost hostile. My transfer to Cascade Ridge National Forest came after a particularly rough stint in Yellowstone. The supervisors thought I could use something quieter, as they put it. Cascade Ridge was smaller, less visited, and tucked away in the northwestern mountains where dense pine forests stretched for miles, interrupted only by rocky outcroppings and the occasional alpine meadow. The ranger station was 30 miles from the nearest town, a small settlement called River Point with one gas station and a general store that doubled as the post office. My cabin sat another 5 miles into the park, a sturdy wooden structure with solar panels, a small generator for backup, and satellite internet that worked about half the time. Perfect for someone who needs space, my supervisor had said during orientation. What he meant was, perfect for someone who'd had an incident. The kind where you find a hiker too late, and the memory of it follows you home. My first week passed uneventfully. I patrolled the main trails, checked permits at the few designated camping areas, and spent evenings logging data and reading reports from previous rangers. The forest was eerily quiet compared to Yellowstone's tourist chaos. Here, the silence had weight, broken only by wind through pine needles and occasional wildlife calls. On my 8th night, I was awakened by something striking my cabin. It wasn't loud, more like something brushing against the outer wall. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch. The beam cut through darkness but revealed nothing unusual. The forest stood silent, the kind of heavy silence that feels expectant. I checked the perimeter, finding nothing but some disturbed gravel near the west side. Probably raccoons, I thought, or maybe a deer. But as I turned to go back inside, I noticed something odd, a smell I couldn't place. Not the usual forest sense of pine, soil, and vegetation. This was musky, almost primal. It disappeared as quickly as it had come. The next morning, I found large, unusual tracks in the soft earth behind my cabin. They resembled bear prints, but weren't quite right. Too large, with a strange formation to the toes. I photographed them before they disappeared in the morning rain, intending to ask wildlife services about them. That afternoon, I received my first emergency call. A family of 4 had wandered off the main trail and become disoriented. Standard procedure. I gathered my pack and headed to their last known coordinates. The Hoffmans, parents with 2 preteen children, were relieved when I found them 3 miles off trail. They'd followed what they thought was a path, but was actually a dry creek bed that had led them deeper into the wilderness. "We kept hearing something following us," Mr. Hoffman explained as I guided them back. "Like footsteps, but heavy, really heavy." "Probably a moose or elk," I offered. "They're curious, but generally keep their distance." Mrs. Hoffman glanced nervously at the darkening forest. It sounded bigger. The children were unusually quiet, the younger one clutching a drawing pad to his chest. As we approached the main trail, I asked to see what he'd been drawing. He hesitated before revealing a crude crayon sketch, tall trees and what looked like a large, dark figure standing between them. "That's what watched us from the trees," he whispered. "Children often misinterpret shadows or large animals, especially when scared." I smiled reassuringly and got them safely back to their vehicle. But driving back to my cabin, I couldn't shake the memory of those strange tracks, or the lingering question of what exactly was watching us from the dense forest beyond. The incident report for the Hoffman family took longer than usual to complete. I found myself staring at the section labeled Wildlife Encounters, cursor blinking as I debated how to categorize what they'd described. In the end, I marked it as possible elk sighting and added notes about the child's drawing. 2 days later, I discovered the first truly unsettling sign that something wasn't right in my section of Cascade Ridge. While checking the northwestern trail markers, I found a half-eaten deer carcass spread across the path. This wasn't unusual in itself. Predation is natural. But the way it had been torn apart was strange. The rib cage was completely exposed, with bones broken outward as if something had pulled them apart. No mountain lion or wolf typically feeds this way. I radioed wildlife management, who suggested it might be bears exhibiting unusual behavior due to food scarcity. They promised to send someone out within the week, but in the isolated reaches of Cascade Ridge, within the week could mean anything. That night, I awoke to the sound of wood creaking. Not the normal settling noises of a cabin, but deliberate pressure, as if something heavy was leaning against the far wall. My heart hammered as I reached for the rifle I kept under my bed. The creaking stopped, replaced by what sounded like deep, rasping breath. I remained frozen, listening as whatever it was circled the cabin, pausing occasionally as if studying the structure. The windows were too high for a bear to look through, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. After what seemed like hours, heavy footsteps retreated into the forest. Come morning, I found new tracks, similar to those I'd photographed earlier but deeper, as if made by something heavier. More disturbing were the long scratches on the cabin's western wall about 8 feet up, too high for most wildlife. I'd read incident reports from previous rangers about unusual wildlife encounters, but had dismissed most as exaggeration. Working alone in the wilderness does things to your mind. Isolation breeds imagination. At least, that's what I told myself as I measured the scratches and documented them. That afternoon, a call came in about a solo hiker who hadn't checked in at his designated time. Getting lost is easy in Cascade Ridge, where trails disappear under fallen leaves and landmarks look deceptively similar. I grabbed my gear and headed out, hoping to find him before sunset. The coordinates led me to the densest part of the forest, where ancient pines blocked most sunlight. 4 hours of searching yielded nothing until I noticed a bright blue fabric piece caught on a branch. Following this sign, I discovered a small clearing where the missing hiker had established camp. His tent stood intact but empty, sleeping bag still inside. His hiking boots remained neatly placed at the entrance, a detail that sent cold prickles across my skin. No experienced hiker ventures barefoot into these woods. As I examined the area, I realized the ground told a story. There were the hiker's normal boot prints around the campsite, then what looked like barefoot running tracks leading into the trees. Following them cautiously, I found where they stopped abruptly at the base of a massive pine. Scattered nearby were pages from a journal, the most recent entry still legible. Night 3. Something is watching me from the tree line. I hear it moving after dark, circling my camp. It's big, too big for a bear. I tried recording the sounds, but my phone battery is almost dead. I think I saw it today, just for a second. Tall, moving quickly between trees. Park documents don't mention anything like this living here. If anyone finds this... The entry ended abruptly. I gathered the pages and continued searching until darkness forced me back. As I hiked out, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Twigs snapped behind me at irregular intervals, always stopping when I turned to look. Just wildlife, I muttered to myself, quickening my pace. But the rational part of my mind, the part trained through years of wilderness experience, knew that wildlife doesn't follow humans with such purpose. Wildlife doesn't maintain a consistent distance, and wildlife doesn't seem to understand exactly when you're turning to look. I reached my vehicle as night fully descended, throwing my gear inside and locking the doors before allowing myself to breathe. As I started the engine, my headlights swept across the tree line, and for just a second, I caught a glimpse of something tall retreating into darkness, something that moved on 2 legs, not 4. I drove back to my cabin faster than regulations allowed, the missing hiker's journal pages burning a hole in my pack. Morning brought no relief from my growing unease. I radioed for a search and rescue team for the missing hiker, identified from his abandoned belongings as Michael Westfield, 35, experienced backpacker from Portland. While waiting for the team to arrive, I reviewed his journal again, trying to make sense of the scattered entries. The earlier pages documented normal hiking observations, wildlife sightings, weather conditions, trail notes. But about halfway through, the tone shifted. Westfield had begun reporting unusual sounds at night and a persistent feeling of being watched. His final entries grew increasingly paranoid, with repeated mentions of movement in the trees and breathing sounds outside my tent. When the search team arrived, 4 rangers from neighboring districts, I shared my findings and the journal entries. I could see skepticism in their expressions. "Sounds like he got spooked and wandered off," suggested Ranger Brennan, the most experienced among them. "Happens more often than you'd think. People get wilderness anxiety, especially alone." I wanted to believe this explanation, but the abandoned boots troubled me. We spent the next 8 hours combing the area in expanding circles from Westfield's campsite, finding nothing but a few more scattered personal items: a water bottle, a torn shirt, a single sock. As the search continued, 2 of the rangers reported hearing unusual sounds, heavy movement through the underbrush that stopped whenever they paused to listen. Brennan dismissed it as wildlife, but I noticed how his hand rested closer to his sidearm afterward. We suspended the search at dusk, agreeing to resume at first light. The others headed back to town while I returned to my cabin, the day's events weighing heavily on my mind. That night brought the worst storm of the season. Thunder crashed overhead as rain pounded my cabin roof. Around midnight, between thunderclaps, I heard a distinctive sound: 3 heavy knocks on the side of my cabin, then 3 more, 2 deliberate for falling branches. I grabbed my flashlight and rifle, heart racing. The knocking came again, this time from the opposite wall. Whatever was out there was moving around my cabin, testing it. I stood motionless in the center of the room, tracking the sounds as they circled the structure. When lightning flashed, illuminating the windows, I caught a glimpse of something peering in, just for a second. A dark shape, too tall for a bear, with what looked like a massive head outlined against the glass. I raised my rifle instinctively, but it disappeared before I could process what I'd seen. The radio crackled to life, making me jump. It was Brennan, his voice tense. "We found something. Westfield's backpack about 2 miles north of his camp. And tracks, like nothing I've seen before." "Human?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. "No," he replied after a pause. "Not human. Not any wildlife I recognize either. Too big, wrong configuration, and there's hair caught in the backpack straps. Dark, coarse. Not Westfield's." I thought of the tracks I'd documented, the scratches high on my cabin wall, the shape at my window. "Send samples to the lab," I instructed, "and be careful out there. Something doesn't feel right about this." The storm continued through the night, but the knocking didn't return. In the morning, I found massive, unusual footprints in the mud surrounding my cabin, over 16 inches long with 5 distinct toe impressions. I photographed them beside my boot for scale, feeling cold dread settle in my stomach. 3 more hikers reported strange encounters that week. One couple described hearing whooping calls echoing through the valley at sunset. Another man abandoned his camping trip after finding his food cache destroyed and large, human-like handprints pressed into the mud nearby. The most disturbing report came from a wildlife photographer who showed me images he'd captured on his trail camera. Most were normal forest scenes, but one night shot showed a large, dark figure moving between trees. The image was blurry, indistinct, but clearly showed something bipedal and massive, too tall and broad-shouldered for a human, but moving with unmistakable purpose. "I've heard stories," the photographer said quietly as he packed his equipment, "about things in these woods, things the agencies don't acknowledge. The locals in River Point call it the Ridge Walker." I'd heard such legends before. Every remote wilderness has its folklore, but folklore doesn't leave tracks. It doesn't break deer rib cages or knock on cabin walls. And it doesn't leave hair samples that, according to the preliminary lab report Brennan forwarded me, were unidentified primate, not consistent with known species. As I patrolled the boundaries of my sector that evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't monitoring the forest. The forest was monitoring me. Eyes followed my movement from the dense undergrowth. Branches swayed without wind, and occasionally, just at the edge of hearing, came sounds like wood striking wood, communication from something that understood concealment. I no longer believed I was dealing with normal wildlife. Whatever walked the ridges of Cascade Forest was something else entirely. 2 weeks after Michael Westfield's disappearance, with no further sign of him despite expanded search efforts, the regional office decided to temporarily close my section of Cascade Ridge to visitors. The official reason given was wildlife management concerns, but rumors had already started circulating among the hiking community. I spent those quiet days compiling evidence, photographs of tracks, recordings of strange sounds in the night, hair samples, and detailed logs of every unusual occurrence. When compared chronologically, a pattern emerged. The activity intensified around my cabin following the full moon and seemed to migrate in a roughly circular path through my sector. Whatever was out there seemed curious about human presence rather than openly hostile. Until the incident with the research team. The university field researchers arrived despite the closure, armed with special permits to conduct their annual bird migration study. 4 graduate students and their professor set up sophisticated recording equipment at 3 locations near the ridge. I warned them about the unusual activity, but the professor, a veteran of many field expeditions, dismissed my concerns. "We've worked in grizzly territory before," he assured me. "The students are trained in wildlife safety." 3 days into their research, I received a panicked radio call from their base camp. The transmission cut in and out, but I could make out enough. Something had destroyed their equipment at 2 recording sites and was now circling their camp. They could hear it moving through the trees, occasionally emitting low rumbling sounds. I grabbed my gear and drove toward their coordinates, trying to maintain radio contact. When I was still 2 miles out, I heard screams over the transmission, then silence. I arrived to find their camp in disarray, tents torn open, equipment scattered. 3 researchers huddled in their remaining vehicle, visibly shaken. The professor and 1 student were missing. "It was huge," one of the students told me, hands trembling. "It came out of the trees just after sunset, not like a bear. It was standing upright, at least 7 feet tall. The professor tried to photograph it, and it charged him." They'd heard the professor and the missing student crashing through the underbrush, pursued by heavy footfalls. Then nothing. I radioed for emergency backup and told the remaining researchers to drive to the ranger station while I tracked their colleagues. The fading daylight made it a dangerous proposition, but waiting until morning wasn't an option. The trail wasn't hard to follow. Broken branches, disturbed ground, and occasional equipment items marked a clear path heading west toward the densest part of the forest. I moved carefully, rifle ready, fighting the growing darkness. About a mile from camp, I found the professor's camera, its display smashed. Further on, a single boot. The tracks told a chaotic story. The humans running, falling, getting up again, pursued by something with a long stride that sometimes dropped to all 4s. Just as light failed completely, I reached a rock outcropping where the trail ended abruptly. My flashlight beam caught a splash of color against the gray stone, the missing student's red jacket, torn and dirty, but empty. I called out, hearing my voice echo back from the rocks. Then, from somewhere above and behind me, came a response. Not human words, but a long, low vocalization that raised every hair on my body. A sound that conveyed clear meaning. Warning. I pivoted slowly, raising my light toward a ledge about 30 feet up. For one heart-stopping moment, my beam illuminated a massive figure crouched there, broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair, with a face that seemed both human and not. Our eyes met, and in that instant, I understood I was being evaluated by something intelligent. It made that sound again, a rumbling call that vibrated in my chest, then rose to its full height. Even at that distance, its size was staggering. Then, with shocking agility for something so large, it disappeared over the ridge. I stood frozen, unable to process what I'd just seen. My training told me to pursue, to complete my search for the missing people. But deeper instincts, older and wiser than any protocol, told me to retreat. As if confirming this instinct, a barrage of rocks suddenly rained down from above, striking the ground around me. Not random falling debris, targeted projectiles. A clear message. I backed away slowly, keeping my light trained on the ridge. More rocks fell, closer this time. I turned and moved quickly back toward my vehicle, feeling watched every step of the way. When backup arrived an hour later, 4 rangers and 2 county sheriff deputies, I struggled to describe what I'd experienced. I showed them my evidence, the tracks, the destroyed equipment. In the harsh reality of flashlights and radios, my encounter seemed increasingly unbelievable. "We'll resume the search at first light," the lead deputy decided, "with dogs and a full team." I didn't tell him that dogs would be useless. They'd refused to track during previous searches, whining and retreating when brought to areas with the strange tracks. Some things, it seemed, were beyond their training. That night, gathered in my cabin, the backup team discussed search strategies while I sat silently, replaying the encounter in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. I also knew what saying it out loud would sound like. In the morning, 50 yards from my cabin, we found the missing professor and student, alive, huddled in the hollow of a massive fallen tree. They were disoriented, covered in scratches, but largely unharmed. Their story came out in confused fragments, being chased, seeking refuge in the rocks, then being herded away by something large that stayed just out of clear sight. "It could have hurt us," the professor kept saying. But it didn't. It was containing us, moving us, like we were being relocated. The official report would later call it a bear encounter with unusual characteristics. The university withdrew their research permit. The missing hikers were never found, and Michael Westfield became another statistic, one of the dozens who vanish in national parks each year. But I knew what walked the ridges of this forest, something ancient that had claimed this territory long before our trails and campsites, something that was growing less tolerant of human intrusion. The regional office sent investigative teams after the research group incident. They combed the forest with thermal imaging, cameras, and audio equipment, but found nothing conclusive. The hair samples came back with inconclusive DNA results, contaminated or insufficient data, according to the labs. Official reports attributed the events to an unusually territorial bear, possibly with behavioral abnormalities. My own reports, detailed and meticulous, were filed away with minimal comment. I heard through unofficial channels that Summit headquarters considered me compromised by stress, and there was talk of mandatory leave. I knew what this meant. I'd seen it happen before to rangers who reported things that didn't fit neatly into scientific categories. The wilderness holds secrets that our reports and databases aren't designed to accommodate. As summer turned to fall, hiking traffic decreased, leaving me increasingly isolated. My radio communications with other stations grew less frequent. I found myself standing at my cabin windows for hours, watching the tree line, waiting for movement. Sleep became elusive, broken by sounds that might have been branches in the wind, or might have been something moving around my cabin. The most unsettling development came when I realized the pattern had changed. Whatever was out there no longer circled at a distance. It was watching more closely, more consistently. Some mornings I would find branches arranged in unusual patterns near my cabin. Once a freshly killed rabbit was placed on my porch steps, not torn apart, just neatly killed and positioned centrally, like an offering. I began carrying a recorder everywhere, documenting unusual sounds. Late one evening, while reviewing the day's recordings, I captured something extraordinary, a series of what sounded like words, distorted but with unmistakable cadence and pattern. Too structured for animal sounds, too strange for human speech. When I played it at half speed, goosebumps rose along my arms. The vocalizations contained repeated elements that almost resembled phrases. Was it trying to communicate? The thought both fascinated and terrified me. Against regulations, I began leaving small food items at the forest edge. Apples, packets of dried meat, which would disappear overnight. A dangerous game, I knew. Feeding wildlife is strictly prohibited for good reason. But this felt different, like establishing diplomatic relations with a sovereign nation. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. After a particularly violent storm that knocked out power to my cabin, I woke at dawn to find my generator dragged from its housing and placed 30 yards away, completely intact. It would have taken tremendous strength to move the heavy equipment without damaging it. More surprising was what replaced it. A large, freshly killed elk positioned so that its body blocked my cabin door. Not threatening, but impossible to ignore. A gift requiring acknowledgement. I documented everything meticulously before moving the elk and retrieving my generator. That night I sat on my porch and did something I'd been considering for weeks. I attempted communication. Using a series of wood blocks, I created a simple rhythm. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats, mimicking the knocking sounds I'd heard in the forest. I repeated this pattern for nearly an hour before getting a response. From the darkness beyond my cabin, lights came an answering rhythm. Identical at first, then varying in complex ways. I matched each new pattern as best I could, creating a primitive conversation that continued until midnight. In the morning, I found new tracks circling my cabin, closer than ever before, and branches arranged in patterns too deliberate to be random. One formation resembled a crude arrow pointing deeper into the forest. I stood at the edge of my clearing, staring at that invitation, weighing years of training against growing certainty. Whatever walked these woods was intelligent, territorial, but not mindlessly aggressive. It was studying me as carefully as I was studying it. Against every protocol, I decided to follow where it led. I packed a day bag with essentials, left my scheduled route with the main office, though not my actual destination, and followed the direction of the branch arrow. Every few hundred yards, I found new signs, broken branches, arranged stones, once a clear handprint pressed into soft earth that dwarfed my own. The path led to parts of the forest I'd never patrolled, increasingly remote and primeval. Ancient trees blocked most sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight even at midday. The normal forest sounds, birds, small mammals, gradually diminished until the only sound was my own breathing and footsteps. After several hours, I reached a small valley nestled between steep ridges. The trees here grew unusually large, many bearing claw marks 8 to 10 feet up their trunks, territory markings. At the center of the valley stood a massive old-growth pine, its base surrounded by a collection of objects that stopped me cold. Arranged in concentric circles were items from throughout the park: a hiker's lost water bottle, pieces of broken research equipment, a child's dropped toy, a torn backpack I recognized as Michael Westfield's. In the center lay a perfectly preserved ranger hat, not mine, but identical to it. A message, unmistakable in its meaning. I see everything that happens here. As I photographed this collection with shaking hands, I became aware of a presence behind me. I turned slowly, camera still raised, and saw it. Standing at the tree line, partially obscured by shadows but unmistakably present, was a figure at least 8 feet tall. Broad-shouldered and powerful, covered in dark hair, with a face that seemed both ape-like and disturbingly intelligent. It made no threatening movement, simply watching me with deep-set eyes that reflected a comprehension I couldn't begin to understand. We regarded each other across 50 yards of clearing. My finger hovered over the camera button, knowing this was the evidence that would validate everything. But something stopped me. An unspoken understanding passed between us. This wasn't my discovery to broadcast. The creature raised one massive hand in what might have been a gesture of acknowledgement. Then, with shocking silence for something so large, it faded back into the forest. I could have pursued, could have returned with teams and equipment and traps. That was the protocol, the human response to the unknown. Instead, I lowered my camera and left the clearing undisturbed, taking only my memories and a new understanding. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Some knowledge isn't meant to be documented in reports. Winter came early to Cascade Ridge, bringing heavy snow that sealed off the more remote trails and limited my patrols to areas near major access roads. The regional office, still concerned about the summer's incidents, assigned a second ranger to my sector, a young, enthusiastic recent graduate named Rivera, who viewed my stories with polite skepticism. Bear activity can be really territorial, he'd say whenever I mentioned the unusual tracks or vocalizations, especially when they're preparing for hibernation. I stopped trying to convince him after the first week. Instead, I focused on documenting the subtle changes around us, how certain areas of the forest had become eerily quiet, devoid of normal wildlife, how the tracks appeared less frequently but more deliberately, often in locations where Rivera had recently patrolled. It was watching him, I realized, learning about this new human in its territory. December brought the heaviest snowfall in decades, cutting off road access to our station for nearly 2 weeks. Rivera grew increasingly restless in the isolation, but I found a strange comfort in it. The white silence simplified everything, making the forest's patterns easier to read. On the night of the winter solstice, the longest darkness of the year, the temperature dropped to record lows. Our backup generator failed around midnight, plunging the station into cold darkness. Rivera wanted to try reaching the main road for help, but I knew that attempting the snow-covered trails at night would be suicide. "We wait until morning," I insisted. "Use the emergency blankets and conserve body heat." Huddled in the main room, we listened as the wind howled outside, rattling the windows. Rivera dozed fitfully while I kept watch, staring into the darkness beyond our walls. Around 3 a.m. I heard it, the distinctive knocking sound I'd come to recognize, 3 beats against the side of the station. Rivera jerked awake, eyes wide. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. The knocking came again, this time followed by heavy movement on our roof. Something massive was up there, moving with surprising delicacy across the snow-laden structure. "Just the storm," I lied, watching Rivera's frightened face. "Go back to sleep." But Rivera had already grabbed his flashlight, pointing it toward the ceiling where dust drifted down from the rafters under some great weight. The knocking intensified, now coming from multiple directions, not random, but patterned, rhythmic. "There's something out there," Rivera breathed, reaching for his sidearm. "Don't," I warned, placing my hand over his. "Just listen." The patterns continued, complex and deliberate. Between them came vocalizations, low, rumbling calls that seemed to carry meaning beyond mere animal sounds. I recognized elements from my previous encounters, questions perhaps, or warnings. Rivera stared at me, comprehension dawning. "You know what this is," he said. "All those reports you filed. You weren't exaggerating." I nodded slowly. "They're curious about you. New humans make them uneasy." "They?" Rivera whispered, eyes darting to the windows. Before I could answer, a tremendous crash came from the storage room. We rushed in to find the external door torn from its hinges, night air and snow swirling in. On the threshold lay 3 freshly killed rabbits, food for the stranded humans. Rivera stumbled backward. What is happening?" I stepped forward and picked up the rabbits. "An offering," I explained. "They know we're in trouble." From the darkness beyond the broken door came that rumbling vocalization again, closer now, unmistakable. Rivera raised his flashlight with trembling hands, the beam cutting through swirling snow to illuminate a massive figure standing just beyond the doorway. For the first time, I saw it clearly, over 8 feet of powerful, hair-covered body, standing upright with an intelligence in its eyes that no bear could possess. It made no threatening move, simply watching us with what seemed like concern. Rivera's flashlight clattered to the floor. That's impossible," he gasped. "No," I said quietly, "just undocumented." The creature regarded us for a long moment, then deliberately turned and moved to our generator shed. We watched through the window as it effortlessly cleared snow from the equipment and, with surprising dexterity, began examining the machinery. "It's trying to help," I explained to the astonished Rivera. "They understand more than we realize." Within 20 minutes, the generator roared back to life. The fuel line had been cleared and reconnected. Heat began flowing through the station again. The creature returned to the broken doorway, regarding us with what could only be described as satisfaction, before melting back into the darkness. Rivera sat silent for a long time afterward, his worldview visibly crumbling. "We need to report this," he finally said. "And say what?" I asked. "That the officially non-existent Sasquatch fixed our generator. That would end both our careers. But the evidence, the door, the tracks, will be attributed to bears or storm damage," I finished, like always. I spent the remainder of that night explaining everything I'd learned. The territorial patterns, the communication attempts, The deliberate interactions that demonstrated not just animal instinct, but rational thought. Rivera listened without interruption, his expression shifting from disbelief to wonder. By morning, when the snow had lessened enough to begin repairs, he had reached the same conclusion I had months before. Some things exist in the margins between our knowledge and our imagination, demanding not capture or study, but respect. We reported the generator failure and door damage as storm-related incidents. We documented the tracks as unusual wildlife activity, and we developed an unspoken protocol for certain areas of the forest, regions that would be marked on official maps as environmentally sensitive, but which we understood differently. Spring brought new hikers to Cascade Ridge, all of whom received careful orientation about staying on marked trails and respecting wilderness boundaries. When asked about local legends, we neither confirmed nor denied. The forest demands respect became our standard answer. Some areas are best left undisturbed. Incidents decreased dramatically. Occasionally, new rangers would report unusual sounds or tracks, and Rivera and I would investigate, documenting what needed to be documented while protecting what needed to be protected. On rare nights, when patrolling the boundaries between their territory and ours, I would hear those distinctive knocks echoing through the trees. Sometimes I would answer with my own pattern, continuing our primitive conversation across the divide between worlds. The forest holds ancient secrets that our reports and taxonomies can't contain. In the deepest woods of Cascade Ridge lives proof that humanity hasn't cataloged every mystery or mapped every wonder. And perhaps that's as it should be. Some boundaries exist not to be crossed, but to be acknowledged, a mutual agreement between species sharing the same ancient earth. These events occurred during my tenure as a senior ranger at what I've called Cascade Ridge. Names and specific locations have been altered to protect both the privacy of those involved and the continued sanctity of certain wilderness areas. What walks those forests deserves its freedom and its secrets. The isolation hits you differently after dark. That's what they don't tell you in ranger school. Sure, they prepare you for the technical aspects, search and rescue protocols, wildlife management, visitor services, but nothing prepares you for the absolute silence of the backcountry at 2 a.m., when you're the only human for 30 miles in any direction. I'd been stationed at Blackwater Ridge National Forest for 3 years when the incidents began. My cabin, a sturdy but sparse ranger outpost built in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps, sat perched on the edge of one of the most remote wilderness areas in the Pacific Northwest. The nearest town, Pinecrest, was a 90-minute drive down a winding Forest Service road that became impassable after heavy snowfall. Most rangers rotated out after a year. The isolation drove them back to districts with cell service and human contact. But I'd requested the assignment specifically for its remoteness. After 2 tours in Afghanistan, crowded spaces made my skin crawl. Here, the silence was therapeutic, usually. That night in early October, I was curled up with a dog-eared copy of The Wendigo by Algernon Blackwood, a horror novel that felt too appropriate given my surroundings. Rangers develop gallows humor quickly. Reading about supernatural forest entities while surrounded by ancient trees seemed fitting. Thunder rolled in the distance as rain pelted my cabin's metal roof. The radio crackled to life. Ranger Station 7, this is dispatch. We've got a 1057 possible lost hikers. Family of 3 missed check-in at Wolverine Trailhead. Last known position, grid E7, Silverback Ridge. Respond, over. I set down the book and grabbed the radio. Dispatch, this is Ranger Station 7. Copy 1057 at grid E7. Weather conditions deteriorating here. Beginning search preparations. ETA to last known coordinates approximately 2 hours. Over. Copy that 7. Be advised, storm system intensifying. National Weather Service indicates potential flash flood conditions in lower elevations. Proceed with caution. Over. Understood, dispatch. We'll maintain regular comms. 7 out. I sighed, eyeing the rain lashing against my windows. Search and rescue operations were routine, but night searches during storms were dangerous. Still, people needed help, and that's what I signed up for. As I gathered my gear, heavy-duty flashlight, first aid kit, GPS, topographic maps, emergency rations. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. 26 missing hikers in the past decade. Most found alive, a few found dead from exposure or falls, and 3 never found at all. Statistics I knew too well. I pulled on my Gore-Tex rain gear and loaded my pack into the Forest Service Jeep. The radio reported the missing hikers as the Collins family, father, mother, and 10-year-old son, relatively experienced but not equipped for overnight or severe weather. The Forest Service road was already turning to mud as I navigated the hairpin turns, headlights barely penetrating the curtain of rain. Through the trees, occasional lightning illuminated the ancient forest in stark, momentary tableaus. This part of the Blackwater Ridge was old growth, trees standing since before European colonization. The kind of pristine wilderness that made you feel like an intruder. Reaching the trailhead, I geared up for the hike to their last known position. The rain had temporarily subsided, but the wind whistled through the canopy above, carrying strange sounds from deep in the forest. I'd learned to distinguish the normal forest sounds, owls, coyotes, the occasional cougar, from the abnormal. Tonight, something felt off. 3 miles up the muddy trail, my flashlight caught something reflective. An emergency blanket tied to a tree branch, fluttering in the wind. Not part of standard trail markers. Someone had left it deliberately. I approached cautiously, sweeping my light across the surrounding brush. That's when I noticed the footprints, not the tread patterns of hiking boots, but something else entirely. Enormous, deep impressions in the mud, spaced widely apart, leading off the trail into the dense underbrush. Whatever made them was heavy, much heavier than a human, and much, much larger than any black bear native to these mountains. The radio at my hip crackled with static, then went silent. I was alone with whatever had left those tracks, and the storm was building again. Lightning flashed, and for just a moment, I thought I saw a massive silhouette among the trees ahead, standing upright, at least 8 feet tall. When the darkness returned, it was gone. But the feeling of being watched remained. Rangers develop a sixth sense about being observed. It's necessary when you share the wilderness with predators like mountain lions that stalk before they strike. But this feeling was different, more deliberate, more intelligent, as I followed the trail deeper into Blackwater Ridge. The Collins family had signed the trailhead register indicating they planned a day hike to Monarch Falls and back. 6 miles round trip, manageable for a family with a 10-year-old. But the falls were in the opposite direction from these strange tracks. I tried the radio again. Dispatch, this is Ranger Station 7. I'm at Grid E8, following possible signs of the missing party. Radio reception deteriorating. We'll proceed to Silverback Ridge. Over. Only static answered. The rain returned, softer now but persistent. I tracked alongside the unusual footprints, noting how they occasionally disappeared where the ground hardened, then reappeared in muddy patches. Whatever made them knew the terrain well enough to follow established game trails that even experienced hikers would miss. 2 hours into the search, I found the first definitive sign of the Collins family, a child's blue backpack hanging from a branch, placed too deliberately to be accidental. Inside, a water bottle, trail mix, and a small notebook with childish drawings. On the last page, scrawled in pencil, "It follows us." The hair on my neck stood up. I photographed everything before carefully repacking the backpack and securing it in my own. Evidence preservation is protocol, even when every instinct screams to run. Another 30 minutes of hiking brought me to a small clearing. The forest canopy thinned enough to allow moonlight to filter through as the clouds temporarily parted. In the center of the clearing stood a crude structure, branches and limbs arranged in a teepee-like formation, too intentional to be natural, too elaborate to be made by casual hikers. I'd seen similar structures documented in reports from rangers in other districts, reports often filed away with notes about overactive imaginations or folklore enthusiasts. We called them stick structures in ranger circles, sometimes joking about Bigfoot condos. Nobody joked when alone in the woods at night. From the other side of the clearing came a sound that still haunts my dreams. A long, low vocalization that started as a deep rumble and climbed to something between a howl and a scream. No known animal in these mountains makes that sound. I extinguished my flashlight immediately, a primal response to avoid detection. In the darkness, I heard movement, heavy footsteps circling the perimeter of the clearing, methodical and purposeful. Not the random wandering of wildlife, but the deliberate patrol of a predator. My training kicked in. I slowly unholstered my sidearm, standard issue for backcountry rangers, and crouched behind a fallen log, controlling my breathing despite my racing heart. A branch snapped nearby, followed by what sounded disturbingly like words. Not English, not any language I recognized, but patterned vocalizations too structured to be animal sounds. Anthropologists call this phenomenon linguistic phonemes, the building blocks of language. I remained motionless as the footsteps drew closer. Through a gap in the log, I could see the clearing in the moonlight. A shadow moved across it, massive, bipedal, with arms that hung almost to its knees. It paused at the stick structure, adding a large branch to the top with deliberate care. From much closer than I expected came a human voice, a child's terrified whisper. It took Mom and Dad. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Less than 10 feet away, huddled in the hollow of a massive cedar, was a young boy, the Collins kid, Jacob, according to the missing persons report. His face was streaked with dirt and tears, eyes wide with terror. The creature in the clearing froze, then turned slowly toward our position. I put my finger to my lips, signaling the boy to remain silent. Whatever was out there, it had heard something. The radio at my hip suddenly burst to life with a squawk of static and dispatch's voice. "Ranger Station 7, do you copy? Repeat 7, do you copy?" The creature's head snapped in our direction. In the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of a massive silhouette. Broad shoulders, a conical head, fur or hair covering its body. It released that same terrifying howl, now clearly a battle cry, and charged toward our position. I grabbed Jacob, pulled him behind me, and raised my flashlight and weapon simultaneously, the bright beam illuminating the most terrifying sight of my ranger career. The beam caught two reflective eyes, set deep in a face that was both ape-like and disturbingly human. For one eternal second, we stared at each other. Me with my standard-issue Glock, it with hands the size of dinner plates, fingers ending in blackened claws. It stood at least 8 feet tall, covered in matted dark fur, with a powerful musculature evident even beneath its shaggy coat. The creature flinched from the light, raising one massive arm to shield its eyes. That momentary disorientation gave me the chance I needed. "Run!" I shouted to Jacob, grabbing his arm and sprinting away from the clearing, deeper into the forest. The creature's roar echoed behind us, followed by the sound of splintering wood as it crashed through the underbrush in pursuit. We had no chance of outrunning it in a straight chase. Our only advantage was my knowledge of the terrain and the creature's size working against it in the dense forest. I zigzagged between tight clusters of trees, pulling Jacob along, his small legs pumping desperately to keep pace. "My parents," he gasped between breaths. "It took them to its nest." "Save your breath," I urged him. "We'll come back for them." The sound of pursuit suddenly stopped. I slowed, pulling Jacob behind a massive fallen cedar. We crouched in silence, listening. Nothing but the gentle patter of rain through leaves. "It hunts by sound," Jacob whispered. "When it gets quiet, that means it's listening." "How do you know that?" I asked, studying his face in the dim moonlight. He seemed oddly composed for a child who had witnessed his parents' abduction. "I read about them. Dad said they weren't real, but I knew better. They've been here longer than us." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the rain. I checked my GPS. We were nearly 2 miles from the nearest ranger station, an emergency shelter stocked with supplies and a more powerful radio. It was our best chance. "Jacob, I need you to tell me exactly what happened to your parents." Between gulps of water from my canteen, he explained how their day hike had turned nightmarish when they heard strange knocking sounds echoing through the forest. His father, curious, had ventured off trail to investigate. They found the first stick structure, and soon after, the creature appeared. "It didn't attack right away," Jacob said. "It watched us first. Dad tried to take a picture, and that made it angry. It grabbed Mom first, then Dad when he tried to help her. I ran and hid. It came back looking for me." "Did it harm them?" I asked gently. "I don't think so. It carried them away." They were yelling, but they didn't sound hurt, more scared. I nodded, formulating a plan. There's a ranger shelter a mile northeast of here. We're going to head there, call for backup, and then find your parents. The radio crackled again. This time, I muted it immediately. We couldn't risk giving away our position. As we moved carefully through the forest, I noticed more stick structures, smaller ones marking what seemed to be a perimeter or territory. Jacob pointed out broken branches and disturbed vegetation that I'd have missed, signs of the creature's passage. There's more than one, he whispered as we paused to check our bearings. They have a whole language of wood knocks and whistles. I heard them talking to each other. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving an eerie silence broken only by water dripping from leaves. The temperature was dropping rapidly, typical for October nights in these mountains. We reached a small stream that I recognized. We were close to the emergency shelter. As we crossed, Jacob suddenly froze, pointing to something in the mud of the opposite bank. A line of footprints identical to those I'd found earlier led upstream. Alongside them were 2 sets of drag marks and partial human footprints, as if 2 people had been half carried, half dragged. "Mom and Dad," Jacob whispered. I studied the tracks, noticing they were fresh, made after the rain stopped within the last hour. The drag marks showed no signs of blood or struggle, supporting Jacob's belief that his parents were taken alive. The tracks led upstream, away from the shelter, toward the highest and most remote part of the ridge, an area so rugged that even the Forest Service's topographical maps marked it as largely unexplored. I faced a ranger's most difficult decision: follow protocol and get the child to safety, or follow the fresh tracks while they still offered our best chance of finding his parents alive. Jacob made the decision for me. "We have to follow them now," he said, with a certainty beyond his years. "The others never came back." "Others?" I asked, though I already knew what he meant. "The hikers that went missing before, the ones they never found." I'd read all those case files. 3 hikers in the past decade vanished without a trace despite extensive searches. All in this same region of Blackwater Ridge. "How do you know about those cases?" I asked. Jacob's expression changed, became almost adult in its solemnity. "I found a diary in our rental cabin. It belonged to a ranger. He knew about the creatures, said they've been taking people for generations." A chill ran through me. "What rental cabin?" "The old one near Granite Falls. The owner said a park ranger used to live there before he disappeared. Ranger Robert Masterson, missing since 1999. His cabin had indeed been sold and converted to a vacation rental after the Forest Service declared him officially deceased in 2006. His case file contained pages of increasingly paranoid journal entries about forest watchers and territories violated. At the time, his superiors had attributed his disappearance to mental health issues. Now I wasn't so sure. "Jacob," I said carefully, "did this diary mention where these creatures live?" He nodded. "The high caves above Thunder Basin, that's where they take people." I checked my GPS. Thunder Basin was 3 miles northeast, in the opposite direction from the shelter. Night was deepening, and the temperature continuing to drop. Following the creatures now meant risking hypothermia, traversing dangerous terrain in darkness, and confronting unknown numbers of the creatures on their home territory. But waiting until morning might mean Jacob's parents wouldn't survive the night. I made my decision and readied my gear. We would follow the tracks, but cautiously, maintaining distance. I would observe and document, not engage. Find the parents if possible, or at least confirm their location before calling in a larger search team. As we set off following the tracks upstream, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being allowed to follow, that something was watching our progress with intelligent, calculating eyes. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects, no night birds, nothing. In 20 years of wilderness experience, I'd learned one truth. When the forest goes silent, it means something is hunting. We followed the tracks for nearly an hour, moving with the careful precision that only true fear can inspire. The moon had risen fully now, casting enough light to navigate without flashlights that might give away our position. Jacob moved with surprising stealth for a child, placing his feet exactly where I did, avoiding dry twigs and loose stones that might betray our presence. The tracks led steadily uphill toward Thunder Basin, a high alpine valley surrounded by sheer limestone cliffs honeycombed with caves. The area was notorious among rangers for its frequent and unexplained equipment failures. GPS units malfunctioned, radios picked up strange interference, and compasses sometimes spun uselessly. Most attributed it to iron deposits in the surrounding rock. I was beginning to suspect other explanations. As we climbed higher, the forest thinned, transitioning to scrubby pines and exposed rock faces. The exposed position made me nervous. We'd be easily spotted crossing the last 100 yards to the basin's entrance, a narrow ravine between towering cliffs. I crouched behind a boulder, pulling Jacob down beside me. "We need to wait and watch," I whispered. "See if we can spot movement or signs of your parents." The boy nodded, his eyes constantly scanning the cliff faces above. After several minutes of silence, he tugged my sleeve and pointed to a dark opening about 30 feet up the western cliff face, a cave entrance with what appeared to be deliberate arrangements of branches near its mouth. "There," he whispered, "that's where they take them." I raised my binoculars, focusing on the cave. The entrance was partially obscured by what looked like a woven mat of branches and vegetation, camouflage that showed disturbing intelligence and planning. Around the entrance, I could make out symbols or patterns scratched into the rock. Circular designs with radiating lines. "How many do you think there are?" I asked Jacob, not really expecting an answer. "7, he said with unsettling certainty. 3 females, 3 males, and the big one, the alpha." I lowered my binoculars, staring at him. "How could you possibly know that?" His eyes remained fixed on the cave entrance. The diary had counts. The ranger watched them for months before they took him. He drew pictures. He paused. "I have a good memory. I remember everything I read." Before I could question him further, a series of rhythmic knocks echoed through the basin, wood on wood, in a specific pattern. 3 quick, 2 slow, 3 quick. A primitive code. From the opposite side of the basin came an answering pattern, 2 slow, 4 quick. Jacob grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "They know we're here," he hissed. "That's their warning call." I believed him. 20 years in the backcountry teaches you to trust instinct, and every cell in my body was screaming danger. We needed to retreat, regroup, and return with a proper search team. "Jacob, we need to—" My words died as a human scream echoed from the cave. A woman's voice, terrified but alive, Jacob's mother. "Mom!" Jacob lurched forward, and I barely caught him before he broke cover. "We can't help them by getting captured too," I hissed, pulling him back. "We need to—" A heavy thud behind us cut off my words. We turned slowly. Standing less than 10 feet away was one of the creatures, smaller than the one we'd encountered earlier, but still imposingly large. Its fur was lighter, almost reddish in the moonlight, and its face less pronounced in its brow ridge. Female, my mind registered absurdly, cataloging details as if this were just another wildlife observation. It made no move toward us, simply watching with eyes that reflected an intelligence that shook me to my core. It held a crude spear, a sharpened stick hardened by fire. Behind it, 2 more creatures emerged from the tree line, the larger one we'd encountered earlier, and another of similar size. All carried primitive weapons. We were surrounded, cut off from escape. My hand moved slowly toward my sidearm, though I knew it would likely only provoke them. Against 1, maybe I'd have a chance. Against 3, with a child to protect, the odds were impossible. The female made a series of clicking sounds followed by deep, rumbling vocalizations. To my shock, Jacob responded with similar sounds. Awkward imitations, but recognizable patterns. The creatures froze, exchanging glances that conveyed obvious surprise. "What did you just do?" I whispered. "Told them we came for my parents," Jacob answered, his voice shaking. The diary had phonetic spellings of their language. The ranger figured out some of their words. The largest creature, the alpha, advanced slowly. Its massive head tilted in what looked disturbingly like curiosity. It stopped a few feet away, nostrils flaring as it scented the air around us. Then, it did something I still struggled to comprehend. It gestured toward the cave with one massive hand, then stepped aside, creating a path. "It wants us to go to the cave," Jacob whispered. It's a trap, I replied, though without conviction. If they wanted to harm us, they could have done so already. The Alpha made another sound, lower, almost conversational, and pointed again at the cave. What choice do we have? Jacob asked. My parents are in there. None. We had no choice. Even if I could get off a shot or two, we'd never outrun them in their territory. Our only option was to play along and look for an opportunity to escape with Jacob's parents. I nodded slowly, keeping my hands visible as I stood. Jacob stayed close to my side as we moved cautiously toward the cave entrance, the three creatures falling in behind us like an honor guard, or prison escorts. The climb to the cave entrance was treacherous, up a natural stone staircase of weathered limestone. The creatures moved with surprising grace despite their bulk, occasionally reaching out to steady Jacob when he slipped. At the entrance, the female moved ahead, pulling aside the branch covering to reveal a dark tunnel leading deeper into the cliff face. A faint glow emanated from somewhere deep inside, firelight. As we entered the cave, the air changed, warmer, damper, heavy with unfamiliar odors. The tunnel widened into a larger chamber where the source of light became clear. A small, carefully controlled fire in a central pit vented through a natural chimney in the rock ceiling. Around the chamber's edges, more stick structures formed crude partitions between what were clearly sleeping areas lined with dried vegetation and animal hides. Tools and weapons hung from pegs driven into cracks in the rock walls. Stone hammers bound to wooden handles with sinew, spears with points of napped obsidian, even what appeared to be primitive bowls carved from wood. Not animals. Not even simply intelligent primates. This was a culture. And against the far wall, bound with what looked like handcrafted rope of plant fibers, sat Jacob's parents, alive, terrified, but apparently unharmed. "Jacob!" his mother cried, struggling against her bonds. "Oh God, Jacob, run!" But it was far too late for that. The Alpha creature made a guttural command, and the cave entrance was sealed behind us with a heavy branch barrier. Escape was no longer an option. We were now at the complete mercy of creatures that science insisted didn't exist. The Collins family reunion was brief and tense. The creatures allowed Jacob to embrace his parents, but maintained a watchful perimeter around us. I quickly assessed Mr. and Mrs. Collins for injuries, finding only minor scrapes and bruises, while keeping one eye on our captors. "Are you a ranger?" Mr. Collins asked, his voice hoarse. "Is there a rescue team coming?" "Yes to the first, no to the second," I admitted. "No one knows we're here." The Alpha creature had settled on a raised portion of the cave floor, watching our interaction with unmistakable interest. The female and the other male positioned themselves near the entrance, occasionally exchanging those strange vocalizations that seemed to constitute language. "What do they want with us?" Mrs. Collins whispered, clutching Jacob protectively. Before I could offer any speculation, Jacob spoke directly to the Alpha, producing those same clicking and rumbling sounds he'd made outside. The effort was clearly difficult for him, his human vocal cords struggling with sounds they weren't designed to make. The Alpha's reaction was immediate. It leaned forward, eyes widening, then responded with a series of similar sounds, a conversation of sorts. "What are you saying to it?" I asked Jacob. "I asked why they took my parents," he replied, never taking his eyes off the Alpha. "He says they needed to know why we were in their territory." Mr. Collins stared at his son in disbelief. "How are you doing that? Where did you learn that?" "The diary," Jacob and I said simultaneously. The Alpha rose suddenly, causing us all to flinch backward. It moved to the rear of the cave and returned carrying something wrapped in what appeared to be a cured deerskin. With ceremonial slowness, it unwrapped the bundle to reveal an object that made my blood run cold. A Forest Service badge, and not just any badge, a specific badge I recognized from the case files I'd studied. Ranger Robert Masterson's badge, missing along with him since 1999. The Alpha held the badge toward me, then pointed at my own badge pinned to my jacket. A clear connection being made. "It recognizes the authority," I murmured. "It knows what Rangers are." Jacob translated this to the Alpha, who nodded, an unsettlingly human gesture, and responded with more of those rumbling vocalizations. "He says the one who wore that badge learned their ways," Jacob translated haltingly. He lived with them for many seasons before he died. My mind reeled at the implications. Masterson hadn't simply disappeared. He'd been taken, just like the Collins family. But instead of being harmed, he had somehow communicated with these creatures, learned from them, perhaps even lived among them for years, while the Forest Service listed him as missing, presumed dead. The Alpha made a sweeping gesture around the cave, then pointed to the fire, the tools, the sleeping areas. "He's showing us their home," Jacob said. "He says we're the first to see it in many seasons." Mrs. Collins found her voice. "Ask them why they took us specifically. Why our family?" Jacob relayed the question. The Alpha's response was lengthy, accompanied by gestures toward Jacob himself. "He says they've been watching people in the forest for generations," Jacob translated slowly. "Most humans are just passing through, but some—" He paused, struggling for words. "Some have the old blood, can hear them, can learn." The Alpha pointed directly at Jacob. "Like me," the boy finished quietly. Mr. Collins pulled his son closer protectively. "What does that mean? What do they want with him?" The Alpha seemed to sense the tension and retreated a few steps, making a gesture that even I recognized as meant to be calming. It spoke again, this time directly to me, pointing at my ranger badge, then to itself, then making a sweeping motion that encompassed the entire mountain range visible from the cave entrance. The meaning was clear even without translation. "We both protect this territory." Jacob confirmed my interpretation. "He says they are the guardians of the old forests. They've watched these mountains since before humans came. They only take action when their territory is threatened." "Threatened how?" I asked. More vocalizations, more translation from Jacob. "The roads, the machines that cut trees, the humans who start fires. They've been forced higher into the mountains, into smaller territories. Conservation, territory protection. These weren't just intelligent creatures. They were the original forest rangers in a sense, protectors of a wilderness that humans were steadily encroaching upon." "And Ranger Masterson, the one whose badge they have?" I asked. The Alpha's response was solemn, accompanied by a gesture that mimicked writing. "He recorded their history," Jacob translated, "taught some of them human words. When he died, they kept his badge as a sacred object, a connection." A cold realization dawned on me. "The diary you found. That wasn't just any diary, was it? It was Masterson's field journal." Jacob nodded. "The rental cabin. It was his original outpost. When I found the diary, I started reading it at night. It had all the information about them, the territories, the language, everything. And that's how they found you," I concluded. "You were speaking their language, maybe even out loud while practicing. They heard you." The Alpha confirmed this with a nod and more speech. "He says they followed us on the hike because they heard me practicing the words near the cabin," Jacob translated. "They needed to know how a young one knew their speech." Mrs. Collins looked horrified. "Jacob, why didn't you tell us about this diary?" "You wouldn't have believed me," he said simply. "Dad always says Bigfoot isn't real." Mr. Collins had no response to that. The Alpha suddenly tensed, head tilting as if listening. The other creatures mimicked the posture. Something had alerted them. A distant sound reached my ears, the rhythmic thrum of helicopter rotors echoing through the mountain basin. "Search and rescue," I said, hope rising. "When I missed my check-in, they would have launched a search team." The Alpha barked what was clearly an alarm call. The other creatures moved quickly, gathering weapons, dousing the fire. They were preparing either for flight or defense. Jacob called out to the Alpha in its language, his young voice struggling with the complex sounds. The creature paused, listening. "I told him these are my people coming to help," Jacob explained, "that they won't harm their territory if we're released." The Alpha seemed to consider this, looking from Jacob to me, then to my ranger badge. A decision was being made. Finally, it approached me directly, towering over my 6-foot frame by at least 2 feet. It extended one massive hand, palm up, in a clear request. I hesitated, then understood. Slowly, I unpinned my badge and placed it in the creature's palm. The Alpha examined the badge, then handed it back to me with a solemn nod. It made a series of vocalizations to Jacob. "He says they'll release us if I promise to keep their secret," Jacob translated. And if you, as a guardian of the forest, swear to protect their territory from those who would destroy it. The helicopter was getting closer. Soon they'd be using thermal imaging to search the basin. I promise, I said, looking directly into the Alpha's deep, intelligent eyes. No logging permits, no development, no roads. I'll make sure this area remains protected wilderness. I meant every word. 20 years as a ranger had taught me the value of unspoiled wilderness. If these creatures had managed to survive alongside humans for centuries without detection, they deserved their territory. The Alpha seemed to accept my pledge. It barked commands to the others, who quickly began removing the barrier from the cave entrance. "He says we must go now," Jacob translated. "Down the east path. It leads to the ranger station. They'll watch until we're safe." As we prepared to leave, the Alpha approached Jacob one final time, communicating something directly to him. The boy listened, then nodded solemnly. "I promise," he said in English, before attempting the creature's language once more. "What did you promise?" I asked as we were escorted to the cave entrance. Jacob looked up at me, his expression far older than his 10 years. "To be a guardian, like you, like them." The sound of the helicopter grew louder as we emerged from the cave. Down below, searchlights swept the forest floor. Our Sasquatch escorts led us to a hidden trail down the eastern slope, a path no human eyes had mapped. At the edge of the tree line, the Alpha made one final communication to Jacob. "He says their kind is dying," the boy translated quietly. "There are fewer each generation. Soon, humans like me, those who can hear them, may be all that's left to remember they existed." With that, the creatures melted into the darkness between the trees, vanishing so completely it seemed they had never been there at all. I fired a flare into the night sky, signaling the search helicopter. Within minutes, we were surrounded by rescue personnel, wrapped in thermal blankets, being checked for injuries amid a barrage of questions about our ordeal. The official report would cite exposure, disorientation, and the Collins family taking shelter in a natural cave formation. Nothing about 8-foot bipedal primates with their own language and culture. Nothing about Ranger Masterson living among them for years. Some truths aren't meant for official records. As the helicopter lifted us away from Thunder Basin, I looked back at the dark wilderness below. For just a moment, I thought I saw 3 large figures standing at the tree line watching our departure. Guardians of a secret older than human memory. 6 months have passed since that night in Thunder Basin. Winter came and went, burying the high country under 20 feet of snow, isolating the remote corners of Blackwater Ridge from human intrusion. Now, with spring bringing the first hikers of the season, I find myself more protective of the wilderness than ever before. I requested permanent assignment to Ranger Station 7, surprising my supervisors who knew most rangers considered it a hardship post. The isolation no longer bothers me. In fact, I prefer it. The distance from civilization, from prying eyes, gives me space to fulfill my promise. The Collins family returned to Seattle after their ordeal. Official reports classified their experience as a typical case of hikers becoming disoriented after venturing off established trails. Search and rescue teams found no evidence of unusual tracks or structures. The heavy rain had washed away most signs, and what remained was dismissed as wildlife activity or natural formations. Jacob and I maintained correspondence through letters. No digital trail. His parents sought therapy for him, concerned about what they called his fantasy about forest creatures. But Jacob remains steadfast in his account, at least with me. He's begun studying anthropology and linguistics, despite his young age. Some callings begin early. The diary, Masterson's journal, was never found. Jacob claims it disappeared from their rental cabin the night after their rescue. I suspect our forest guardians reclaimed it, removing evidence of their existence. I've made subtle changes to the Forest Service management plans for the Thunder Basin region. Proposed hiking trails have been rerouted. Timber surveys now list the area as critical habitat for endangered species. Technically true, if not in the way my superiors imagine. Conservation easements have been expanded, creating a buffer zone around the creature's territory. On my patrols, I occasionally leave offerings at the edge of their domain. First aid supplies, preserved foods, metal tools that might be useful. They're always gone when I return, replaced sometimes with crafted items, intricately woven baskets or stone tools of remarkable workmanship. A silent exchange between guardians. Late one evening, as I sat on my cabin porch watching the sunset paint the distant ridgelines, I heard it. 3 quick knocks, 2 slow, 3 quick, coming from the forest edge. Their warning call, but this time, it felt like a greeting. I responded with the pattern Jacob had taught me. 2 slow, 4 quick, acknowledgement and respect. From the shadows between ancient trees, a large figure emerged briefly into the fading light. The alpha, recognizable by its massive frame and distinctive bearing. It raised one hand in a gesture unmistakably meant as greeting, then melted back into the forest that had concealed its kind for centuries. That night I added a new entry to my own ranger log, written in a code of my own devising. The traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples speaks of wild ones dwelling in remote forests. Science dismisses these accounts as folklore or misidentification of known wildlife. Both perspectives contain partial truths. There exists in the most remote corners of our wilderness a guardian species, intelligent, cultured, and far more aware of humanity than we are of them. They do not need our protection so much as we need theirs. In their continued existence lies hope that not all mysteries have been explained, not all wilderness tamed. I have seen them. I have been seen by them. And in that mutual recognition lies a responsibility older than the Forest Service, older than the nation that employs me. Some secrets belong to the wilderness itself. I close my journal and step outside into the night. Above me, stars wheel in patterns unchanged since before humans first entered these mountains. Below in the valley, the lights of distant towns encroach ever closer to the wild places. Between those two realms, the eternal and the ephemeral, exist boundaries that must be maintained, territories that must be respected. That's what rangers do, whether they walk on 2 legs or 4, whether they speak with human tongues or voices made of wood knocks and whistles in the dark. In the distance, I hear their call again, acknowledgement, warning, reminder. I am not alone in my vigil, I never was. The wilderness keeps its own. I never thought I'd find myself stationed at Black Ridge National Forest. After 5 years of working smaller parks closer to civilization, this remote wilderness outpost was both a promotion and a challenge. The ranger station sat perched at the edge of over 400,000 acres of dense forest and rugged mountainous terrain, some of which hadn't been properly surveyed since the 1970s. "You'll get used to the isolation," my supervisor, Ranger Jenkins, said during my orientation. His weathered face crinkled as he smiled. Most do. Some even grow to prefer it. My cabin was rustic but comfortable, a small bedroom, bathroom, and combined kitchen/living area. The walls were adorned with topographical maps and safety protocols, standard issue. Through the windows, endless pines stretched toward distant peaks. Beautiful, but somehow unsettling in their vastness. My first week passed uneventfully. I patrolled designated trails, checked permits, and warned tourists about proper food storage to avoid bear encounters. Standard ranger duties, though the lack of cell service and the crushing silence at night took some adjustment. It was during my second week when I began noticing strange things. First, the tracks, unusual impressions in the mud along the northern ridge trail that didn't match any wildlife I'd studied. They were large, approximately 15 inches long, and showed what appeared to be 5 distinct toe marks. Bear tracks, I reasoned, though something about their spacing troubled me. Then came the sounds. Working wilderness areas, you become attuned to forest acoustics. The melodic bird song, scurrying underbrush movements, wind through pine needles. But late one evening, while finishing paperwork, I heard something different. A long, low vocalization that started like a wolf's howl, but descended into something deeper, almost guttural. It lasted nearly 30 seconds. I radioed Jenkins the next morning. "Probably just a timber wolf passing through," he said. "We've had odd reports from hikers for years. Nothing to worry about." But his tone lacked conviction. The following day, a hiker arrived at my station, visibly shaken. His campsite had been disturbed overnight, backpack emptied, food scattered. I assumed it was raccoons or a bear. No animal did this, he insisted. Things weren't torn or clawed. Items were methodically removed, examined, then placed aside. And there was whispering. Whispering? I asked. Outside my tent, like someone or something talking in a language I couldn't understand. I filed the report, attributing it to the man's imagination, and documented the incident as a probable bear encounter. But privately, I wondered. Bears don't whisper. Bears don't carefully examine camping equipment. As the weeks passed, more unusual reports trickled in. Hikers claiming they were being followed. Strange structures of sticks assembled in geometric patterns. One family abandoned their camping trip after their child insisted someone tall was watching them from between the trees. I'd been trained to handle lost hikers, wildlife encounters, and environmental violations. Nothing prepared me for the persistent feeling that something was wrong in Black Ridge, something that evaded easy explanation. When I mentioned these incidents to other rangers, they exchanged knowing glances but offered little insight. Just part of working in the deep wilderness, one veteran ranger told me. The forest plays tricks on your mind. But I didn't believe it was just tricks of the mind. Not anymore. Something was watching us in these woods, something intelligent. And I was beginning to think the other rangers knew more than they were saying. The first serious incident happened during a routine search and rescue. A solo hiker, mid-50s, experienced but not exceptional, had failed to return from a 3-day trek. His wife called it in, and we organized a search party, myself, 2 other rangers, and a volunteer with a tracking dog. We found his campsite on the 2nd day. The tent stood undisturbed, sleeping bag neatly laid out. His cooking equipment was arranged beside a cold fire pit, but his backpack and hiking boots were missing. The scene lacked the chaotic evidence of an animal attack or a medical emergency. He wouldn't leave without his tent, said Rivera, the senior ranger. Not in these mountains. As we expanded our search perimeter, the tracking dog grew increasingly agitated. She'd follow a scent trail for 50 yards, then whimper and refuse to continue. The handler couldn't understand it. She'd never behaved this way before. That night, camped near the missing hiker's site, I woke to the sound of breaking branches. Heavy footfalls circled our perimeter, just beyond the reach of our flashlights. The dog growled continuously, hackles raised, yet refused to leave the fireside. Probably deer, Rivera muttered unconvincingly. Whatever circled us wasn't deer. Deer don't deliberately snap branches. Deer don't maintain a precise distance from human encampments. Deer don't mimic human coughing sounds, which is exactly what we heard around 3 a.m., a series of human-like coughs from different positions around our camp, as if multiple individuals were signaling to each other. We found the missing hiker the next morning, alive but disoriented, 5 miles from his campsite in the opposite direction from his planned route. His clothes were torn, his backpack missing. Most disturbing were the bruises, distinct finger marks wrapped around both arms, too large to be human. "I don't remember," was all he would say, eyes darting nervously to the forest. "I don't want to remember." Rivera documented it as a case of wilderness disorientation, possibly exacerbated by dehydration. I knew better, but kept my observations to myself. That night, reviewing my field notes, I discovered something unsettling. The locations of unusual incidents weren't random. They formed a rough circle around a remote valley not marked on recreational maps. I pulled out the comprehensive ranger survey maps and found the area, Deadfall Valley, marked with minimal topographical detail and a simple notation. Survey incomplete, access restricted. When I asked Jenkins about it, his response was immediate and firm. "That area's dangerous. Unstable ground, sinkholes. We don't send rangers there, and we reroute any hikers who stray too close." I might have accepted this explanation if not for what happened next. While organizing file cabinets, I discovered an old folder labeled Black Ridge Incidents, Classified. Inside were decades of ranger reports describing encounters eerily similar to those I'd been documenting. Strange tracks, campers reporting being watched. Unusual structures, unexplained sounds. Most disturbing were the photographs, grainy images of massive, shadowy figures at forest edges. Each report had been officially attributed to bears, mountain lions, or hiker misconceptions. I began connecting incidents to locations, creating my own map. A pattern emerged. Activity intensified during specific lunar phases and was consistently concentrated around Deadfall Valley. Why would the Park Service systematically misclassify these incidents unless they were hiding something? The deeper I dug, the more convinced I became that Black Ridge harbored a secret. And the more I uncovered, the more I noticed I was being watched, not just in the forest but by my fellow rangers. I shouldn't have gone alone. Every safety protocol we teach visitors explicitly warns against solo hiking in remote areas. Yet there I was, at dawn, packing my gear for an unauthorized expedition to Deadfall Valley. My justification? That I needed to understand what we were dealing with to better protect park visitors, rang hollow even to my own ears. The truth was simpler. I was obsessed. The trek began easily enough. I followed established trails for the first few hours before veering onto faint game paths that wound toward the restricted area. The forest grew denser, sunlight struggling to penetrate the canopy. By midday, I encountered the first warning sign, a weathered placard reading, "Danger, unstable terrain, no entry." I paused, considering the wisdom of my mission. What exactly did I hope to find? Evidence of an undocumented species, signs of some territorial predator, or just confirmation that my colleagues were hiding something? The deeper I ventured, the more the forest changed. The familiar mixed pine and deciduous growth gave way to older monolithic conifers draped with hanging moss. The undergrowth thinned, revealing a forest floor carpeted with ferns and fungi I couldn't identify. The silence became oppressive. No birdsong, no insect buzzing, just the occasional whisper of wind through needles. Around mid-afternoon, I found the first structure, a complex arrangement of broken branches carefully woven into what resembled a crude shelter or blind, approximately 7 feet tall. Too deliberate to be natural, too primitive to be typical human construction. Inside, I discovered small animal bones, arranged in a circular pattern. I photographed everything, fighting rising unease. Scientific objectivity was becoming difficult to maintain as shadows lengthened. I consulted my GPS, confirming I was now skirting the edge of Deadfall Valley. The terrain sloped downward, and I noticed unusual depressions in the ground, not sinkholes as Jenkins had claimed, but what appeared to be massive footprints fossilized in ancient mud, now hardened like concrete. The discovery energized me. I followed the trail of impressions deeper into the valley, photographing and measuring each one. They averaged 16 inches in length with 5 distinct toe impressions, consistent with reports I'd read but exponentially larger than any documented North American wildlife. As daylight faded, I realized my mistake. I'd traveled further than planned and now faced darkness in unfamiliar territory. Setting up camp near a small stream, I tried radioing the station, but received only static. The isolation I'd felt before was nothing compared to this profound sense of severance from humanity. I built a small fire, reminding myself of my training. I was a park ranger, experienced in wilderness survival. Nothing to fear but fear itself. That's when I heard it, the same vocalization I'd noted weeks earlier, but closer, much closer. A long, undulating call that began like a wolf's howl and descended into something deeper. Then another answered from the opposite direction. Then another. I was surrounded. I extinguished my fire immediately, plunging my camp into darkness, and retreated to my tent with my sidearm drawn. The calls continued for nearly an hour, seemingly communicating position and direction. They were coordinating. Through the thin fabric of my tent, I detected movement. Heavy footsteps circling my position, deliberately placed to minimize sound. My training abandoned me as primal fear took hold. I lay paralyzed, controlling my breathing, as something large moved methodically around my campsite. The zipper of my tent began to move, slowly, incrementally being manipulated by something outside. I raised my flashlight in one shaking hand, my sidearm in the other. The zippered opening separated inch by inch. I saw fingers first, massive, grayish-brown, with dirt-encrusted nails, curling around the tent flap. Then a glimpse of an enormous hair-covered limb, I fired a warning shot into the air. The reaction was immediate, a guttural sound of surprise, then heavy footfalls retreating in all directions. I fired again, shouting to project confidence I didn't feel. For several minutes, I heard nothing. Then, from just beyond the limit of visibility, came sounds I'll never forget. Rhythmic knocking of wood on wood, followed by what could only be described as crude mimicry of human speech. Not words exactly, but cadenced vocalizations that chillingly approximated conversational patterns. I didn't sleep. As first light broke, I gathered my gear and began a hasty retreat, constantly scanning the forest around me. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Twice I spotted movement among distant trees, tall bipedal figures moving parallel to my course, keeping pace effortlessly. I reached the maintained trail by mid-morning, legs burning from sustained exertion. Only when I encountered a group of day hikers did the sense of pursuit finally fade. Back at the ranger station, I found Jenkins waiting. One look at his face told me he knew where I'd been. "We need to talk," he said grimly, "about what you've done." Jenkins led me to his office and closed the door. His typical affable demeanor had vanished, replaced by grim resolution. "You accessed classified files and entered a restricted area against direct orders," he said, each word measured. "I should terminate your position immediately." "Those things out there," I began. He cut me off with a raised hand. "We don't discuss this, not officially. People are in danger. Hikers report being stalked, and I've seen evidence of intelligent, coordinated—" "Sit down," Jenkins interrupted, his voice softening. "You're not the first ranger to go looking. What did you see out there? Exactly what did you see?" I described everything, the structures, the footprints, the coordinated movements, the attempt to open my tent. With each detail, Jenkins's expression grew more troubled. "How many do you think are out there?" he asked when I finished. "Based on the vocalizations, at least 5 distinct individuals, maybe more." Jenkins unlocked his desk drawer and removed a worn leather journal. "This belonged to Ranger McCullough, 1976. He was stationed here for 20 years and documented everything." He pushed it across the desk. "Read it, then we'll discuss your options." The journal contained decades of meticulous observations, sketches of footprints, structures, and fleeting glimpses of massive, hair-covered figures moving through the forest. McCullough had mapped their territory, documented seasonal movements, and even attempted rudimentary communication through mimicked calls and wooden knocking patterns. Most disturbing were his conclusions. These creatures are not animals. Their tool use, complex social structure, and territorial awareness indicate intelligence possibly rivaling our own. They observe us far more than we observe them. The final pages documented the government's response when McCullough submitted his findings: immediate classification of all evidence, restriction of the valley, and explicit instructions to attribute all related incidents to conventional wildlife or hiker misperceptions. "Why the cover-up?" I asked, closing the journal. Jenkins sighed. "Think about it. Confirming an undocumented bipedal primate species in North America? It would transform Black Ridge overnight. Research teams, media, tourists. Their habitat would be invaded, studied, eventually destroyed. So, we're protecting them? Or protecting ourselves," Jenkins replied cryptically. McCullough noted their population was declining even in the 70s. Only a few family groups remained. They've become more aggressive as human encroachment increases. "The missing hikers over the years?" Jenkins nodded slowly. "Most were genuinely lost or injured. Some weren't. The valley is their territory, has been for thousands of years. They defend it. And we just accept that? People disappear, and we classify it as misadventure. The alternative is worse," Jenkins said. "If their existence became public, it would mean either their extinction or conflict. They're stronger than us, much stronger, and they know these mountains in ways we never will." The implication settled over me like a cold shadow. We weren't just covering up an undocumented species, we were preventing an interspecies conflict. "There's a reason we reroute hikers away from the valley," Jenkins continued. "Why we blame incidents on bears. Most rangers go their entire careers without knowing the truth. Why tell me now?" "Because you've been marked," he said grimly. "They know your scent, your appearance. They've identified you as someone who entered their territory deliberately. Now you have a choice. What choice? Transfer to another park. I'll arrange it immediately. Clean slate, conventional ranger duties. Or stay, knowing what's really out there, and help maintain the boundary between their world and ours. I considered it. Transfer meant safety, normalcy, forgetting what I'd seen. Staying meant living with the knowledge that just beyond the maintained trails lurked intelligent beings who saw humans as intruders. If I stay, I asked, what exactly would my role be? Monitor their movements, document but never engage, redirect hikers from their territory, and occasionally, he hesitated, leave offerings at boundary markers, food mainly. It's an arrangement McCullough established years ago. Respect their territory, provide occasional resources, and they generally stay within their valley. Generally, Jenkins's expression darkened. Male juveniles sometimes roam beyond established boundaries. They're unpredictable, curious about humans. Most incidents involve them. That night, alone in my cabin, I weighed my options. The forest beyond my window seemed different now. Not just wilderness, but territory belonging to something else, something watching and waiting. I knew I couldn't leave, not now. Something primal had awakened in me. Not just fear, but fascination. An ancient human instinct to understand what lurks beyond the firelight. The next morning, I told Jenkins my decision. He nodded solemnly and handed me a key to the restricted files. "Welcome to the real job," he said. "God help you." 2 months passed. I immersed myself in the classified archives, learning the complex history of what rangers privately called the arrangement. Since the 1940s, park management had maintained an unspoken treaty with the valley's inhabitants: respect territorial boundaries, provide occasional resources during harsh winters, and attribute any encounters to conventional wildlife. In exchange, the creatures, never officially named in any document, generally remained within their territory and rarely harmed humans who accidentally entered their domain. Those who deliberately invaded their land weren't always so fortunate. I began accompanying Jenkins on his monthly boundary maintenance, hiking to designated markers at the valley's edge and leaving supplies, salt blocks, occasionally dried fruit, and medical supplies like antibiotics and bandages. The creatures never showed themselves during these visits, but evidence of their presence was unmistakable. Fresh footprints appearing after we departed, items taken selectively. "They understand the exchange," Jenkins explained. "They're intelligent enough to recognize mutual benefit. Have you ever seen one clearly, up close?" Jenkins was silent for a long moment. "Once, winter of '97, blizzard conditions. I found a juvenile male with a badly infected wound, probably from a trap set by poachers. He was unconscious, hypothermic. I treated the wound, administered antibiotics, and left him with emergency supplies. Did he survive? I believe so, and I believe they recognized what I'd done. The following spring, I found a deer carcass left outside the ranger station. Fresh kill, deliberately placed. A thank you, or repayment of debt. They have their own code, their own understanding of reciprocity. In late autumn, I experienced my first major test. 3 college students were reported missing after deviating from their permitted hiking route, directly toward Deadfall Valley. The search party consisted of Jenkins, myself, and 2 other rangers who knew the truth. We found their abandoned campsite at the valley's edge. Evidence suggested they'd crossed the boundary deliberately, having cut down the warning signs. Empty beer cans and a disposable camera indicated their intentions. They were thrill seekers, possibly looking to photograph whatever lived in the restricted zone. "They went looking for trouble," muttered Rivera, examining fresh, massive footprints surrounding the campsite, and found it. We followed their trail deeper into the valley, tension mounting with each step. The forest grew oppressively silent, that distinctive absence of wildlife I'd come to recognize as a warning. We were being watched, evaluated. Around midday, we heard the first call, that unmistakable vocalization that started high and descended into guttural tones. Another answered from our right flank, then another behind us. "They're surrounding us," I whispered. Jenkins raised his hand for silence, then produced a small wooden device from his pack. He struck it rhythmically against a tree, 3 sharp knocks, pause, 2 knocks. A specific pattern. Silence followed. Then an identical knocking pattern returned from the forest ahead. "They'll allow us to proceed," Jenkins said quietly. "For now." A mile further, we found the first student, alive but in shock, huddled against a tree trunk. He couldn't speak coherently, just kept repeating, "They're people, but not people. They're people, but not people." Rivera stayed with him while the rest of us continued searching. The forest grew darker, the trees more ancient. The ground was soft with decades of decomposing vegetation, and the air carried an unfamiliar musky scent. We found the second student an hour later, also alive, hiding inside a hollow log. His clothes were torn, his eyes wild with fear. "They were playing with us," he stammered, "herding us like animals." The third student emerged from the forest on his own, walking toward us in a daze. Most disturbing was his calm demeanor, so at odds with his companion's terror. "They could have killed us," he said matter-of-factly. "They wanted us to see them, to know." His right hand clutched something tightly, a tuft of coarse reddish-brown hair. Evidence. Before anyone could react, Jenkins confiscated it. "Standard protocol," he said evenly. "All biological samples from the park must be cataloged by rangers." The student didn't protest, his eyes vacant, as though something fundamental in his understanding of the world had shifted. As we escorted them from the valley, I felt the weight of countless unseen eyes following our retreat. The knocking sounds resumed, passing information through the forest canopy, messages we couldn't decode but whose meaning seemed clear. "This time, you may leave." Later, filing the official report, Jenkins documented the incident as a case of hikers becoming disoriented after encountering a bear. The physical evidence, the hair sample, was logged then lost in processing. The students' wild accounts were attributed to panic and possible consumption of hallucinogenic mushrooms. "Will they talk?" I asked. "They might," Jenkins replied. "But who would believe them? At worst, they'll become another cryptid story on the internet. Park Service policy is to never confirm or deny." That night, reviewing the day's events, I struggled with our deception. Were we protecting the creatures or ourselves? Was maintaining this secret worth the cost to truth, to scientific discovery? Yet I understood the fragile balance we preserved. These beings, whatever they were, had inhabited these mountains for centuries before our national park designation. They weren't cryptids or monsters, but intelligent native beings defending their diminishing territory against human encroachment. As I finally drifted toward sleep, a rhythmic knocking came from the forest edge near my cabin. 3 sharp knocks, pause, 2 knocks. The same pattern Jenkins had used. They were learning, communicating, perhaps even attempting connection. I lay awake, listening as the knocking continued intermittently through the night, carrying messages I couldn't understand, but nonetheless recognized as deliberate communication. Not random animal behavior, but language. In the morning, I found footprints outside my cabin, 16 inches long, 5 toes, the unmistakable signature I'd come to recognize. They approached to within feet of my door, lingered, then retreated to the forest. I was being watched, studied, just as I studied them. Winter descended on Black Ridge with brutal efficiency. Heavy snowfall isolated the ranger station, transforming familiar landscapes into unrecognizable white expanses. Radio contact with headquarters became sporadic. The forest fell silent under its frozen blanket, wildlife either migrating or hibernating. All except the valley's inhabitants. Their activity increased during these harsh months. Tracks appeared more frequently along the boundary areas, larger groups moving together, venturing closer to established trails than ever before. Jenkins attributed this to food scarcity. Their normal prey had become harder to find. "Winter makes the arrangement more complex," he explained, as we prepared for an emergency boundary maintenance trip. "They need more assistance, but they're also more desperate, less predictable." We packed extra supplies, salt blocks, dried fruit, and medical kits. The snow made hiking treacherous, but Jenkins insisted we maintain the schedule. "Miss a delivery, and they might start expanding their territory permanently," he warned. "Boundaries matter. Consistency matters." Halfway to the drop point, we encountered unusual tracks, Not just the typical 16-inch footprints, but smaller ones, suggesting juveniles or possibly females. They followed our trail precisely, indicating the creatures had monitored our departure from the station. "They're struggling this winter," Jenkins observed grimly. "Following us directly is unprecedented." At the boundary marker, a lightning-struck pine with distinctive carvings in its trunk, we deposited our supplies and prepared to leave quickly. Jenkins performed the standard communication pattern: 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, but no response came from the silent forest. "Something's wrong," he muttered. "They always acknowledge." We were turning to leave when the vocalization came, not from the valley depths as usual, but from directly behind us. We spun around to face the source, and I experienced a moment that redefined my understanding of reality. There, partially obscured by a snow-laden pine but undeniably present, stood a figure approximately 8 feet tall. Massive shoulders covered in reddish-brown hair, a sloped, crested head set directly on those shoulders with minimal neck. Its breath fogged in the frigid air as it regarded us with eyes that reflected intelligence, caution, and something I can only describe as ancient wisdom. Jenkins slowly raised his hand in a non-threatening gesture. The creature mirrored the movement precisely. "Don't move," Jenkins whispered. "This is unprecedented. Direct contact never happens." The creature took a single step forward, moving with surprising grace for its bulk. In one massive hand, it held something I couldn't immediately identify. With deliberate slowness, it placed this object on the snow before retreating 3 careful steps. Only when it had withdrawn did I recognize what it had deposited: a first aid kit, one of ours, from a previous supply drop. But it had been opened, contents partially used, then carefully repacked. "They're returning what they finished with," Jenkins said, awe evident in his voice, showing they understand the exchange. The creature watched as Jenkins cautiously retrieved the kit, then made a sound, a series of low vocalizations unlike anything I'd heard before. Not aggressive, but communicative. Jenkins responded with his knocking pattern, and the creature immediately repeated it by slapping its open palm against its thigh. 3 slaps, pause, 2 slaps. For 5 minutes, this rudimentary communication continued. Patterns of sound exchanged between species. No common language, yet unmistakably a dialogue of sorts. Finally, the creature turned toward the valley. Before disappearing into the forest depth, it paused, looking back at me specifically. Our eyes met across the evolutionary divide, a moment of mutual recognition that transcended scientific categorization. Then it was gone, leaving only massive footprints and profound questions. "What just happened?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "Evolution," Jenkins replied. "Adaptation. They're changing their approach as their situation becomes more precarious. Human encroachment has pushed them to the brink. They're intelligent enough to recognize cooperation might ensure survival." Back at the station, Jenkins documented the encounter in the classified log with clinical detachment, though I noted his hands trembled slightly. "In 30 years, I've never experienced direct contact like that," he admitted. "They're reaching out, acknowledging the arrangement more explicitly. What does it mean for us, for them?" Jenkins considered this. The world is changing. Their habitat shrinks yearly. Perhaps they recognize that coexistence requires mutual recognition. Should we tell headquarters? Scientists could study them, protect them properly. "No," Jenkins cut me off firmly. "Official documentation would mean the end of their freedom, possibly their existence. Government protection comes with government control. Research would mean capture, study, exploitation. So we continue the deception, the arrangement. Until a better solution emerges, yes, we are their buffer between existence and extinction." Jenkins closed the logbook decisively. "Their survival depends on their obscurity." That night I sat on my cabin porch despite the bitter cold, staring into the dark forest. Somewhere in that ancient wilderness lived beings that defied scientific categorization. Not quite human, yet undeniably people of a sort. Intelligent, social, territorial. The last remnants of something primeval sharing our modern world through fragile compromise. I recalled the creature's eyes, deep set beneath a heavy brow, but unmistakably cognizant. Aware. There was judgment in that gaze, assessment of my intentions and character. Knocking sounds echoed from the forest edge. 3 sharp reports. Pause. 2 more. Their signature now. Their recognition of the humans who maintained the boundary between worlds. I raised my hand toward the dark trees, palm open in the universal gesture of peace. For a moment, silence reigned. Then came an answering knock, closer than before. Acknowledgement, connection. I understood then why Jenkins and the rangers before him had maintained the secret. These beings weren't subjects for scientific papers or media sensationalism. They were neighbors in the truest sense, sharing this small corner of wilderness through mutual respect and distance. The arrangement wasn't perfect. Boundaries would be tested, misunderstandings would occur. But it represented something profound, the possibility that different forms of intelligence could coexist without destruction. As winter deepened, the knocking communications continued, sometimes near my cabin, sometimes at the valley boundary. A primitive dialogue between species separated by millennia of evolution, yet united by a shared territory. I never told headquarters what I'd discovered at Black Ridge. Never submitted the photographs or recordings that would provide proof. Instead, I became another link in the chain of rangers who maintained the arrangement, protecting the secret of the watchers in the wilderness. In time, I came to understand that I wasn't just a park ranger. I was a guardian of a boundary between worlds, one modern and expansive, the other ancient and contracting. My job wasn't just to protect the wilderness from people, but to protect its original inhabitants from a world that would destroy them through study, fear, or simple indifference. The knocking continues, the arrangement holds. And in Deadfall Valley, they watch and wait, as they have for centuries, adapting to a changing world with intelligence that rivals our own. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Some secrets serve a greater purpose than truth. And some arrangements, however imperfect, represent the best hope for coexistence in a world with increasingly little room for the unknown. The Kaibab National Forest stretched before me like an endless sea of pines, their tops swaying gently against the Arizona sky. September 2024 marked my 3rd solo expedition into these remote woodlands, nearly 40 miles from the nearest outpost of civilization. At 32, I'd grown weary of the digital noise and constant connectivity of my software development job in Phoenix. These solo expeditions had become necessary escapes, chances to reconnect with something more primal. "You heading up north again?" my colleague Michael had asked when I requested time off. "Better you than me. Those woods get weird in the fall." I'd laughed it off. Michael was born and raised in Phoenix. Anything beyond streetlights made him uneasy. But his parting words lingered as I parked my Subaru at the trailhead. My grandfather grew up near the Navajo Nation. Said there are things in those woods that hunt differently than animals. The trail was unmarked, exactly as I preferred it. 6 days of solitude ahead. My backpack contained everything needed for survival: ultralight tent, dehydrated meals, water filtration system, first aid supplies, and my grandfather's hunting knife. The weight felt reassuring against my shoulders as I took my first steps into the wilderness. 3 hours of hiking brought me to my intended campsite, a small clearing near a creek that I'd marked on previous expeditions. The September air carried autumn's first chill. Perfect hiking weather. As I set up camp, the forest hummed with familiar sounds. Wind through pine needles, distant bird calls, the occasional rustle of small creatures. I collected firewood before sunset, piling branches near my tent. By nightfall, flames danced cheerfully, and I heated water for a meal of rehydrated beef stew. Stars emerged overhead, impossibly bright against the darkening sky. That first night passed uneventfully. I recorded the day's observations in my journal before zipping myself into my sleeping bag. The fire reduced to embers outside cast faint orange light against the tent walls. I woke at dawn to birdsong. After breakfast, I packed a day bag with essentials: water, protein bars, map, compass, knife, and first aid. Today's agenda included exploring the ridge 2 miles east, where I'd spotted interesting rock formations on my last trip. The trail grew increasingly sparse as I ascended. By noon, I'd reached the ridge and paused to appreciate the panoramic view of endless forest. That's when I noticed it, a peculiar silence. The birds had stopped singing. Wind moved through the trees, but no wildlife sounds accompanied it. I scanned the tree line below. Nothing unusual caught my eye, but a prickling sensation spread across my neck. The feeling of being observed. "Hello?" I called, feeling foolish immediately. No one else would be this far from marked trails. The silence held for another minute before the forest sounds gradually returned. I dismissed the moment as a passing hawk or other predator silencing the smaller creatures. Yet as I ate my lunch on that exposed ridge, the sensation of being watched returned intermittently. By late afternoon, I'd mapped the ridgeline and was heading back to camp when I discovered the first anomaly. My boot prints from earlier were interspersed with another set of tracks. Human-sized but oddly shaped, longer in the toe, with unusual depth distribution suggesting an unnatural gait. I followed the tracks for 20 yards before they veered off into dense undergrowth. My rational mind provided explanations. Another hiker, unusual boot design, maybe someone practicing primitive hunting techniques. Back at camp, everything appeared untouched, yet something felt subtly wrong. My firewood pile seemed rearranged. The tent stakes looked minutely adjusted. I chalked it up to paranoia born of isolation and set about preparing dinner. As darkness fell, the forest grew quiet again. Not the natural evening hush, but an absolute stillness that pressed against my ears. I stoked the fire higher than necessary, the flames crackling in defiance of the silence. That night, I woke suddenly at 2:17 a.m. according to my watch. The fire had died to faint coals. Something had pulled me from deep sleep, a sound just beyond recognition. I lay perfectly still, listening. There it was again, a rhythmic sound, almost like breathing, but too deliberate, too aware. It moved slowly around the perimeter of my camp, never approaching, never retreating, just circling. I clutched my knife beneath my sleeping bag, heart thundering in my chest. The breathing continued for 23 minutes by my watch before fading into the night. Sleep didn't return until the first gray light of dawn filtered through the trees. In the morning, I found no footprints, no signs of disturbance. But tied to a branch overlooking my campsite was a small bundle of twigs, bound with what appeared to be strands of coarse, dark hair. The twig bundle swayed slightly in the morning breeze. I approached it cautiously, examining without touching. The hairs binding it together were thick and coarse, not human, possibly horse or elk. The arrangement wasn't random. The twigs formed a rough geometric pattern I couldn't identify. Against my better judgment, I reached up and unhooked it from the branch. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, as though dense with purpose. I considered the possibilities: other hikers playing pranks, remains of an old indigenous marker, perhaps even wildlife researchers tagging territories. None felt convincing. I photographed it with my phone before slipping it into a Ziploc bag. Evidence of what, I wasn't sure. Part of me considered packing up immediately, but pride prevented retreat. One strange find wasn't reason enough to abandon my planned expedition. I spent that morning fishing at the creek, catching 2 decent-sized trout which I cleaned and cooked for lunch. The day passed without incident, though the sensation of being observed returned intermittently. Each time I would scan my surroundings, finding nothing but shadows and trees. By mid-afternoon, clouds gathered overhead, promising rain. I secured my campsite, stowing loose gear inside the tent and covering my firewood with a tarp. The first drops began falling as I finished, driving me into my tent with my journal and a book about local ecology. The rainfall intensified, drumming against the tent fabric. I dozed, lulled by the rhythmic sound. When I woke, the rain had stopped, but daylight had faded. According to my watch, I'd slept for nearly 3 hours. Emerging from the tent, I noticed immediately that something was wrong. My carefully stacked firewood was scattered, not as though blown by wind, but deliberately dispersed in a rough circle. More disturbing were the prints in the mud around my campsite. The same elongated footprints I'd seen on the trail, but now they were everywhere. They approached from the north, circled my tent repeatedly, then retreated in the same direction. What struck me most was the timing. The rain had stopped approximately 30 minutes before I awoke, according to the dampness of the ground. The prints were crisp, undisturbed by the rainfall. Whatever had made them had been here while I slept, moving around my tent, standing mere inches from where I lay unconscious. I rebuilt my fire with trembling hands, the wood hissing as residual moisture met flame. Darkness fell completely, the forest becoming a wall of impenetrable black beyond my small circle of firelight. From my pack, I retrieved the small canister of bear spray I always carried. It wasn't much, but it provided some sense of security. I also laid my hunting knife on a flat rock near my camp chair, within easy reach. Dinner was a distracted affair. A protein bar and jerky, my appetite diminished by unease. I kept scanning the darkness, imagining shapes where there were none. The forest remained unnaturally quiet. At approximately 8:30 p.m., I heard the first call. It came from the north, a sound that began as something like a coyote's howl, but shifted midway into something else entirely. Something that sounded almost like my name, drawn out and distorted. I convinced myself it was just the wind, or my mind playing tricks. Then it came again, closer this time. Undeniably a voice, yet wrong somehow, as though someone was learning to use vocal cords for the first time. "Who's there?" I called, standing and facing the direction of the sound. My voice sounded small against the vastness of the forest. No response came, but the sensation of being watched intensified to an almost physical pressure. I fed the fire higher, the flames temporarily pushing back the darkness. That's when I noticed my backpack. I'd left it leaning against a tree at the edge of my campsite. Now it stood upright in the center of the clearing, unzipped, my belongings neatly arranged in a line leading from the pack toward the darkest part of the forest. I hadn't moved it. I hadn't unpacked it. Heart racing, I quickly gathered my scattered possessions. My compass was missing, as was my map. More disturbing, the twigs and hair bundle I'd collected earlier was gone from its Ziploc bag, replaced with something else, a small pile of teeth. Not human. They appeared to be from various forest animals, but deliberately placed. I retreated to my tent, zipping myself inside, though I knew the thin nylon offered no actual protection. For hours, I sat clutching my knife, listening to the sounds of the forest. Occasional branches cracked nearby. Twice I heard what sounded like breathing just outside the tent wall. When exhaustion finally overcame fear around 3 a.m., I fell into fitful sleep plagued by dreams of being pursued through endless trees by something I couldn't quite see. I woke at first light to discover my tent surrounded by a perfect circle of small animal bones. The bone circle couldn't be rationalized away. Each bone, vertebrae, ribs, jawbones of small creatures, was placed with deliberate precision, equidistant from its neighbors, forming a complete ring around my tent. No animal behavior explained this. This was messaging. I took photos with shaking hands before carefully stepping over the circle, irrationally fearful of disturbing it. The morning air felt thick with foreboding as I rekindled my fire and boiled water for coffee. Sleep deprivation left me jittery, jumping at every forest sound. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but disorientation and fear made rational planning difficult. My map and compass were gone. While I had GPS on my phone, battery conservation meant I used it sparingly, and the nearest trailhead was at least a day's hike away. As I deliberated, a voice called from the trees. "Hello? Anyone camping here?" I nearly dropped my coffee cup, fumbling for my knife before a figure emerged from the tree line. A man in his 60s with a weathered face and silver hair tucked under a Forest Service hat. The relief at seeing another human was overwhelming. "Morning," he said, approaching cautiously. "Didn't mean to startle you. I'm Ranger Monroe, doing wellness checks after yesterday's storm." His eyes tracked to the bone circle, narrowing slightly. "Did you arrange those?" he asked, voice carefully neutral. When I explained finding them this morning, his expression darkened. He surveyed the campsite, taking in the scattered firewood, my repositioned gear, and finally, the bone circle. "Pack your things," he said quietly. "I'll escort you back to the ranger station." As I dismantled my campsite, Ranger Monroe maintained a vigilant watch on the surrounding forest. His hand rested near the service pistol on his hip. When I described the footprints and strange sounds, he nodded grimly but offered no explanation. We hiked in silence for the first hour, moving at a brisk pace that suggested urgency without panic. Only when we reached a small clearing did he pause, checking his radio before turning to me. "What you're describing has happened before," he said finally. "Not often, but enough that we know the pattern." He sat on a fallen log, gesturing for me to join him. "I've been a ranger here for 22 years. Grew up in these parts. The official line is that these incidents are the work of transients or wildlife. Unofficially," he trailed off, scanning the trees, "the local tribes have stories about these forests, about entities that stalk and mimic. The Navajo call them skinwalkers, humans who've gained the ability to take animal form or something in between. Their explanation for what you experienced." He must have seen the skepticism in my expression. "I'm not saying that's what it is," he continued. "But in my time here, I've encountered things I can't explain. Tracks that start and stop impossibly. Sounds that shouldn't exist. And yes, arrangements like your bone circle." "What do you think it is?" I asked. He sighed. "I think these woods are ancient, and we understand very little about them. What I know for certain is that when these signs appear, people who stay go missing." He described 3 disappearances in the past decade, solitary hikers who reported strange occurrences similar to mine before vanishing. Searches found only abandoned campsites and, in one case, clothing scattered through the forest. "The pattern is always the same," he explained. "First comes the sensation of being watched, then tracks, small arrangements of natural items, escalating interference with belongings, then sounds, calls that mimic human voices. By that point, it's hunting." "Hunting?" The word hung in the air between us. "Whatever it is, human, animal, or something else, it displays predatory behavior. It studies its prey, learns patterns, creates psychological distress before moving in." We resumed hiking, my mind racing with implications. The ranger's radio crackled occasionally with routine communications, the normalcy of it strangely comforting against our conversation. Near noon, we paused by a stream to refill water bottles. As I leaned down, something caught my eye, a reflection in the water that didn't match the tree line behind me. A figure, tall and gaunt, standing perfectly still among the pines. I whipped around, but saw nothing there. "What is it?" Ranger Monroe asked, hand moving to his weapon. "I thought I saw something in the water, a reflection." His expression tightened. "We need to move faster." As we continued, the forest seemed to close in around us. Twice more I glimpsed movement at the periphery of my vision, a shadow keeping pace through the trees. The ranger saw it too. His stride became more urgent, his scanning more frequent. "It doesn't usually follow this far," he muttered, more to himself than to me. Around 3 p.m. we heard it, that same distorted call from last night, but now mimicking 2 voices in disturbing conversation. One sounded remarkably like my own, repeating fragments of things I'd said at my campsite. The other voice approximated the ranger's deeper tones. "Don't respond," Monroe warned. "It learns from interaction." The calls continued, growing closer despite our accelerated pace. The forest darkened prematurely as clouds gathered overhead. Another storm approaching. When we reached a steep ravine, the ranger hesitated. "The trail winds around this, adds 3 miles. We can descend and climb the other side, save time." The ravine looked treacherous, a steep slope leading to a rocky streambed, then an equally challenging climb up the opposite side. But the alternative meant more time in the forest with night approaching. As we carefully picked our way down, loose rocks skittering beneath our boots, I glanced back. There, at the edge of the ravine we'd just left, stood a figure, too distant to make out clearly, but unmistakably watching us. It remained motionless as we hurried across the streambed and began our ascent of the opposite slope. Halfway up, Ranger Monroe slipped, crying out as his ankle twisted beneath him. He recovered quickly, but his face contorted with pain as he tested his weight. "I can make it," he insisted, though his limp was pronounced. When we reached the top and looked back, the figure was gone from the opposite ridge. But new tracks appeared in the soft earth before us, those same elongated footprints leading in the direction we needed to go. "It's gotten ahead of us," Monroe said quietly. It knows where we're headed. The ranger station was still 4 miles away. Storm clouds darkened overhead, and somewhere in these woods, something was waiting. The first raindrops hit as we left the ravine behind, quickly intensifying to a steady downpour. Ranger Monroe's limp worsened with each step, though he insisted on maintaining our pace. The gathering darkness combined with rain reduced visibility to mere yards ahead. "There's an emergency shelter 2 miles from here," Monroe shouted over the rainfall. "We'll never make the station before nightfall in this weather." I offered my shoulder for support, and he reluctantly accepted. We moved awkwardly through the increasingly muddy trail, his breath coming in pained gasps whenever his injured ankle took weight. The rain created a constant symphony of sound, water dripping from leaves, splashing into growing puddles, drumming against our rain gear. Within this wall of noise, other sounds became difficult to distinguish. Twice I was certain I heard footsteps pacing us just off the trail, but the dense curtain of rain revealed nothing when I turned to look. Monroe noticed my constant scanning. "It's still with us," he confirmed, no question in his voice. "What does it want?" I asked, immediately feeling foolish. What predator wants anything beyond the satisfaction of a successful hunt? "Territory, maybe," he replied unexpectedly. "Or it's protecting something. The pattern intensifies in certain areas, always in autumn, like it's seasonal." Lightning flashed overhead, briefly illuminating the forest around us. In that instant of harsh white light, I saw it, a figure standing motionless among the trees 30 yards back. The glimpse lasted less than a second, but the image burned into my retinas, unnaturally tall and thin, standing perfectly still despite the raging storm, head tilted at an odd angle. Monroe saw my expression. "Keep moving," he urged. "Don't acknowledge it." The trail narrowed as we entered denser forest, pine branches hanging low across our path. The rain lessened slightly under this natural canopy, but darkness deepened proportionally. Monroe retrieved a flashlight from his belt, the beam cutting weakly through the gloom. "Half a mile to the shelter," he said, checking his GPS. "We can secure it for the night, continue at first light." The promise of shelter propelled us forward despite exhaustion and Monroe's increasingly labored breathing. The rain tapered to a light drizzle as we pushed through the final stretch of trail. The emergency shelter appeared suddenly, a small, sturdy cabin nestled against a rocky outcropping. Solar-powered emergency lights glowed faintly around the entrance. Monroe produced a key ring, fumbling with cold fingers before finding the right one. "Get inside," he instructed, holding the door. I hesitated, scanning the forest behind us one last time. Nothing visible moved in the gathering darkness, but the sensation of being watched had intensified to an almost physical pressure between my shoulder blades. The cabin interior was Spartan but secure, a single room with 4 bunks, a wood stove, emergency supplies, and crucially, sturdy locks on the door and shuttered windows. Monroe immediately set about securing the entrance while I examined the wood stove. "There's dry wood," I confirmed, opening the metal box beside it. "Get a fire going," he nodded, testing the door locks repeatedly. Temperatures dropping fast. Soon the wood stove cast welcome heat and light across the small space. Monroe lowered himself onto a bunk, finally examining his injured ankle. The swelling was visible even through his boot. "Sprain, not a break," he concluded, carefully removing the boot and wrapping the ankle with an ace bandage from his pack. "I've had worse." I distributed emergency rations from the cabin's supplies, protein bars, beef jerky, packets of trail mix. We ate in relative silence, the events of the day settling heavily between us. "Will it try to get in?" I finally asked, the question that had been foremost in my mind since entering the shelter. Monroe considered this, eyes fixed on the door. "In 22 years, I've never known one to breach a structure. They seem to prefer open spaces, the psychological element of the hunt." His use of "they" rather than "it" sent a fresh chill through me. "There's more than one? No reports of multiple encounters simultaneously," he clarified. "But distinct patterns over the years suggest different individuals." Outside, the wind had risen, branches scraping against the cabin roof, the ordinary sounds of a forest night, yet each registered as potential threat. Monroe checked his radio again, frowning at the lack of signal. "Storm's interfering," he muttered. We'll try again in the morning." We established a watch rotation, one sleeping, while the other remained alert. Monroe took first watch despite his injury, insisting I needed rest more after my sleepless previous night. I lay on the lower bunk, exhaustion washing over me. Yet sleep remained elusive. Every sound from outside, every creak of timber, every rustle of leaves, sent adrenaline coursing through my system. I must have eventually dozed because Monroe's hand on my shoulder startled me awake. "Your watch," he whispered. "It's just past midnight." I sat up, disoriented momentarily. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting the cabin in dim orange light. Monroe settled onto the opposite bunk with a pained sigh. "Anything?" I asked. "Just the storm," he replied, though something in his tone suggested uncertainty. I added wood to the stove, then positioned myself near the single window, drawing back the shutter incrementally to peer outside. The storm had passed, leaving a clear, star-filled sky. Moonlight illuminated the clearing around the cabin in silvery half-light. For an hour, nothing moved in my field of vision. The forest stood silent, as though holding its breath. I began to wonder if our pursuer had finally lost interest. Then, at approximately 1:30 a.m., I noticed movement at the forest edge. Something emerged from the trees with deliberate slowness, a figure that moved with an awkward, jerking gait. In the moonlight, its proportions seemed wrong somehow. Limbs too long, torso too narrow. It stopped at the tree line, face turned toward the cabin. Though 50 yards separated us, I had the distinct impression it was looking directly at me through the small gap in the shutters. For several minutes, it remained motionless. Then, with sudden violence, it dropped to all fours and began circling the clearing with unnatural speed, moving in a wide arc around the cabin. Its gait was wrong, not like a human on hands and knees, nor like any animal I recognized. I wanted to wake Monroe, but found myself frozen, unable to look away as it completed 3 full circuits of the clearing. After the third rotation, it stopped directly before the cabin, still on all fours, head tilted up toward our window. It rose slowly to its full height, taller than any man I'd ever seen. In the moonlight, details remained mercifully obscured, but its silhouette suggested wrongness. Joints that bent in impossible directions, a head that sat awkwardly upon 2 narrow shoulders. I held my breath, certain it could somehow sense my presence behind the shutters. For what seemed an eternity, it stood motionless, facing the cabin. Then it spoke, a raspy approximation of Ranger Monroe's voice. "Get inside. Temperature's dropping fast." The words he'd spoken to me hours earlier, repeated with perfect intonation but wrong somehow, as though forced through vocal cords not designed for human speech. It stepped closer to the cabin, 5 yards away now, close enough that moonlight revealed more details. Clothing that hung in tatters, limbs that seemed jointed in too many places, a face that remained mercifully shadowed. "Will it try to get in?" My own voice now, perfectly mimicked, floating through the night air. I fumbled for the shutter, closing it with trembling hands, then backed away from the window. Monroe stirred on his bunk, roused by the sound. "What is it?" he asked, instantly alert. "It's outside," I whispered. It spoke, using our voices. Monroe rose, grimacing as he put weight on his injured ankle. He retrieved his service pistol from its holster, checking the magazine before moving to the door and testing the locks again. "It's never been this aggressive," he murmured. "Something's different." A sudden impact against the cabin wall made us both jump. A heavy thud followed by slow scraping sounds. Something was moving around the perimeter, testing the structure. Another impact, harder this time, rattling the shutters. Then silence. For 15 minutes we stood motionless, straining to hear any sound from outside. Monroe positioned himself between me and the door, pistol ready. The knock, when it came, was almost civilized. 3 precise taps on the wooden door. Then a voice, this time an unsettling blend of both our voices merged together. "In 22 years, I've never known one to breach a structure." Monroe's face went ashen. He raised his pistol, aiming at the door. Another voice spoke then, neither mine nor Monroe's, but something older, deeper, carrying an accent I couldn't place. "Until now." The handle of the cabin door began to turn, rotating slowly despite the deadbolt securing it. Metal groaned as pressure increased against the lock mechanism. Monroe stepped forward, pistol trained on the door, his injured leg nearly buckling beneath him. "Back corner," he ordered, motioning me toward the farthest point from the entrance. The handle stopped turning. Silence descended once more, heavy and expectant. Then came a new sound, scratching along the cabin's wooden exterior, methodical and deliberate. It circled the entire structure, pausing at each window before moving to the next. At the rear window, the scratching lingered. The shutter vibrated slightly, as though something were testing its strength. Wood splintered, a small but distinct crack. Monroe pivoted, aiming at the sound. "It's trying to find a way in," he whispered. The scratching stopped abruptly. Seconds stretched into minutes of complete silence. Had it departed? The oppressive sensation of being watched suggested otherwise. A sudden crash from the roof shattered the quiet, heavy footsteps moving across wooden shingles. Dust and debris sifted down from the ceiling as something substantial traversed the length of the cabin. The footsteps stopped directly above the wood stove chimney. Monroe's eyes tracked upward. "The flu," he muttered. Before either of us could react, a piercing shriek emanated from the chimney. Not a human scream, but something primal that raised every hair on my body. The sound echoed in the small space, seemingly coming from everywhere at once. The wood stove door flew open, embers scattering across the floor. Monroe fired a single shot into the chimney, the gunshot deafening in the confined space. The shrieking stopped, replaced by frantic movement on the roof. "Put out those embers," Monroe shouted, limping toward the door as I stomped out the glowing coals threatening to ignite the wooden floor. More impacts struck the roof, then the walls. Not organized now, but frenzied, as though our resistance had triggered rage. A window shutter splintered, moonlight streaming through newly formed cracks. "It's testing every entry point," Monroe said grimly, reloading his weapon. "We need to be ready if it breaches." The attack continued for nearly 20 minutes, a systematic assault on every potential vulnerability. Throughout, that same scratching sound continued, like claws or tools working at the wood. Then, as suddenly as it began, the assault ceased. The abrupt silence felt almost more threatening than the previous violence. Minutes passed. Monroe maintained his vigilant stance, weapon trained on the door, while I watched the damaged window shutter. Neither of us spoke, afraid to break the fragile quiet. A scraping sound came from outside, something being dragged across the clearing. It continued for several minutes before stopping directly in front of the cabin. "Look," Monroe whispered, gesturing toward the damaged shutter. Through the cracks, a new sight greeted us, a precise arrangement of branches and stones on the ground before the cabin, illuminated by moonlight. Not random debris, but a clear symbol, a complex geometric pattern I recognized from my anthropology courses, a Native American protection symbol, specifically Navajo in origin. "Why would it—" I began, but Monroe silenced me with a gesture. Movement at the forest edge drew our attention. The figure emerged once more into the moonlight, but its posture had changed, no longer predatory, but almost ceremonial. It raised one elongated arm, pointing directly at the symbol it had created, then at us. "What's it doing?" I whispered. "I don't know," Monroe admitted. "In all my years, I've never seen this behavior." The figure remained motionless for several minutes, arm extended toward us. Then it spoke again, this time in a voice that sounded ancient. Words in a language I didn't recognize, but Monroe apparently did. His expression shifted from fear to confusion. "It's Navajo," he said quietly. "My grandmother was part Navajo. It's saying, it's warning us." "Warning us about what?" "Not about 4. It's warning us to leave, tomorrow, first light." He frowned, struggling with the translation. "Something about others coming, territory." The figure lowered its arm, then performed what appeared to be a ritual movement, a complex series of gestures directed at the symbol on the ground. When it finished, it retreated several steps, maintaining its face toward the cabin. "It's establishing a boundary," Monroe said, voice tinged with disbelief. "The symbol, it's a territorial marker, a temporary truce." As if confirming his interpretation, the figure backed away until it reached the tree line. There it paused, performing another series of gestures before melting into the darkness of the forest. We maintained our vigilance through the remainder of the night. but no further disturbances occurred. The symbol remained visible in the moonlight, a bizarre guarantee of temporary safety. As first light approached, Monroe attempted his radio again, finally establishing contact with the ranger station. He requested immediate evacuation, citing a medical emergency, rather than explaining the true circumstances. They wouldn't believe us anyway, he explained, securing his equipment. Better they think I just injured myself badly. What was it? I asked as we prepared to depart. The question that had burned in my mind throughout the ordeal. Monroe checked the grounds through the damaged shutter before responding. The tribes have their explanations. Science has others. What matters is understanding the rules of engagement. He unlocked the door cautiously, surveying the clearing before stepping outside. The symbol remained intact on the ground, exactly as it had been placed during the night. Don't disturb that, he warned as I moved past it. The forest appeared peaceful in the morning light, birds singing, dew glistening on leaves, no sign of our nocturnal visitor. Yet the sensation of being watched persisted as we made our way toward the main trail where evacuation would meet us. Will you report what really happened? I asked as we walked. Monroe's expression hardened. 3 hikers missing in 10 years. Dozens of reports of strange encounters. I've filed every one, included every detail. They sit in filing cabinets, labeled unsubstantiated. He gestured at the forest around us. These lands were sacred to the indigenous people long before they became recreation areas. They understood something we've forgotten. That wilderness isn't just trees and rocks, but a living system with its own imperatives. You believe it's supernatural? I pressed. I believe categorizing it misses the point, he replied. Natural, supernatural, these are our impositions. What matters is that it exists, it has purpose, and it responds to encroachment. We reached the designated evacuation point 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Monroe lowered himself onto a fallen log, checking his swollen ankle. The forest remained quiet around us. The sensation of being observed now faded to almost nothing. Will it come after us again? I asked, scanning the tree line. We're leaving its territory as instructed, he replied. The encounter is over, for now. For now? Monroe met my gaze directly. These forests have cycles, patterns. What we experienced intensifies in autumn, then subsides. Traditional knowledge suggests they're protecting breeding grounds or performing seasonal migrations. They? You think there are more? Reports come from across the Southwest. Similar encounters, similar patterns, but distinct signatures. Different territories, different individuals. In the distance, the sound of an approaching vehicle broke the morning quiet. Our evacuation arriving. One last thing, Monroe said, voice low. What you experienced, the bone circle, the mimicry, the symbol, these aren't random. They're communication. The forest speaks a language we've forgotten how to hear. As the Forest Service vehicle appeared on the trail ahead, Monroe added, Some secrets belong to the wilderness. Best to respect their keeping. The rescue team loaded Monroe into the vehicle, his official report citing a badly sprained ankle from the storm. I joined them, casting one final glance at the forest that had almost become my grave. For an instant, I thought I glimpsed movement among the distant trees, a tall figure observing our departure. But when I blinked, there was nothing there but swaying branches in the morning breeze. 3 weeks after returning from the Kaibab, I still wake nightly at 2:17 a.m., the precise time I first heard the breathing around my tent. My apartment in Phoenix feels simultaneously too confined and too exposed. I've installed new locks, security cameras, motion sensors, rational precautions against irrational fears. The official report bears no resemblance to what actually occurred. Ranger Monroe's injury is attributed to a fall during routine patrol. My participation appears as a footnote. Civilian hiker assisted to safety during storm. No mention of bone circles, mimicked voices, or territorial symbols. I've spent countless hours researching since my return. Folklore, anthropological studies, unexplained disappearances in national forests. The patterns Monroe mentioned emerge across decades of documentation. Encounters intensifying in autumn, concentrated in certain geographic regions, following similar progressions from observation to interaction. The Navajo skinwalker legend provides one framework of understanding: humans who, through forbidden rituals, gain the ability to transform and hunt in animal form. But similar entities appear in indigenous traditions worldwide: the Wendigo of Algonquian peoples, the Nalusa Falaya of Choctaw lore, the Kushtaka of the Tlingit. Different names for territorial guardians that move between human and animal existence. Science offers alternative explanations: undocumented predator species, psychological effects of isolation, shared cultural hallucinations. None fully account for what I experienced. 2 days ago, a package arrived at my apartment. No return address, postmarked from Fredonia, the nearest town to Kaibab National Forest. Inside, my missing compass and map, along with a page torn from what appeared to be an old journal. The handwriting was faded, dated October 1958. Third encounter near North Ridge. Subject displayed increased territorial marking. Attempted communication through arranged objects. Pattern suggests seasonal defense rather than predation. Recommendation: restricted access September through November. At the bottom, a more recent edition in different handwriting. The pattern continues. Respect the boundaries. I recognized Ranger Monroe's handwriting from his incident report. Yesterday, I called the Kaibab Ranger Station asking to speak with Monroe. The dispatcher informed me he'd taken early retirement 3 days after our evacuation, citing his injury and personal reasons. His forwarding information was confidential. This morning, local news reported a hiker missing in the Kaibab National Forest. A solo backpacker last seen entering an unmarked trail 5 miles from where my encounter began. The search is concentrated in the wrong areas. I know this with certainty. I've debated contacting authorities with what I know. The rational part of my mind insists on scientific explanation. A human predator with elaborate psychological tactics. A territorial animal with unusual intelligence. The part of me that spent that night in the cabin knows better. What haunts me most isn't the entity itself, but the communication attempt, the warning. Not a random predator, but a guardian enforcing ancient boundaries with established protocols. We were released because we understood and complied. Others might not be so fortunate. My phone contains dozens of photos from that expedition: the bone circle, the footprints, the symbol left before the cabin. Evidence, though, of what exactly, I'm still uncertain. Last night, reviewing these images for the 100th time, I noticed something I'd previously missed. In the background of a photo taken at my first campsite, barely visible among distant trees, a tall, slender figure, watching. It had been there from the beginning, assessing, evaluating. I've booked a flight to Flagstaff tomorrow. From there, I'll drive to the ranger station and join the search efforts. Not because I believe we'll find the missing hiker alive, but because someone needs to redirect the search to the proper location. Someone who understands what they're truly looking for. The warning wasn't just for Monroe and me. It was meant to be carried back, shared. The boundaries are changing, territories expanding. The seasonal movements Monroe described are shifting, perhaps in response to climate changes, human encroachment, or factors we don't yet understand. As I pack my bag for tomorrow's flight, I place my grandfather's hunting knife on top. Not because I believe it would protect me if encounters occurred again, but as acknowledgement of a deeper truth. We enter the wilderness not as conquerors, but as guests in territories older than human memory. The forests have guardians. They speak languages of arranged bones, mimicked voices, and symbols drawn in earth. They enforce boundaries established long before our national parks and hiking trails imposed artificial order on ancient domains. I don't know if what stalked me through the Kaibab was human, animal, or something that moves between these states of being. What I know with certainty is that it was sentinel to knowledge we've forgotten. That wilderness contains secrets meant to remain hidden, and territories where we are at best tolerated visitors. Tomorrow I return to the forest, not to hunt the hunter, but to remind others of boundaries we cross at our peril. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. Some knowledge, once gained, cannot be unlearned. The wilderness is watching. It has always been watching. And sometimes when the ancient boundaries are crossed, it does more than watch, it hunts.